Chapter 1504. Unfathomable Zero Wing. Chapter 1504. Unfathomable Zero Wing. Have them come over? Shifeng's decision excited Aqua Rose. After all, Blackie and the others were now Tier 2 players. They'd be powerful reinforcements on Thunder Island. However, she quickly realized the problem and commented, "Guild leader, they'll need entry slots to enter Thunder Island. Moreover, with how much time we have left, I'm afraid it'll be too late to do anything by the time they arrive." Even if they had the available slots, it took a considerable amount of time to travel from Ocean Viewing Town to Thunder Island. Even if they used the one-horn sailboat, the contest would likely be over by the time Blackie and the other arrived. Relax. I still have a few available slots and we can use the spatial gate to make the trip. Although it will take some time to get here, the contest has just begun. If we hurry, we should have enough time, Shifeng said, smiling. Wonderful. If Blackie and the others can make it, they'll definitely be a great help. We'll even surprise the other superpowers. Aqua Rose was ecstatic. She could already imagine what would happen once Blackie and the others arrived. Hurriedly, she contacted Blackie's group, telling them to set aside their registration at the Adventurers Association for now and make their way to Ocean Viewing Town. Meanwhile, Shifeng called up his system interface and chose to leave the island. As Thunder Island prevented the use of tools, he could only use a return scroll after he left. When Shifeng left the ancient tower, 9 Dragons Emperor's subordinates, who kept an eye over the situation around Phoenix Rain's 3 ancient towers, noticed his disappearance. "Pavilion Master, I just received a report stating that Yi Feng suddenly vanished from the cliff tower," Blood Dragon reported. "Vanished? Did you know where he went?" 9 Dragons Emperor demanded as he thought about Shifeng's teleportation skill. Martial Dragon, Blood Dragon and Shadowtooth oversaw the 3 towers' surveillance. Among the 3 towers, Blood Dragon kept watch over the cliff tower which Zero Wing occupied. It was also the tower 9 Dragons Emperor wanted back the most. 9 Dragons Emperor had to admit that Shifeng's teleportation skill was heaven-defying. The skill allowed him to transport reinforcements and ambush his enemies at a moment's notice. It was also how the man had forced him into such a passive state. If he moved recklessly, Shifeng could ambush and steal his final tower, at which point he would lose all hope in this competition. "No," Blood Dragon said, shaking his head. "But from the reports we've received from our spies in Phoenix Rain's team, it doesn't seem like they are executing any sort of operation. Moreover, Phoenix Rain is struggling over her plan to capture a monster encampment. Since he is acting by himself, ignore him. We just need to keep track of their team's movements," 9 Dragons Emperor instructed. At the end of the day, they were on Thunder Island. Shifeng could never raid a monster encampment by himself. As long as they kept an eye on the 3 ancient towers, the swordsman's independent actions wouldn't change the result. "Pavilion Master, we've just received a reply from Miracle. They've agreed to merge teams and share their tower buff, but they want half of the temporary teleportation arrays we get from the encampments," Blood Dragon reported. "That greedy old fox. He dares to ask for such a high price." 9 Dragons Emperor frowned slightly. Each monster encampment on Thunder Island only provided 2 temporary teleportation arrays. He just wanted to borrow Miracle's tower buff. Yet the other guild wanted half of the slots he obtained. Then Blood Dragon also felt powerless about the situation. However, it was 9 Dragons Emperor's decision to make. Had they known they would struggle this much, they would have prioritized capturing an encampment before picking a fight with Phoenix Rain. "Fine. Agree to their conditions." As the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master gave the order, he felt as if he had aged by several years. With their team's current prowess, capturing another ancient tower was impossible. Unfortunately, capturing a monster encampment with only 1 tower was also impossible. They'd only have a chance in this contest if they could merge with Miracle's team. That way they could dispatch some players to raid an encampment while maintaining their surveillance on Phoenix Rain's towers. Otherwise, he'd have to continue wasting time with the Phoenix Pavilion Master. Although doing so would earn him the same result as Phoenix Rain in this contest, she had Zero Wing's help. She could definitely obtain a large collection of Thunder Passes for the next contest. Competing with Phoenix Rain would become far more difficult. Hence, he needed to secure at least one encampment and gain as much advantage as he could over the other pavilion master. Ensure that he'd have some options in the next contest for Thunder Island. Understood. I'll lead a team and integrate with theirs. Blood Dragon left the ancient tower and led his team to one of Miracle's towers. As time passed, the various superpowers began to raid their first monster encampment. There were far fewer encampments on Thunder Island than ancient towers. Only 17 monster encampments were available, yet there were more than 6 superpowers participating in the contest. Needless to say, every superpower was trying to capture as many monster encampments as possible to achieve a higher rank in the contest. The competition for these encampments was intense. Fortunately, the monster encampments were not that easy to raid and not all of them were equal. The weaker encampments were only guarded by one specialized Grand Lord and a few ordinary Grand Lords. Meanwhile, Archaic species guarded the stronger encampments. Although the tower buffs helped weaken the boss's defense and magic resistance, it did not do anything about their basic attributes and skills. Without tools, even the superpower's peak experts would find dealing with Grand Lord-ranked Archaic species difficult. These teams even risked team wipes. Hence, all of the participants were extremely careful when they took action. Big Sis Rain, this is bad. Nine Dragons Emperor has just merged with Miracle's team. He has led a team of 120 experts to an encampment. What should we do? Blue Phoenix reported anxiously. What about the players keeping an eye on us? Phoenix Rain asked somberly. Now that he has Miracle's help, he has spared 230 people to watch our towers. 100 of those players are watching this tower while the remaining 130 are scouting the cliff tower. They'll likely attack if they notice the slightest movement on our side, Blue Phoenix said in frustration. If they wanted to raid an encampment, they'd have to dispatch at least 100 players. Otherwise, they'd have almost no chance of succeeding. However, if they dispatched 100 players, they'd only have 120 players to defend the towers. Trying to defend all 3 towers with so few people would be incredibly difficult. If Miracle sent reinforcements to help 9 Dragons Emperor's surveillance teams, he might succeed in recapturing at least one of their towers. With only 2 towers, they could never capture a monster encampment with 100 players. Phoenix Rain could not help her frown. She hadn't expected 9 Dragons Emperor to resort to a merger. The other superpowers had already begun their raids. As more time passed, the struggle for the monster encampments would grow viciously intense. If her side remained idle, her chances would drastically decrease once the other teams raided their second encampment. After a moment of silence, Phoenix Rain contacted Shifeng. 9 Dragons Emperor has merged with Miracle's team and begun to raid a monster encampment. At this rate, our chances of success will plummet as time passes. Should we try to negotiate with the Sacred Temple or battle wolves again? 9 Dragons Emperor sure is moving quickly. However, it's too soon to consider an alliance, Shifeng said, smiling calmly. But if we continue to drag our feet, it will become far more difficult to capture an encampment. Phoenix Rain understood Shifeng's perspective. If they contacted the Sacred Temple and battle wolves now, they'd be at a disadvantage in the negotiations, but if they failed to obtain a single temporary teleportation array, their development in the Sea of Death would slow to a crawl. Even the advantage of their 2 sailboats would be limited against their competition. Since that's the case, let's prepare to raid an encampment, Shifeng said. We're raiding one now. Phoenix Rain's eyes shone with excitement. Do you have a plan to deal with 9 Dragons Emperor's team? No, I don't, Shifeng said, shaking his head. But it shouldn't be a problem if we increase our manpower. Phoenix Rain didn't know how to respond. Naturally, she wanted to increase her team's manpower, but they needed thunder passes to do so. Was she just supposed to magically summon more allies? Leave the manpower issue to me. First, send 20 of your people to the cliff tower, Shifeng said, smiling as he brushed off the contemptuous look Phoenix Rain gave him. Do you really have a way to bring in more people? Phoenix Rain asked, surprised. Judging by her companion's serious expression, she knew Shifeng's claim hadn't been a joke. But I need some time to do so, Shifeng said, nodding. He had already met up with Blackie and the others. They just had to make their way to Thunder Island. Alright, I'll send them people to the tower right away. Although Phoenix Rain was excited, she felt as if she were looking at a stranger as she watched Shifeng on the screen. Or rather, Zero Wing as a whole felt foreign. A few months ago, Zero Wing had been nothing more than a fledgling guild that had only begun to flourish. Yet now the guild could accomplish feats that were even beyond her capabilities. It was incredible. Chapter 1505. Arrival of Powerful Reinforcements. Chapter 1505. Arrival of Powerful Reinforcements. Thunder Island Orc Encampment. Level 55 and above armored orcs constantly patrolled the encampment, each wielding a spear with a bow slung over their shoulder. There were also 4 orcs on lookout in each of the dozens of watchtowers, who also manned the affixed ballistas, ready to assist the patrols at a moment's notice. Marshal, you and your group will destroy that watchtower. Everyone else, spread out, don't stand too close to each other. Be careful not to get dragged into the ballistazuis. 9 Dragons Emperor commanded as he watched the ballistas fire at his team. The orcs guarding the encampment had ridiculously high basic attributes and combat standards. Even a patrol squad could pull his 120-man team into a bitter battle. The watchtower's cover fire was even more of a pain. The ballista's fire would kill any player it struck instantly, even MTs with activated life-saving skills. To succeed, the team would have to avoid the ballista attacks at all times. Despite starting this raid over an hour ago, they had yet to clear out the orcs in the perimeter. Pavilion Master Phoenix Rain has dispatched 20 players to the cliff tower. By the looks of it, they seem to be planning something. Should we put some pressure on her team? Blood Dragon reported. They're finally making a move? 9 Dragons Emperor sneered. What's the situation at the cliff tower? Raiding the monster encampment was already more difficult than he had expected. Even after merging with Miracle's team and armed with 5 stacks of the tower buff, they still struggled. Needless to say, Phoenix Rain's team, which only controlled 3 towers, would have an even harder time with the encampments. If Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had dispatched a 100-man team to raid an encampment, he could ambush towers. Moreover, Miracle had offered to send reinforcements if he attempted to steal her towers. With this development, he might be able to take all 3 towers for himself, rendering all of Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's effort useless. There doesn't seem to be any movement at the cliff tower so far. However, there's something strange, Blood Dragon said. Based on our spies' reports, Zero Wing seems to have found a way to bring in reinforcements. But even now, we don't know which superpower has agreed to cooperate with their team. Reinforcements. 9 Dragons Emperor sneered. So what if they found reinforcements? If they try to raid an encampment, we'll ignore the towers and attack their raid team instead. I want to see how they plan to secure a monster encampment with dead players. Tell our scouts to continue watching them for now. Report back if anyone moves. It was incredibly risky to attack an ancient tower. This was especially true if Phoenix Rain's team had truly found reinforcements. However, ambushing a raid team outside of the tower's range would be easy. Without the tower's attribute buff, taking out Phoenix Rain's team would be a piece of cake. Even if he failed to annihilate Phoenix Rain's raid team, getting rid of a few dozen players would be more than enough to destroy Phoenix Rain's chances of securing a monster encampment. Understood. Blood Dragon couldn't help his grin when he heard this. In fact, he even hoped that Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had found reinforcements. This way, they could proudly defeat Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's team and restore their lost reputation. As the various superpowers frantically raided monster encampments, Phoenix Rain's anxiety grew as she waited for the reinforcements Shifeng had mentioned. The other superpowers were also watching the situation carefully. They hadn't expected 9 Dragons Emperor to be so ruthless. Phoenix Rain is finished. Not only did 9 Dragons Emperor deal a heavy blow to her team, but he's also limited her options of taking action. She'll likely fail to claim a single encampment. But the situation is strange. I never thought that Miracle would be willing to help 9 Dragons Emperor. What did Phoenix Rain do to provoke the guild? Don't you know? Phoenix Rain didn't provoke Miracle, but Zero Wing did. Remember the Dark Arena some time ago? Miracle's battle team suffered a miserable defeat at Zero Wing's hands. I'm sure that the guild wants to teach Zero Wing a lesson and restore its reputation. Phoenix Rain sure is unlucky. If not for her cooperation with Zero Wing, she might have had a chance to secure a monster encampment. Now that Miracle is helping Nine Dragons Emperor, she has lost all hope. I know, right? The various superpowers expressed their sympathy for Phoenix Rain. With the woman's tenacity, she should have been able to claim at least one encampment, but due to Zero Wing, Firmament had stabbed her in the back and Nine Dragons Emperor allied with Miracle. The events gave the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master an overwhelming advantage. Big Sis Rain, I've just received a report stating that the Sacred Temple, Battle Wolves, Miracle, King's Return, and Nine Heavens Pavilion have captured their first monster encampments and are preparing to raid their second. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late to do anything, Blue Phoenix said anxiously. Based on the information they had gathered, the monster encampments were far more challenging than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, the contest was nearly half over. If they didn't take action soon, with only 3 ancient towers under their control, they might not have enough time to capture a monster encampment. Even Nine Dragons Emperor had begun his fight with the final Guardian boss in his first encampment. I understand, but we don't have the power to make a move before the reinforcements arrive, Phoenix Rain said, sighing helplessly. Nine Dragons Emperor had a huge numerical advantage, and he was even willing to give up some of his manpower to station teams on standby to steal their towers. If they tried to raid a monster encampment, she had no doubt that Nine Dragons Emperor would attack without hesitation. Thinking up to this point, Phoenix Rain contacted Shifeng once more. Team leader Yifeng, what is the situation? Phoenix Rain asked. Quite a few guilds have begun to raid their second encampment. We're almost there, Shifeng said, chuckling when he noticed Phoenix Rain's anxiety. Give me another 10 minutes and we'll have 49 more players. 49. At first, Phoenix Rain celebrated the news of Shifeng's return, but her joy faded after hearing Shifeng's final statements. Although he was returning with quite a few players, an additional 49 team members wouldn't change their situation. Even with these 49 players, there was still a massive gap between her manpower and 9 Dragon Emperors. Relax. The people with me are quite powerful, Shifeng assured Phoenix Rain. I'll leave it to you then. Although Shifeng had tried to reassure her, Phoenix Rain didn't have much hope for Shifeng's plan, but she was resigned to see it through. If they failed, she'd have no choice but to grit her teeth and negotiate with either the Sacred Temple or Battle Wolves. After Shifeng disconnected the call, Blackie snickered and said, Guild leader, she doesn't seem to have much confidence in you. That's normal. After all, our current situation is problematic, Shifeng said nonchalantly. When we arrive, make sure you give it your all. Rest assured, guild leader. Not even capturing 2 or 3 encampments will be a problem, let alone the first. Shadow Sword confidently declared. After entering the legacy space, Shadow Sword had pushed through numerous trials and finally reached the refinement realm. He was also a Tier 2 player now. He itched to display his newfound prowess. Fire Dance, Turtle Dove, Yi Wumian, Violet Cloud, Flying Shadow, Rampant Blade, Minor Wind and Zero Wing's other core members couldn't help but laugh. As the team chatted merrily, the one-horned sailboat finally reached the edge of Thunder Island. The one-horned sailboat's reappearance shocked the surrounding players, but Shifeng ignored the stares as he stored the sailboat and used the Thunder emblem to teleport the team to Thunder Island. Chapter 1506, 16 Tier 2 Players. Chapter 1506, 16 Tier 2 Players. What's going on? People can still enter Thunder Island. Doesn't that sailboat look like Zero Wings? When the spectating players around Thunder Island saw Shifeng and his team suddenly disappear, they erupted into conversation. None of them had thought that Zero Wing would have yet another trump card at this stage of the contest. The various superpowers scouts outside of the island reported the incident immediately. 9 Dragons Emperor's scouts, in particular, had recorded the entire process and sent their commander the video. Pavilion Master, by the looks of it, Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing plan to capture a monster encampment. Should we notify Miracle and have them send some reinforcements? Blood Dragon asked. 50 people? 9 Dragons Emperor sneered as he watched the recording. It seems Zero Wing has quite the means to bring in another 50 people at this point. Unfortunately, the contest duration is already half over. What can they possibly accomplish with just 50 people? Let's not contact Miracle lest we scare Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing into inaction. We can make our move once they leave the towers. Just keep an eye on those 50 players. Understood. Blood Dragon disconnected the call and reorganized his scouts to look out for the newcomers' locations. Meanwhile, inside a forest of stone on Thunder Island, Shifeng led Blackie and the others to the cliff tower. This is Thunder Island? There are a lot of experts, Fire Dance, who wore crimson leather armor, stated as she observed her surroundings. From her position she could sense quite a few assassins hidden around the area. In the past she might not have discovered the assassins, but after her Tier 2 promotion, both her physique and her senses had improved significantly. Without much effort she could now get a clear idea of her environment. Guild leader, should I go and deal with them? No need. They're merely the other superpowers scouts. Even if we deal with them, the scouts outside of the island will report our actions, Shifeng said, shaking his head. At the same time he shot Fire Dance a surprised look. Although it had been some time since he had last seen her, he hadn't expected her senses to be so acute. The closest scout he could detect was over 40 yards away, and every one of these players was an expert in the art of concealment. Moreover, he only barely sensed these scouts due to his extraordinarily high basic attributes. Although Fire Dance possessed the fragmented legendary ranked 1000 transformations, her attributes were quite lower than his. By the looks of it, Fire Dance had also replaced quite a few pieces of her equipment since they had last met. Although she had hidden their glow effects, Shifeng could tell with his bounty of experience that these new pieces were all dark gold rank or higher. However, Shifeng didn't give the matter much thought. The stronger Fire Dance became, the more she benefited the guild's development. After running for roughly 20 minutes, Shifeng's group reached the cliff tower. Guild leader, you're finally back. Can we move out now? Aqua Rose asked, smiling when she saw her guildmates. Among the 49 players Shifeng had brought with him, 12 were Tier 2 players. Including Shifeng, Cola, Alluring Summer and herself, they had a total of 16 Tier 2 players on the island now. With such a powerful team they could even challenge mythic field bosses if they had a strong enough magic array. Oh. Rearrange a new team of 50. We'll set out in 10 minutes. Shifeng nodded. He had wasted a lot of time to transport Fire Dance and the others to the island. As a result, he had sacrificed a lot of opportunities for the other participating teams. If he did not hurry, claiming a monster encampment would become far more difficult. Okay. Leave it to me. Aqua Rose immediately began to select players for the new team. 50 people? Guild leader, is that really enough? Gentle Snow asked curiously. At this point, the situations in the monster encampments were no longer secret. Trying to capture an encampment with only 50 players and the support of 3 ancient towers was aiming for the impossible. Relax. We're pretty strong. Shifeng chuckled. Could they all have? Gentle Snow suddenly considered a possibility. In response, Shifeng gave a silent nod. Immediately, Gentle Snow found herself both shocked and excited. She had already witnessed the prowess of a Tier 2 player, though Aqua Rose, Cola, and Alluring Summer. Even absolute experts like Bloodhand Yama and Shadowtooth could only rely on their techniques in combat, avoiding a head-on clash as much as possible. Just thinking about a group of Tier 2 players made her shiver. Very quickly, Aqua Rose organized a 50-man team. Aside from Zero Wing's core members like Fire Dance, Aqua Rose had included Lifeless Thorn and his companions. Meanwhile, aside from Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru and a few others with slightly lower levels, everyone was level 50 or above. If the public learned of this force, everyone would be terrified. Guild leader, we can move out when you're ready, Aqua Rose stated. Phoenix Rain already sent us information on every monster encampment available on Thunder Island. She suggests that we go for Undead's encampment some distance south of us. None of the guilds have targeted that area yet, and even if Nine Dragons Emperor sends his forces to harass us, his nearest team is 40 minutes away from the encampment. We should have plenty of time to react if he tries to pull something. No, we're not going there. Shifeng shook his head. We're not going there? But that's the closest monster encampment available. If we go elsewhere, we'll risk provoking the other superpowers. Multiple enemies might even attack at once. Aqua Rose tried to dissuade Shifeng. Isn't there a closer encampment? Shifeng asked as he pointed to a valley on the map. But that's the encampment Nine Dragons Emperor is raiding right now. He also has detached forces nearby, and Miracle's forces aren't far either. By the time we get there, they'll be prepared to surround us, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head as she looked at the orc encampment Shifeng had indicated. It's impolite not to reciprocate a gift. Since Nine Dragons Emperor has organized his men to keep us at bay for so long, why don't we give him a surprise? Besides, he's already cleared out the monsters in the encampment's perimeter. We can save a lot of effort if we take his encampment, Shifeng said. Hearing Shifeng's plan, Aqua Rose looked at the man as if he had gone mad. In contrast, Fire Dance and her companion's eyes shone with excitement. Guild leader, let's march over. Shadow Sword was already more than eager to head out. No, we'll teleport directly there, Shifeng said as he activated Spatial Gate. Suddenly, a spatial tear opened inside the ancient tower. The spatial tear gradually widened into a perfect circle before the spatial gate stabilized. The teleportation coordinates were none other than the orc encampment. Before Zero Wing and Azura's members entered the spatial gate, they could see the fight on the other side of the gate. Nine Dragons Emperor's team was engaged in a battle against a level 60 specialized Grand Lord and 2 level 60 Grand Lords. Dazzling fireworks illuminated the entire encampment. Let's head out. Saying so, Shifeng stepped through the spatial gate with his team close behind him. When they emerged on the other end, they caught the attention of Nine Dragons Emperor's team. Miracle's members who kept watch beside the encampment were stupefied to see Shifeng's people. None of them had expected Shifeng to take the initiative, turning around to harass Nine Dragons Emperor. Nine Dragons Emperor's subordinates and Miracle's members surrounded the orc encampment. Coming here was simply suicidal. Initially, Nine Dragons Emperor stared at Shifeng in shock. However, he recovered in seconds and bellowed, "Yi Feng." Chapter 1507. Seeking One's Own Destruction. Chapter 1507. Seeking One's Own Destruction. Shifeng's appearance didn't only stun Nine Dragons Emperor's team. The spectating players watching the orc encampment from outside of Thunder Island were stupefied as well. What? They sent 50 players to ambush an opponent? Just what is Yi Feng trying to do? They're crazy. They actually decided to ambush Nine Dragons Emperor under such circumstances. Are they not worried about annihilation? The monster encampments were a key factor in the contest for Thunder Island. While the various large guilds raided their encampments, they would take preventive measures to avoid leaving themselves open to attacks from other superpowers. Of course, Nine Dragons Emperor was no exception. Only Nine Dragons Emperor had left the guard duty to Miracle. Moreover, the players Nine Dragons Emperor had sent to keep an eye on Phoenix Rain's ancient towers weren't far from the encampment. They could join the main force in less than 10 minutes. Once Nine Dragons Emperor's forces gathered, Shifeng and the others would not be trapped even if they sprouted wings. Has Nine Dragons Emperor angered Yi Feng past the point of madness? Phoenix Rain was also stunned when she heard the news. Raiding a monster encampment with a 50-man team was already dangerous enough. Rather, it was impossible, yet Shifeng went a step further and intended to steal Nine Dragons Emperor's encampment while he raided it. Sending players to ambush another team during the contest was incredibly foolish. When players left a monster encampment on Thunder Island, the monsters would give up their chase and return to the encampment. If players were ambushed by an enemy team, they could simply retreat from the encampment until they wiped out the attackers before resuming their raid. At worst, players would have to waste a little bit of time. However, if Shifeng and the others died, their team's overall combat power would plummet. Needless to say, this would affect their ability to raid monster encampments later on. Phoenix Rain couldn't fathom why Shifeng would do something so thankless. Before anyone could react to their arrival in the orc encampment, Shifeng gave the order to attack. Attack is 1. Once we chase them out, Cola, Turtledove and Yi Wumian, prepare to tank the bosses. Understood. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, his team charged into the orc encampment, giving their enemies no time to shake off the bosses. Pavilion Master, they're charging towards us. Should we give up on the bosses? Martial Dragon asked, wrath coloring his features as he watched Shifeng's people charge into the encampment. It had taken them a lot of effort to whittle down the 3 bosses to around 20% HP. If they gave up now, they would have to waste a lot more time to deal with the bosses. Retreat. We'll just fight them again. Recall our teams from Phoenix Rain's towers. While you're at it, tell Miracle's nearby players to gather to our location. Do not let any of these bastards get away. Although Nine Dragons Emperor was reluctant to give up, he knew that they couldn't deal with the bosses and Shifeng's team at once. However, although Nine Dragons Emperor had given the order to retreat, none of the 3 orc bosses intended to let his team get away so easily. As a result, Nine Dragons Emperor's team had no choice but to fight the bosses while fleeing from Shifeng's team. What fast reactions! Shifeng had never thought that Nine Dragons Emperor would be decisive enough to give up on the nearly dead bosses. Seems I have no other choice. Shifeng immediately used Wind Blade, leaving an afterimage behind as he advanced. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled a great distance away from Kola and the other MTs leading the charge. The orc encampment was massive. Even at top speed, it would take some time for a player to reach the encampment's perimeter from its core. Nine Dragons Emperor's team was also relatively close to an exit. By the time they caught up, the enemy team would have escaped. Just as Nine Dragons Emperor's team was about to leave the encampment, Shifeng caught up to the 3 orc bosses. Don't even think of getting away so easily. Shifeng activated the aura of Fire's flame domain without hesitation. Suddenly, a crimson magic array covered the ground, enveloping Nine Dragons Emperor's entire team. Damn it! It's a large-scale destruction spell. Get out of the way. Upon seeing the magic array, Nine Dragons Emperor activated Air Vault, a Tier 1 skill for rangers. He leaped backward, instantly crossing 20 yards and escaping from the magic array. His experts also activated their life-saving skills to get out of the attack's range. However, Flame Domains was a large AoE. Despite all of these players being experts, some failed to get out of range in time, and the colossal pillar of fire that eventually rose turned some of these players into ash. In just one move, Nine Dragons Emperor had lost 20 players. A dozen or so players had also died as they fled. After a short moment, the difference between the team's numbers had shrunk. Shifeng. Nine Dragons Emperor ground his teeth in anger as he glared at Shifeng. After escaping the encampment, he fired one engraved arrow after another at the swordsman. Reacting quickly, Shifeng executed Sword's Orbit, striking the arrows down before they came within 5 yards of him. Suddenly, the 3 bosses burst out of Flame Domain's range, bloodlust filling their eyes as they turned towards Shifeng. Among them, the level 60 specialized Grand Lord ranked Orc Chief raised its battle axe and pounced on the swordsman. As if he had predicted the reaction, Shifeng adjusted his footwork and effortlessly circled the descending battle axe, arriving before the Orc Chief and swinging Killing Ray. Thundering Flash. Immediately, 4 blue lightning snakes tore through the Orc Chief and 2 Orc generals, causing damages of around -20,000 to appear above their heads. Nine Dragons Emperor and his people were shocked to see the high damage. They had fought tooth and nail against the Orc bosses, fortunate to deal -6,000 damage even with their 5 stacks of the tower buff, yet Shifeng, who only had 3, dealt over -20,000 with each hit. After executing Thundering Flash, Shifeng ignored the bosses, running back to his teammates. Crap. Pavilion Master, we aren't Shifeng's target. The 3 bosses are. When Martial Dragon saw Shifeng retreat, he realized that something was amiss. On Thunder Island, if the team holding a boss's aggro left the battle, the boss would return to its non-combat state, resetting its HP and skills, but if another team intercepted the boss and stole its aggro, the boss wouldn't reset. The 3 orc bosses currently had 20% of their HP remaining. Zero Wings' team could finish them off with much less effort. If Zero Wings' team took down the Orc Chief, the encampment would belong to them. Has this kid lost his mind? The corners of Bloodhand Yama's lips twitched when he saw Shifeng attack the 3 orc bosses. Even in the Flower of Seven Sins he was known as a madman, but he had to admit that Shifeng was far crazier than he was. Although this was a good opportunity to steal the low HP bosses, doing so would mean that Shifeng had to deal with all 3 and 9 Dragons Emperor's team. Doing so was little more than seeking his own destruction. Shifeng simply wasn't taking them seriously. Shifeng, do you really think that this will play out like our last battle? Since you are so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Everyone charge. Eliminate them. Nine Dragons Emperor's face twitched with fury. The various spectators in Phoenix Rain were stunned. Shifeng was playing with fire. Only Zero Wings members remained calm. They stood in formation as they waited for their commander to kite the orc bosses and the enemy team, who brimmed with killing intent. Since everyone's in position, attack. Shifeng nonchalantly ordered as he glanced at the approaching bosses and Nine Dragons Emperor's players. Chapter 1508, Team Strength. Chapter 1508, Team Strength. Big Brother Yifeng isn't really going to fight the bosses, is he? Blue Phoenix muttered in disbelief as she watched the livestream a subordinate had sent. Shifeng's team only had 50 players, yet they were about to face a level 60 specialized Grand Lord, 2 level 60 Grand Lords, and 9 Dragons Emperors remaining 80 players. The Zero Wing team stood in a monster encampment, not a captured ancient tower. They didn't have the basic attribute buffs. They had no hope of success. I don't know, but I don't think he's that foolish. He might have a plan in mind, Phoenix Rain said. She didn't understand what he was trying to do either. Shifeng could have easily captured the undead encampment, yet he wanted to steal the orc encampment from Nine Dragons Emperor. Even if his team fended off Nine Dragons Emperor's remaining team while holding back the orc bosses, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master had plenty of reinforcements on the way. In around 10 minutes, another 300+ experts would reach the orc encampment. Meanwhile, in the orc encampment, after Shifeng gave the command, Zero Wings and Azura's members burst into action. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian each took one of the 3 orc bosses, with Kola and Turtledove using the Tier 2 skill Vengeful Judgment, and Yi Wumian using the Tier 2 skill War Sanction. Ping, ping, ping. 3 heavy thumps echoed throughout the encampment. Stunned, the 3 bosses slid to an abrupt halt. At the same time, a damage of over -18,000 appeared above each of their heads. Among the 3 MTs, Kola dealt the most damage, inflicting over -20,000 damage as he stopped the specialized Grand Lord's pursuit of Shifeng. Amazing! Solitary 9 and Dark Madness could not help but gasp when they saw this. If it were up to them, they would likely need several moves to stop a level 60 Grand Lord, yet Kola and the others had done so with a single attack, instantly dominating the boss's aggro. Moreover, all 3 MTs had accurately struck the boss's joints, enhancing their skill's impact. The 3 orc bosses promptly turned towards the 3 MTs and brandished their weapons, the orc chief swinging its battle axe and the orc generals swinging their greatswords. Seeing this, the MT trio calmly raised their shields and received the incoming attacks. Boom! Loud clangs reverberated in the watching players' ears. Although Kola and the others were forced back by 2 or 3 steps, none of them showed any signs of stiffness. As the 3 bosses' chain attacks continued, the MTs continued to slide backward, damages of over -10,000 appearing above their heads. By the time the boss's chain attacks ended, the 3 MTs had lost around 40,000 HP each. This boss's strength is so high, Turtledove said as she released her shield for a second and shook her wrist, but contrary to her statement, she appeared relaxed. After her Tier 2 promotion, her HP had increased to over 65,000. Hence, -40,000 damage was within an acceptable range. Violet Cloud, who had been triple casting from the rear line, released her spells. Immediately, a healing light touched each of the 3 MTs, restoring over 10,000 HP. At the same time, a healing aura enveloped the players, restoring a little over 3,000 HP every 0.65 seconds for 10 seconds. Following which, a faint, golden aura descended on every team member, increasing their maximum HP by 20% for 15 minutes. Immediately, Turtledove and Yi Wumian's HPs shot past 70,000, whereas Kola's exceeded 80,000. The buff also increased healing received by 30%. This move was none other than the Tier 2 spell Holy Light, which Violet Cloud had learned after her Tier 2 promotion. After casting Holy Light, the team's survivability skyrocketed. However, that wasn't all. Afterward, Blackie used the Tier 2 spell Song of Darkness, increasing the team's damage by 20% and movement speed and attack speed by 30% for 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the battle with the 3 orc bosses became much easier. 9 Dragons Emperor and his experts, who rushed towards Zero Wing's members, suddenly had a bad feeling. However, before they could figure out what had changed, Shifeng activated Thunder Domain and switched the aura of fire to the aura of illusion, reducing the enemy's basic attributes by 15%. Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade then charged into the incoming crowd, knocking multiple players in their path down. They spun, swinging their greatswords in wide horizontal slashes. Berserker's Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. Suddenly, 2 tornadoes rose amidst 9 Dragons Emperor's team, and every player caught within 18 yards of the 2 berserkers was sent flying as they lost over -10,000 HP per second. Blade Storm was similar to an AoE spell, so once it activated, Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade could move about freely. In addition, their movement speeds increased by 20% during the skill's 5-second duration. The 2 berserkers' assault caught 9 Dragons Emperor's team off guard. Aside from a few players that had escaped the blade storms, most of the team was caught in the attack, their HPs falling so quickly that their healers couldn't keep up. Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, Blackie, and Su Qianlu followed by bombarding 9 Dragons Emperor's team with Tier 2 spells. Although every player on 9 Dragons Emperor's team was an expert, Zero Wing's casters were powerful and accurate. Plate armor classes might survive their attacks for some time, but cloth armor classes would die after 2 direct hits. In seconds, 9 Dragons Emperor's formations were decimated, and only around 50 players remained. Now they barely had a numeric advantage over Shifeng's team. Just as 9 Dragons Emperor's team was about to retaliate, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow appeared beside their healers. Without so much as a sound, they thrust their gleaming daggers into the healers' backs, giving the experts no time to react. After killing their first targets, they promptly vanished and reappeared behind another nearby healer, repeating the process. Tier 2 skill Phantom Walk. When activated, the skill allowed the user to execute 4 consecutive attacks, each carrying enough power to rival Absolute Strike, the strongest skill available to Tier 1 assassins. 8 of 9 Dragons Emperor's healers died on the spot. Although the 4 remaining healers tried to run, Fire Dance ran them down. After Fire Dance's promotion to Tier 2, her movement speed could rival Shifeng's. Ordinary players had no hope of keeping up with her. At most, they'd see the afterimages she'd leave behind. Don't get too cocky. Martial Dragon bellowed as he activated Charge at Fire Dance. After appearing before the 4 healers, he brandished Silver Snow. Indiscriminate Slash. Fire Dance simply smiled and casually brandished 1,000 transformations. She instantly cut down the dozen or so sword lights moving towards her. At the same time, Fire Dance activated 1,000 transformations Phantom skill, and 5 of her doppelgangers appeared beside her. 4 of these doppelgangers dashed at the 4 remaining healers as the last joined Fire Dance in a charge towards Martial Dragon. The doppelgangers possessed 100% of Fire Dance's attributes. Although they couldn't attack, their speed was not affected in the slightest. In addition, the doppelgangers couldn't take damage. Hence they easily crossed the dozen or so yards between them and the enemy players. When Fire Dance split into 6 identical copies, Martial Dragon was momentarily stunned. All 6 clones radiated similar auras and possessed the same attributes. Not even Martial Dragon could tell the real deal from the fakes. Scram! Martial Dragon shouted as he executed Whirlwind Slash to repel the Fire Dance clones, but the assassin refused to give him the chance as she hacked at the Berserker's greatsword with 1,000 transformations. Tier 2 skill Broken Shadow. Broken Shadow was the fastest Tier 2 skill for assassins. Before Martial Dragon's Silver Snow could build up momentum, 1,000 transformations abruptly stopped and repelled the weapon. The collision's impact forced Martial Dragon back 5 steps. He flashed his opponent a dumbfounded expression. Meanwhile, the 4 doppelgangers reached the last of the enemy healers. Although they tried to react and their allied ranged players provided cover fire, the attacks were ineffective against the doppelgangers. After stopping Martial Dragon, Fire Dance swapped places with the 4 clones, devouring the healer's remaining HP with one strike after another. Each of her attacks dealt over -15,000 damage, -30,000 with a critical hit. She even triggered Critical Point, which had a 20% chance of triggering, killing the enemy healer instantly. Although Martial Dragon tried to intervene, Fire Dance simply switched positions with another doppelganger before the man could hit her. In the end, Martial Dragon had to watch helplessly as the 4 healers died. Chapter 1509, Steamrolling. Chapter 1509, Steamrolling. When the 9 Dragons Emperor's 4 last healers died, silence descended on the team. How has she become so strong? Shock overwhelmed Martial Dragon as he stared at the healers' fading bodies. He still had a relatively clear impression of Fire Dance as he had fought her personally during the assault on Zero Wing's residence. She had been insignificant then, yet after some time she had become powerful enough to suppress him. How does Zero Wing find so many experts? 9 Dragons Emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Fire Dance move across the battlefield unhindered. Although the fight had been brief, it had been enough time to realize that Martial Dragon was no match for the assassin in a head-on confrontation. The skill she had used was particularly troublesome. It was impossible to differentiate Fire Dance's doppelgangers from the real player, and attacks against the clones were ineffective, yet the doppelganger seemed more than capable of inflicting damage. If they could not attack all 6 copies at the same time, Fire Dance would be practically invincible. However, Fire Dance's prowess wasn't the biggest issue. His team had just lost all of their healers. This had placed his team in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. In contrast, not only were Zero Wing's experts capable of dealing frightening amounts of damage, but they were also swift and nimble. Every one of 9 Dragons Emperor's team, not including Martial Dragon, Shadowtooth, Undead and Bloodhand Yama, were little more than living targets for Zero Wing. They couldn't even slow the enemy players for a few seconds. Dragon Pavilion Master, we can't let this continue. When will the reinforcements arrive? Undead asked as he attempted to keep Flying Shadow and Blackie at bay. Because of these 2 experts, he couldn't cast any of his large-scale destruction spells which had long casting times. He was too preoccupied with dodging and defending himself with instantaneous spells. He was incredibly frustrated. In terms of combat standards, he was leagues ahead of Flying Shadow and Blackie, but the 2 experts from Zero Wing were leaps and bounds above him in basic attributes and reaction speed. Now that the team's healers were dead, it was only a matter of time before Flying Shadow and Blackie whittled him down to nothing. Undead wasn't the only player eagerly awaiting the reinforcements. The rest of the team wanted to know when they'd arrive as well. Without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing annihilated their team. We retreat. 9 Dragons Emperor reluctantly shouted when he noticed that Zero Wing's team remained intact while he continued to lose members. Now he didn't even have enough players to stop Zero Wing from stealing the orc bosses, not to mention defeating the enemy players. 9 Dragons Emperor couldn't figure out why there was such a massive difference between their teams. To make matters worse, Zero Wing had only sent around a dozen or so experts to fight his team, while the remaining 30+ players faced the 3 orc bosses. When the team heard 9 Dragons Emperor's command, its members began to retreat. Haha. Guild leader, we've scared them away. Blackie was delighted as he watched 9 Dragons Emperor's team flee. The members of 9 Dragons Emperor's team were no ordinary experts. Any one of them could easily rank among the top in a first-rate guild. Moreover, players like 9 Dragons Emperor and Martial Dragon stood at the apex of the virtual gaming world. He had only ever been able to look up to such players, yet now he and a few of his teammates forced these apex experts to run with their tails between their legs. Guild leader, should we give chase? Unlike Blackie, Fire Dance was unfazed. In fact, a hint of dissatisfaction danced in her eyes. She'd prefer to eliminate these players rather than watch them flee. No. Our goal is to take this encampment. If we take too long, their reinforcements will arrive, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then shifted his gaze to the orc bosses and ordered, for now, prioritize the bosses. What if they come back? Fire Dance asked as she watched 9 Dragons Emperor. Based on the ranger's expression, he wasn't happy about the retreat. He wouldn't just sit still and watch them claim the encampment. If they come back, we'll wipe them out, Shifeng said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Now their team had far more Tier 2 players than in the previous battle. In addition, these players covered the 3 main roles: MT, DPS and healers. Following which, everyone turned towards the 3 orc bosses. After a short but intense battle, Lifeless Thorn and his team barely dealt enough damage to stop the bosses from recovering HP. Although the bosses still had around 20% remaining, they still had over 100 million HP. Among them, the Orc Chief still had 130 million HP, and this was after including Thunder Domain's suppression. What? Nine Dragons Emperor was forced to retreat. Zero Wing is amazing. They actually pushed Nine Dragons Emperor back with a dozen or so players. Just how many more of these experts is Zero Wing hiding? The various spectating superpowers were shocked by Zero Wing's combat power. This situation also forced these superpowers, who had thus far paid little attention to the guild, to take Zero Wing seriously. Before this display, they could have afforded to ignore the fact that Zero Wing had an expert like Yi Feng. After all, no guild could rely on a single player to grow stronger. This was especially true when raiding large-scale team dungeons. One player wasn't enough to clear these dungeons. But things had changed with the appearance of Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Cola, Yiwumian, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Alluring Summer and others. Big Sis Rain, he did it. Big Brother Yi Feng actually did it. Blue Phoenix could not help but cry out when she saw Nine Dragons Emperor's team flee from the Orc encampment. Zero Wing is a truly unfathomable guild. Phoenix Rain sighed as she watched Zero Wing's members raid the 3 Orc bosses. She had to admit that the decision to ally with Zero Wing early on had been a wise one. Had she become the guild's enemy, she would have likely suffered the same fate as Nine Dragons Emperor. Meanwhile, outside the Orc encampment, once Nine Dragons Emperor realized that Zero Wing's members had stopped their pursuit, rage and humiliation tore at his heart. If some super guild had decimated his team, he could have accepted it, but he couldn't accept losing to a guild like Zero Wing. The most infuriating part was that Zero Wing was using him as a stepping stone to build its fame. If he did not pay back this insult, how was he supposed to survive in the virtual gaming world in the future? Marshal, contact Miracle and have them send over a 100-man team, Nine Dragons Emperor commanded coldly. Tell our nearby teams to gather and block the encampment's entrances as well. I refuse to let any of Zero Wing's members escape. The Orc bosses still had over 20% of their HP remaining. It would take Zero Wing's 50-man team at least 20 minutes to defeat the bosses. Meanwhile, he could gather his reinforcements within 10 minutes. He refused to believe that Zero Wing could come out victorious if he attacked alongside 400+ players while the enemy team was distracted with the 3 bosses. Understood. Martial Dragon sensed the dense killing intent radiating off Nine Dragons Emperor. Hurriedly, he contacted Miracle and requested the 100 players. While Nine Dragons Emperor called for more reinforcements, the battle between Shifeng's team and the Orc bosses reached full swing. The Orc Chief's HP is below 20%. Cola, activate your life-saving skill. Shifeng shouted as he glanced at the Orc Chief and Orc generals. Hearing Shifeng's warning, Cola activated Protection Blessing. Once its HP fell below 20%, the Orc Chief went berserk and tore off its armor. Its body enlarged slightly as its muscles bulged. Both the Orc Chief's attack speed and damage increased significantly. Ping. Following which the Orc Chief brandished its battle axe at Cola, every attack forcing the MT back. Damages of over -20,000 appeared above the Guardian Knight's head while the healers frantically healed Cola. Fortunately, Cola received just enough heals to keep his HP above 50%. What destructive power. Too bad you're not quite strong enough. Cola quipped as he took a look at his HP. He then smiled and launched his counterattack. Tier 2 skill Retaliating Sanction. Instantly Cola's defense increased by 50%. In addition, any attack he received from the front had a 20% chance to trigger an automatic counterattack. A ranged holy attack which carried 240% of Cola's strength, for the next 20 seconds. Due to the Orc Chief's rapid assault, Cola's one-handed sword repeatedly released dazzling beams of light that struck the boss, each dealing around -40,000 damage. Shifeng and the other DPS players weren't falling behind in their damage output either. Due to Thunder Domain's suppression, their normal attacks dealt over -10,000 damage, whereas their skills dealt around 30 or 40,000 each. The Orc Chief's HP fell visibly. It was obvious at a glance that Zero Wing's damage output was far higher than Nine Dragons Emperor's team. 20%. 10%. When the Orc Chief fell to 1%, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and arrived before the boss. He followed up with Flame Burst and Dragon Breath. When the earth-shattering explosions ended, the Orc Chief roared in anguish as it collapsed and dropped a bunch of items. Chapter 1510, First Kill Reward. Chapter 1510, First Kill Reward. After the Orc Chief collapsed, Zero Wing's members watched as their experience bars increased by a large margin before they had the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You have defeated the Orc Chief with less than 100 players. Rewarding 10 Thunder Island reputation and 500 Thunder Island contribution points. What an abundant reward. It's no wonder how the various superpowers secured such a massive advantage in the past. There were two important things on Thunder Island, both of which the various large guilds and players hungered after. The first was Thunder Island reputation, while the second was Thunder Island contribution points. A player's reputation determined their authority and status on Thunder Island. Like the Sea God's Temple, players could use contribution points to purchase unique items on Thunder Island such as the Thunder Potion. For players on the main continent, the Thunder Potion was utterly useless. To players exploring the Sea of Death, however, it was a godly potion. The Thunder Potion did not provide additional basic attributes, but it did give players the power of Thunder buff. With this buff, not only could players deal 20% more damage to sea monsters or monsters on islands, but it was also a deterrent, causing monsters to avoid them and reducing their chances of encountering an ambush. The potion also weakened monsters' perception of players. When teams had recruited members to explore the Sea of Death in the past, they had almost never accepted players without Thunder Potions. There might not be many sea and island monsters in the Sea of Death's outer region, but the number of monsters increased exponentially in the inner region of the sea zone. If one weren't careful, they could be surrounded and killed. The Sea of Death's inner region also contained most of the opportunities and treasures in the sea zone. Hence, if players wanted to reap a bountiful harvest from the Sea of Death, they'd have no choice but to venture to its inner region. Meanwhile, not only could the Thunder Potion allow safer passage in the inner region, but it also increased players' combat power, which was why the potion was a must-have item at sea. Players could only purchase the Thunder Potion with Thunder Island's contribution points, but they were considerably difficult to earn. Generally, players could only obtain a small number of CPs from completing the island's local quests. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, there weren't many of these quests. Not everyone could get their hands on one. Players would only receive high-ranking quests once they reached a certain status on Thunder Island. These high-ranking quests awarded more CPs than the daily quests, each granting around 10 to 20 CPs. Meanwhile, each Thunder Potion cost 10 CPs, and each potion had a 10-hour duration. It also lacked a cooldown. Players could even consume 2 Thunder Potions at once, gaining 2 stacks of Power of Thunder and increasing their damage by 30% while lowering their chances of being detected for 15 hours. Now Zero Wing's team members had obtained 500 CPs after killing an encampment's guardian boss. The 10 Thunder Island reputation points they had earned were also precious. After obtaining 100 reputation points, players could accept more daily quests and a few high-ranking hidden quests, increasing the amount of reputation they could earn each day. Unfortunately, aside from Shifeng, the team members were likely more interested in the Orc Chief's loot than the system's rewards. However, no one dared to focus on the items since the 2 Orc generals were still alive. Though after the Orc Chief died, Phoenix Rain's team officially took control of the Orc encampment. As proof of the team's successful occupation, a magic barrier enveloped the encampment after the main boss's death. The surrounding mana gathered inside the barrier, increasing the encampment's mana density. As a result, the 2 Orc generals' basic attributes plummeted. It was clear that the barrier was suppressing the orcs. At the same time, a teleportation channel also opened inside the encampment. Level 60 NPCs began to emerge from the channel. In total, 100 NPC guards had teleported to the encampment, 10 of them at Tier 2 and the rest were Tier 1. The first thing these NPCs did after their arrival was turn to attack the 2 Orc generals. NPCs dealt far more damage than players. Needless to say, they finished off the orc generals in a brief moment. Meanwhile, every watching superpower on Thunder Island was dumbfounded by the battle's outcome. None of them had thought that Zero Wing would actually take down an encampment with only 50 players. In fact, Zero Wing's members had defeated the orc chief so quickly that the battle had ended before 9 Dragons Emperor's reinforcements had arrived. Big Sis Rain, Big Brother Yifeng really succeeded. We now have an encampment. Blue Phoenix cheered as she watched the orc encampment on the screen before her. Phoenix Rain couldn't help her building excitement either. A miracle. She had to admit that Shifeng was a miracle worker. With a small team of 50 players, he had defeated 9 Dragons Emperor's 120-man team and occupied the orc encampment before the enemy reinforcements arrived. This spectacular feat would go down in Thunder Island's history. Now that Shifeng occupied the orc encampment, other players would have a very difficult time trying to steal it from him. Not only would the encampment's magic array suppress enemy players, but the defending players would also have the aid of the NPCs in battle. A few hundred players simply weren't enough to steal an encampment. They were almost guaranteed to hold an encampment throughout the contest. With a monster encampment, they would obtain 2 temporary teleportation arrays on Thunder Island. They would also qualify to compete with the other superpowers during the next contest. In addition, they now qualified to negotiate with super guilds like the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves. Meanwhile, 9 Dragons Emperor's team and the players from Miracle stared at the magic barrier around the orc encampment in silence. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Martial Dragon asked. We retreat, 9 Dragons Emperor stated, clearly livid. For a moment he even looked as if he would faint from anger. Shifeng had taken the orc encampment he had spent hours clearing in 10 short minutes. He'd like nothing more than to eat Shifeng's heart raw. However, he knew that he couldn't take the encampment back even if he had 400+ players on his side. Aside from the fact that Shifeng could transport reinforcements to the encampment, the current 50 players in the barrier were a massive threat. Furthermore, if his team members entered the encampment, their basic attributes would plummet. After considering the Tier 1 and Tier 2 NPC guards, his team had no hope of taking back the encampment. Watching 9 Dragons Emperor silently turn and walk away, Martial Dragon gave the encampment one last glance. This was the first time he had met someone who could push 9 Dragons Emperor this far. Not even the various super guilds had ever done so, yet Shifeng had. Moreover, Shifeng had rendered 9 Dragons Emperor powerless to retaliate. Back inside the orc encampment, everyone's experience bars rose by a significant chunk as the orc generals died. However, unlike the orc chief, the 2 orc generals hadn't dropped a single item. Blackie and the others were confused, but Shifeng remained unfazed. On Thunder Island, only the Guardian bosses dropped any loot. After finishing off the 2 orc generals, Shifeng made his way towards the pile of items the orc chief had dropped. He then began to appraise the items and the watching Zero Wing members grew nervous. Suddenly, Shifeng received a call from Quiet Melody. Confused, Shifeng accepted the call. Congratulations. With this victory, Zero Wing will have an easy time traveling to and from Thunder Island, Quiet Melody congratulated. Vice Temple Master Melody, have you contacted me just to offer congratulations? Please get to the point, Shifeng said calmly. Elder Yifeng is quite straightforward. Since that is the case, I won't mince words. My guild leader wishes to speak with you in private. May I know if you are interested? Quiet Melody said. Chapter 1511. Thunder God's Charm. Speak with me privately? Shifeng's confusion grew. He had never expected Eternal Dead to seek a private conversation. The Sacred Temple was a bona fide super guild. It was in a completely different league than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not even the super first-rate guild Miracle could stand up against the Sacred Temple. This was why Phoenix Rain had wanted to work with the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves. Had she gained the 2 super guilds' cooperation, she could have easily suppressed 9 Dragons Emperor and Miracle. That's right. My guild leader is very interested in Zero Wing. Quiet Melody nodded. In truth, Quiet Melody was also confused as to why Eternal Dead wanted to speak with Shifeng. Not even Phoenix Rain had elicited such a reaction from her guild leader, as he usually sent a vice temple master for such discussions. Only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master qualified to speak with Eternal Dead personally. All right. When will he contact me? Shifeng agreed. He had assumed that the Sacred Temple would wait until after the contest to contact him, but the fact that Eternal Dead had reached out now was a good thing. After all, it wasn't easy to wrestle control of Thunder Island. Despite so many superpowers struggling to claim the island for themselves, they had been forced to share its management in the past. The island had a total of 17 monster encampments. A guild could only dominate Thunder Island after they captured all 17. Currently, the various superpowers would be fortunate to claim 2 or 3 encampments. Attempting to monopolize the island right now was unrealistic. As soon as Shifeng asked his question, he received a friend request. It was from none other than Eternal Dead. How fast? Shifeng immediately clicked agree. In God's domain, players couldn't call each other directly until after they added each other as friends. At most, players could send messages. However, the majority of the game's players generally blocked incoming messages from outsides, only accepting missives from friends. Guild Leader Eternal, to what do I owe this unexpected call? Shifeng asked, smiling at the somewhat stern middle-aged man in the screen. During Shifeng's previous life, Eternal Dead had achieved many feats throughout his 10 years in God's domain. One of his crowning achievements had been his decision to focus on developing the Sacred Temple's navy early in the game. It had given the Sacred Temple a massive advantage over the other superpowers, becoming one of God's domain's top-ranked navies. Take the present Thunder Island contest, for example. During this contest, the Sacred Temple had dispatched 710 players, forming the largest team in the contest. From the very onset, the Sacred Temple had split its forces to fight on 2 fronts. No one dared to provoke the guild. While the other superpowers were just beginning to raid their second monster encampment, the Sacred Temple was almost ready to move on to their third. Elder Yifeng, I've watched Zero Wing's battle and I'm impressed by the guild. Including the fact that Zero Wing possesses a sailboat, the Battle Wolves guild leader and I have agreed that you qualify to negotiate a partnership with us. We've also decided to give Zero Wing 20% of Thunder Island's profits should you agree. As Eternal Dead spoke, his face had remained expressionless. He didn't reveal a hint of joy or sadness. Even the man's voice was neutral as he praised Zero Wing, yet his words ingrained themselves into any listener's mind. Even Shifeng could not help but admire Eternal Dead's regal aura as the man spoke. It was no wonder why the Sacred Temple's management was so unified, with none of the guild's upper echelons dissatisfied with Eternal Dead's leadership. May I assume that Guild Leader Eternal Dead has agreed to Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain occupying 40% of Thunder Island's profits? Shifeng said, still smiling. Thunder Island will play an important role in naval development in the future. I'm sure you are aware of this. Although Phoenix Rain has potential, she hasn't shown enough to stand as a partner. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing has 20% of the profits, I doubt it will be long before your guild becomes an overlord in God's domain seas. Eternal Dead responded softly as he shook his head. So, Guild Leader Eternal, are you suggesting that only our 3 guilds will cooperate? Shifeng asked, frowning. If Zero Wing wishes to split its 20% with Phoenix Rain, the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves will not refuse her participation in the alliance, Eternal Dead said, chuckling. I see. Realization dawned on Shifeng. After all that talk, the Sacred Temple and Battle Wolves still had no intention of parting with additional profit. Shifeng chuckled and said, since that is the case, please allow us to consider your offer properly and reply at a later date. Is that acceptable? All right. In any case, there is still a month before the next contest. It would be wise to take your time in considering our offer. Confusion bubbled in Eternal Dead's mind as he watched Shifeng, who appeared quite calm. He had never expected this man to refuse such a profitable offer. After Eternal Dead disconnected the call, a playful smile appearing on his face. Guild Leader, did he agree? Quiet Melody could not help but ask. No. He rejected it. It seems Phoenix Rain has a good eye for allies, Eternal Dead said, smiling. However, he is foolish to pass up an opportunity to cooperate with our guilds for the sake of a partner. The struggle for Thunder Island was more complex than he had anticipated. With the various superpowers in one's place, The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was insignificant, much less the Phoenix Pavilion. If it had been that simple, he wouldn't have allied with Battle Wolves. Now that Zero Wing had rejected his offer, it might not even secure 5% of the island's total profits. Quiet Melody was stunned. She was surprised to learn that Shifeng was so daring and straightforward. If it were up to her, she might have agreed without hesitation, yet Shifeng had calmly rejected it. Although she was happy for and envied Phoenix Rain as the woman's good friend, neither Phoenix Rain nor Zero Wing would obtain any profits on their own. Following which, Quiet Melody related this news to Phoenix Rain. Big Sis Rain, Eternal Dead is really despicable. He actually tried to poach our ally midway through the contest. Fortunately, Big Brother Yifeng refused the offer. Blue Phoenix couldn't help but curse Eternal Dead when she heard about the deal. Although Eternal Dead's offer was underhanded, he wasn't wrong about us lacking naval strength. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. At the same time, she also felt lucky and touched. If not for Zero Wing, she would have been eliminated from this contest. Meanwhile, in the Orc encampment, Shifeng didn't react to the previous conversation with Eternal Dead, continuing to appraise the Orc chief's loot. It's no wonder why the various superpowers had been so eager to obtain the Guardian boss's loot in the past. They dropped quite an abundance of good items. Shifeng excitedly gazed at the items in his bag. The Orc chief had dropped 32 items, 20 of which were various rare materials. 7 of the remaining 12 were level 55 and 60 weapons and pieces of equipment, and the weakest of which was fine gold rank. The Orc chief had also dropped the Tier 2 skill book, Holy Prayer, a skill for healers. Holy Prayer was one of the rare Tier 2 AoE healing spells. It could easily go for several thousand gold on the market. The loot also included a bronze speedboat and 2 dark gold ranked tools, the Magic Rain Gun and Thunder Beast skin. The Magic Rain Gun could replace a speedboat's weapon and would display the power of a peak Tier 2 attack. The gun's attack speed was very high, and its attacks would inflict the poison debuff, causing targets to lose HP over time and reducing movement speed. As for the Thunder Beast skin, it was similar to the Magic Whale skin. When used on a ship, the Thunder Beast skin increased the ship's magic resistance by 10%, movement speed by 4% and durability by 10 points. These items were all worth a fortune. However, even added together, they weren't worth as much as the simple necklace the Guardian boss had dropped. The Thunder God's Charm. Chapter 15:12, Strategic Tool. Guild Leader, what did the boss drop? When Aqua Rose and the others saw Shifeng's joy, they knew that something amazing had dropped. The loot consists mainly of materials and equipment, but we also got lucky enough to obtain a bronze speedboat and a skill book for the Tier 2 healing spell Holy Prayer, Shifeng said, smiling. On top of that, the boss dropped something that will help us take another monster encampment. Everyone gasped when they heard Shifeng's reply. They could not believe that the loot would be so frightening. Even the various superpowers had only obtained a limited number of bronze speedboats thus far. If this matter went public, the other guilds would die with envy. As for the Tier 2 Holy Prayer, it could rival a dozen or so healing spells when used in a team. It could easily sell for several thousand gold on the market. But none of these items were worth the attention compared to an item that could help them secure another encampment. Although they were confident of claiming another encampment with their 50-man team, that was assuming they had enough time. With less than half of the contest's duration remaining, it would be very difficult for them to finish another raid in time. This was because their opponents wouldn't be limited to monsters but players as well. The various superpowers had already begun to raid their second encampments. Meanwhile, Thunder Island only had 17 monster encampments available. This limited how many they could raid. Moreover, as time passed, the superpowers that successfully secured a second monster encampment would try for a third. If their team could not clear out an encampment fast enough, the other teams on the island would target them. They'd face far more powerful opponents than 9 Dragons Emperor. Yet, despite knowing this, Shifeng had determined that they could secure another encampment with the help of a particular item. One could just imagine how valuable this item was. Alright, we've had enough rest. Aqua, contact Phoenix Rain and tell her to send 50 players to defend the Orc encampment. We'll prepare to secure another encampment in the meantime, Shifeng hurriedly instructed. He had no intentions of explaining the Thunder God's charm in detail. The Thunder God's charm was an extraordinary item. Shi Feng didn't expect them to be lucky enough to obtain it from their first guardian boss kill. Even after raiding the encampments numerous times, only a few superpowers had secured a Thunder God's charm in the past. Meanwhile, the superpowers that had Thunder God's charms had banded together and monopolized Thunder Island. After which, only superpowers with Thunder God's charms qualified to join the island's co-managers. Unlike the Thunder Emblem, the Thunder God's charm would not suppress enemies' basic attributes. In fact, it was a dark gold necklace without any basic attribute bonuses. The necklace only had one skill: Thunder God's Blessing. When activated, Thunder God's Blessing would give all allies within a 30-yard radius the Thunder God's power buff, allowing everyone's attacks to deal 100% lightning damage to the island's monsters. At the same time, monsters would receive a stackable electrified debuff when struck. Each debuff stack would reduce monsters' reaction speed, attack speed and defense by 3% for 6 seconds, stacking a maximum of 10 times. The Thunder God's Blessing had a 2-hour duration and 4-hour cooldown. With the Thunder God's charm, a team's overall combat power would rise to a whole new level when raiding monster encampments. This was also why the superpowers with Thunder God's charms had an absolute advantage over those who did not. Now, Shi Feng had both the Thunder Emblem and the Thunder God's charm. Even if he had a small team and had wasted a lot of time earlier, he could secure another encampment with these two items. You still want to raid another monster encampment? Phoenix Rain was stunned when Aqua Rose contacted her. For a moment she did not even know how to react. There are only 2 monster encampments left, but they're pretty far away from your location. Those monsters are also the most difficult of any of the island's encampments. Are you really intending to raid one of them? In her opinion, Shi Feng's successful procurement of one encampment was already a miracle. She was satisfied with the result. As for securing another encampment, she didn't even dare to consider the option. Phoenix Pavilion Master, please tell your players to hurry. If we wait any longer, other guilds might try to raid those 2 encampments, Aqua Rose said, nodding. She then disconnected the call. Big Sis Rain, isn't this a little too risky? Ignoring the fact that they'll disrupt the other guilds, those 2 encampments' guardian bosses are level 60 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. They're impossible to raid. In addition, each of the guardian bosses has the protection of 2 specialized Grand Lords. With a 50-man team, Blue Phoenix said worriedly. The difficulty of dealing with those 2 encampments' guardian bosses was precisely the reason that the other superpowers, even those who had spawned close to the encampments, had decided to save them for last. It was one thing if Shi Feng's team wasted a lot of their time trying to raid the encampments, but there would be consequences if they gave the other superpowers an advantage. I don't know. But there isn't much we can do since Zero Wing had made its decision. Let's just send some people over for now. The more time we waste, the more difficult their raid will be, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. She simply could not understand why Shi Feng tried so desperately. Immediately, Phoenix Rain led 50 of the Phoenix Pavilion's core combatants to the Orc encampment. After the 10 minutes or so it took Phoenix Rain's group to arrive, Shi Feng opened a spatial gate and transported his team to the Rock Giant encampment. Among the various monster races on Thunder Island, the Rock Giants had the highest defense. The various guild scouts outside of Thunder Island quickly detected the movement and related the news to their superiors. Zero Wing's members are wildly arrogant. Just because they defeated 9 Dragons Emperor, they think they can raid an encampment that the superpowers have hesitated to challenge? They want to take on the Rock Giant encampment with only 50 players? Do they really expect the raid to be so easy? Once we secure our second encampment, we'll teach Zero Wing a lesson. The various superpowers merely laughed at Zero Wing's attempt to raid the Rock Giant encampment. A level 60 Grand Lord ranked archaic species was no laughing matter. Even with the 5 ancient tower buffs, it was impossible to raid the Guardian boss without a 200-man team. Furthermore, 2 specialized Grand Lords protected the Guardian boss. In other words, raiding the Rock Giant encampment would require at least 300 players. Rock Giants possessed immense strength, HP and defense. If one wished to raid the encampment safely and swiftly, they'd require a minimum of 400 players. This was also why the various superpowers had left this encampment for last. The various superpowers welcomed the news of Zero Wing attempting to clear out the monsters around the Guardian boss. It would save them a lot of time. Meanwhile, when Eternal Dead received the news, he could not help his sneer. As far as he was concerned, Shi Feng was simply trying to prove Zero Wing's strength to their super guilds in hopes that they'd change their minds. This was undoubtedly a childish move. It was a joke to think that Zero Wing could raid an encampment that even the various superpowers found challenging with only 50 players. Meanwhile, inside the rock giant encampment, Shi Feng activated the Thunder Domain upon arriving. He then equipped the Thunder God's Charm and activated Thunder God's Blessing. Suddenly, a dark blue magic array formed beneath everyone's feet. The Thunder God's power then infused every player in range, arcs of blue electricity flicking around their bodies. Kola, Turtledove, Yiwumian, you three will lure everything except the 3 bosses. We'll finish them all in one go. Shi Feng ordered after glancing at the time. Chapter 15:13, Godspeed Clearing. Chapter 15:13, Godspeed Clearing. Everything. When the team heard Shi Feng's strategy, they stared at the monster encampment before them. As they watched the rock giants in the encampment, they hoped they had misheard their commander. Although the rock giant encampment wasn't protected by watchtowers like the orc encampment, the rock giants were difficult enough to deal with. They became even more powerful when they gathered. The weakest rock giant was a level 55 chieftain, while the majority of them were level 56 and level 57 lords. There were also quite a few level 58 high lords and level 59 great lords. All of these rock giants had high HP and defense. In addition, their attacks had a chance of triggering armor break, allowing their attacks to ignore their target's defense. Though depending on their ranks, the chances to trigger armor break varied. Even without armor break, the rock giants could deal a significant amount of damage to players. If they happened to trigger the effect, a lord-ranked rock giant could likely kill an MT of the same level in 2 or 3 hits, not to mention the high lords and great lords. If they just charged into the rock giant encampment, it wouldn't take long for the monsters to pummel them to death. That's right. We'll get rid of the surrounding rock giants altogether. Although the rock giants have high HP, defense and armor break, their movement and attack speeds are quite low. As long as we don't let them too close, they won't pose much of a threat. The main problem is how much aggro you 3 can hold, Shi Feng said as he looked at Kola, Turtledove and Yi Wumian. As for the rest of you, wait for my command to attack. He had chosen the rock giant encampment because of the monsters' slow reactions. These monsters would struggle to hit moving targets, and with the Thunder Emblem and Thunder God's Charm, the rock giant's HP and defense wouldn't be an issue. Furthermore, without the aid of archers or ballistas due to the lack of watchtowers, the rock giants, which were melee attackers, would have to face players' DPS and stamina. However, Kola, Turtledove and Yi Wumian were now Tier 2 players. Both their stamina and their reaction speed had undergone qualitative transformations. They could last much longer in battle than Tier 1 players. The MT trio quickly realized what Shi Feng wanted them to do. Rather than clashing with the rock giants head-on, they just needed to hold the monsters aggro. For them, that was considerably easy. Following which, the 3 MTs separated and ran around the encampment, luring the monsters. As elemental creatures, the rock giants' perception range exceeded ordinary monsters. The instant Kola and the other 2 set foot in the encampment, a patrol squad of rock giants noticed them and charged into the MT trio. However, Kola and the others didn't change their course. Instead, they charged deeper into the encampment to lure the other patrol squads. The MT trio moved very quickly. Despite the numerous blockades, the 3 of them maneuvered through the crowds easily. A few times they took a wrong path and came within attack range of a few rock giants, but they reacted quickly enough and defended themselves with their shields. Even when a great lord landed a hit, they only received around -5,000 damage. To these 3 players, that was nothing. Very quickly, the 3 MTs lured the encampment's 700 or so rock giants to the perimeter in a single massive mob. The scene of hundreds of rock giants in a single group was even more terrifying than an army of 10,000 players. When they moved, the earth shook beneath their feet. All right, everyone with a large-scale destruction spell, get ready. Shi Feng moved his team into position when he saw the rock giant army approach. However, when his teammates saw the monsters, A sliver of fear pierced their hearts. Even the chieftains had 4,500,000 HP, whereas the strongest great lords had 50 million HP. This was definitely not an army that they could defeat with a few large-scale destruction spells. When the rock giants came within 30 yards of Shi Feng, who stood at the forefront of the team, their HPs suddenly plummeted thanks to the Thunder Domain. These monsters' basic attributes had fallen by 30%. Now the Great Lords had only 35 million HP, the High Lords had 21 million, the Lords had 13 million, and the Chieftains had 3,150,000. Kola, Turtledove, Yiwumian hold their aggro. Backers on my mark. Shi Feng commanded. Understood. Immediately the MT trio turned and faced the approaching rock giant army. They then used the Guardian Knight's Tier 2 skill, Punishing Light, and the Shield Warrior's Tier 2 skill, War Rage. Both skills were AoE taunts and would temporarily force monsters to ignore everything but the skill's user. At the same time, the skills increased the user's defense. The MT trio used the taunts in 3 different locations. Although they could not pull every rock giant's aggro, they held the majority of the monsters. Seeing the MTs stabilize their hold, Shi Feng followed up with Flame Domain. Towering pillars of fire rose from the ground, devouring every monster in the rock giant army. Arcs of electricity also danced around the flaming pillars. Not only did the first attack deal over -400,000 damage to each of the rock giants, but it had also inflicted the monsters with 4 stacks of the electrified debuff, decreasing their defense and reaction speed. By the time Flame Domain's 7-second duration ended, quite a few chieftain-ranked rock giants were dead. Shi Feng then followed up with Lightning Edge, dealing over -300,000 damage to the remaining rock giants every second for 5 seconds. None of the chieftain-ranked rock giants had survived the 2 AoEs, reducing the monster army's numbers by half. As a result, Kola and the others had an easier time gathering the remaining rock giants in a single location. Good. DPC. Shi Feng commanded. Zhao Yueru, Blackie, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud immediately released their large-scale destruction spells. Although none of their attacks did as much damage as Shi Feng's, when combined the damage was astounding. Moreover, the rock giants now had 10 stacks of the electrified debuff, which eased the burden on Kola and his fellow MTs. After the wave of large-scale destruction spells, the battlefield was void of Lord-ranked rock giants. Now only 40+ half HP High Lords and 6 Great Lords with 2/3 of their HPs remained. With this, the impossible task of clearing the encampment became a reachable goal. Everyone prioritized the High Lords. All MTs separate them. Kite them and don't let them near you. Shi Feng commanded. With 10 stacks of the electrified debuff, even Tier 1 MTs could easily evade the Great Lord's attacks. As long as they maintained the 10 stacks, they could kite the monsters without issue. Solitary 9 and Dark Madness dashed forward and pulled some of the rock giants' aggro, which was currently chaotic due to the previous bombardment. They then kite their monsters around the team, allowing the ranged players to attack. Zero Wing and Azura's members were treating the rock giants, which other teams had deemed impossible to defeat, like target practice. After suppressing the rock giants' defense, they were no more difficult than orcs of the same level. In addition, with Aqua Rose and the others' Tier 2 skills, the team took less than 30 seconds to finish off a half HP High Lord. Time passed quickly. Every 5 minutes, Shi Feng would cast Flame Domain. Every 10 minutes, Shi Feng executed Lightning Edge and the others used large-scale destruction spells like Frost Flame Hell. In less than 30 minutes after the battle had begun, the rock giants in the encampment's perimeter had been annihilated, feeding the team members EXP bars. Tier 1 players like Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru had even gained a full level from the abundant EXP. Meanwhile, the various superpowers who were raiding their second encampment finally eliminated the monsters in their encampment's perimeters. Chapter 15-14, Powerful Combination. After Zero Wing's team swiftly cleared out the rock giant encampment's outer area, news of its success soon reached the various superpowers. They took out the outer area's rock giants in less than half an hour. How is that possible? They kite everything in the perimeter at once? Aren't they just a 50-man team? How is their DPS so high? I've really underestimated Zero Wing's members. They might actually capture the rock giant encampment. The various superpowers were shocked. These superpowers had unanimously agreed that the rock giant encampment would be the most difficult to deal with. The rock giant's armor break ability in particular posed a huge threat. If MTs tried to tank the monsters, they'd likely die. Hence, when fighting these monsters, the players would need to dodge as many attacks as possible. However, the rock giants were massive, which gave them a larger attack range than ordinary monsters. This made it very difficult for MTs to dodge the rock giants' attacks. Even if a player were a refinement realm expert, constant evasive maneuvers would tax their bodies. Yet if one relied on small evasive maneuvers, they'd fail to escape the monster's attack range. Relying on large evasive maneuvers for a short period wouldn't be a problem for heavily armored MTs, but as fate would have it, the rock giants had both high HP and defense. It would take a considerable amount of time to kill them. On the off chance that the MTs ran out of stamina midway through the fight, the team would have to flee and start all over again. The amount of time a team would waste in dealing with the rock giants was only a small part of the problem. The bigger issue was the levels players would lose when they died. If players lost too many levels, they might not be able to use their current weapons and equipment, forced to use old items or retire from combat completely. Unlike in team dungeons, MTs could only afford to die a very small number of times on Thunder Island. Compared to the other superpowers, when Nine Dragons Emperor, who was in the middle of an encampment raid, heard the news, his expression twisted with fury. First, Zero Wing had stolen his orc encampment, wasting the time and effort his team had put into their first raid. Now, before he had even cleared out the new encampment's perimeter, Zero Wing had cleared out the rock giant encampment's perimeter. If this news reached the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild elders, their estimation of him would plummet. Pavilion Master, now that Zero Wing's team has cleared the perimeter, we can organize a team to harass them. Even if we can't eliminate Zero Wing's team, we can at least prevent them from securing a second encampment, Martial Dragon suggested. There was a huge difference between a monster encampment's inner region and its perimeter. Although more monsters patrolled the perimeter, the monsters in the inner region were, on average, much stronger. Take the rock giant encampment, for example. The weakest rock giant in the inner area was a lord. Although there weren't as many of them, they were more difficult to defeat. If they sent a force to the rock giant encampment now, it'd arrive within 30 or so minutes. It was highly unlikely that Zero Wing would reach the Guardian boss before the force got there. They definitely had a chance of disrupting the troublesome guild's raid. No, we can't afford the risk. Don't forget that they still have a teleportation gate that allows them to travel across the island instantly. If we split our forces, they might come to steal our encampment again. Besides, do you really think that the rock giant encampment is that easy to raid? Don't forget that the Guardian boss is a Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Although Nine Dragons Emperor hated to admit it, his current team could not afford to provoke Zero Wing. For now, tell all of our available forces to gather here. We'll use everything we have to raid this encampment. Understood. I'll notify them right away. As Martial Dragon listened to his commander's reasoning, he remembered Zero Wing's trump card. It was precisely because of that trump card that their team had suffered one defeat after another and had yet to capture a single encampment. Nearby, Lonely Heaven Firmament's guild leader wore a solemn expression when he heard of Zero Wing's success. How can this be? When Lonely Heaven heard that Zero Wing had begun to raid the rock giant encampment's inner region, regret gripped his heart. He had been displeased with Phoenix Rain's actions. After all, Firmament was a bona fide first-rate guild that had focused on developing its navy, yet Phoenix Rain considered Zero Wing more important, even providing the guild with various benefits and a ton of credits. By doing so, Phoenix Rain had silently expressed her opinion that Firmament couldn't compare to a guild like Zero Wing. Hence, he had decided to join Nine Dragons Emperor's side instead. By doing so, not only would Firmament secure a temporary teleportation array on Thunder Island, but Nine Dragons Emperor would invest in the guild, allowing Firmament to develop far more quickly. Yet his decision had backfired. Even if Nine Dragons secured a monster encampment, Firmament wouldn't get a temporary teleportation array. On the other hand, Zero Wing, whom he had assumed was unfoundedly arrogant when the guild had promised Phoenix Rain 2 monster encampments, was close to fulfilling that promise. Without the temporary teleportation array on Thunder Island, Firmament would not have the foundation to develop in the Sea of Death. As Lonely Castle regretted his decision to betray Phoenix Rain, Shifeng's team rapidly cleared out the rock giant encampment's inner region. Shifeng was more careful in the inner area than he had been in the perimeter. He had Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian only lure 3 or 4 patrol squads as each was led by a great lord. While Kola's group kite the rock giants, Solitary 9 and Dark Madness pulled the stragglers aggro. Like so, the team steadily reduced the number of patrol squads around the Guardian boss. As the team faced fewer monsters, they had a much easier time killing the rock giants. Each wave only took around 10 minutes or so to finish off. After fighting for around an hour, they had dealt with all 200+ rock giants in the encampment's core. The only monsters remaining were the level 60 Rock King and 2 level 60 rock guards in the center of the encampment. Rock King, Elemental Creature, Archaic Species, Grand Lord. Level 60. HP 200, 000, 000/200, 000, Rock Guard, Elemental Creature, Specialized, Grand Lord. Level 60. HP 150, 000, 000/150, 000, 000. Wing and Azura's members shuddered when they saw the 3 bosses' HPs. Each rock guard had 3 HP bars. Meanwhile, the Rock King had 5. Players' HP bars were an indicator of how much HP they had at any time. HP bars had a different meaning for monsters. Each HP bar a monster possessed signified their combat standards. A monster with more than one had higher combat standards than a monster of the same rank and level with a single bar. A monster with 3 HP bars could exhibit combat standards on par with players who could reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor, while a monster with 5 HP bars could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Although this evaluation method was not necessarily accurate, it was not that far off the actual numbers. Reaching the Trial Tower's 5th floor meant that one had the standards of an expert. No matter how they looked at it, fighting an expert with 200 million HP was suicidal. Besides which, their team only had 50 players. Guild leader, how should we fight it? Aqua Rose asked as she watched the Rock King. She had no idea how they should raid this guardian boss. Kola, Yi Wumian and Solitary switch shields with each other. Kola will use Solitary's, Yi Wumian will use Kola's, and Solitary will use Yi Wumian's. Kola will tank the Rock King and I'll support you from the sides. Turtledove and Yi Wumian will tank the 2 specialized bosses with Solitary and Dark support. When the fight begins, lure the 2 specialized bosses away. Everyone else, focus your attacks on the Rock King. If no one has an issue with that plan, let's begin. Although Shifeng had never raided any of the monster encampments on Thunder Island during his previous life, he had watched plenty of raid videos. Hence he more or less knew how to raid the Rock King. However, at the end of the day, the Rock King was an archaic species. For safety's sake, it would be best if Kola used the Titan Guard. Switch shields. Kola was confused. He currently had the epic rank Dragon Scale shield equipped, yet Shifeng wanted him to use Solitary 9's shield. Chapter 15:15. Oppressing an Archaic Species. Chapter 15:15. Oppressing an Archaic Species. When Gentle Snow and the other Zero-Wing upper echelons heard Shifeng's command, they gave him confused looks. Since Kola would tank the Rock King, he should use the best items they had, yet Shifeng didn't want him to use the Dragon Scale shield. This would undoubtedly make raiding the Rock King even more difficult. Moreover, they were more surprised to hear that Shifeng would support Kola. Aside from high HP and defense, the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior classes also had passive skills that reduced the damage and paralysis effect they suffered from attacks. The Swordsman class did not possess such skills. Meanwhile, the more powerful a boss was, the longer a player would be paralyzed after receiving one of its attacks. If the paralysis remained for too long, the MT could fail to keep up their defensive cycle and die. Hence, teams rarely relied on non-MT plate armor classes to support lead MTs, generally relying on Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. However, after Kola received the Titan Guard and checked the shield's attributes, his jaw dropped. For a moment he even wondered if his eyes were playing a trick. What amazing attributes! Kola stared at the Titan Guard with wide eyes. Originally, he had been somewhat reluctant to part with the Dragon Scale shield, but he fell in love with the Titan Guard at first sight. Fragmented legendary items were practically myths in God's domain. Although the Titan Guard was an epic item right now, he could upgrade it to fragmented legendary rank once he gathered 100,000 magic crystals. He'd even dare to provoke a mythic monster with the shield equipped, not to mention a Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Furthermore, even at epic rank, Titan Guard's attributes and skills were far more impressive than the dragon scale shields. A moment later, everyone moved into position and prepared to deal with the Rock King and its rock guards. Even from over 100 yards away, the team members could feel the Rock King's terrifying aura. Their breath quickened. This was especially true for the melee players. The Rock King's massive frame, 30 meters tall, loomed like a tall building. They did not doubt that they could die instantly should they fail to cope with its attacks appropriately. "MTs, start the raid," Shi Feng shouted once everyone was ready. With Shi Feng's command, Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian exploded into action, charging at the level 60 Rock King and Rock Guards separately. The moment the MTs were within the monster's 100-yard perception range, the three bosses, which stood at the altar in the center of the encampment, opened their crimson eyes. The instant the three bosses opened their eyes, Shi Feng activated Thunder Domain to suppress the rock giants. However, the ability wasn't as effective, only suppressing the Rock King and Rock Guard's basic attributes by 20%. Even after Thunder Domain activated, the Rock King had 180 million HP. Thunder Domain's suppression enraged the Rock King. The Guardian boss bellowed and flexed its arms. It then slammed its fists against the ground. Boom. Upon impact, the ground shattered and a powerful shockwave radiated away from the Rock King. Like a tidal wave, the ground around the Rock King rose over 10 meters high as it surged towards Kola and the others. The Earth Tsumane's length was impossible to avoid. Tier 3 spell, Earth Pulsation. Seeing this, the MT trio did not dare to be careless as they immediately activated their life-saving skills. Protection Blessing. Shield Wall. The healers on the rear line instantly began to cast magic shields and heal over time spells on the three MTs. Upon colliding with the Rock King's Earth Pulsation, the magic shields protecting Kola and the others shattered, and the three MTs were thrown over a dozen yards backward. When their bodies slammed into the ground, their HPs began to decrease rapidly. Only after falling past the 50% threshold did their HPs stop. Seeing this, Gentle Snow and the others gasped. A single hit had devoured over half of their three MTs' HP. Moreover, this was after they had activated their life-saving skills. Without their life-saving skills, the MT trio would have died. Fortunately, Shi Feng had only sent these three first. MTs secure aggro. Healers, use everything you have on the MTs. Everyone else, only attack after the MTs have the aggro. Shi Feng remained unfazed. After all, this was merely the Rock King's opening attack. Although he had never raided the Rock King personally, he had watched recordings of numerous Thunder Island contests. He was very familiar with the island's guardian bosses. He knew all of their skills and weaknesses. Two factors made the Rock King a particularly challenging foe: Meteor Bombardment and Life Division. Both were powerful team wipe moves. If these not dealt with appropriately, these skills would annihilate a team. Players would not even have a chance to escape. Compared to those two moves, the Tier 3 Earth Pulsation was child's play. Otherwise, the Rock King would not have been publicly acknowledged as one of the three strongest bosses on Thunder Island. Hearing Shi Feng's command, everyone went into action. Kola secured his aggro on the Rock King and started to kite the Guardian boss in circles, while Turtledove and Yi Wumian lured the two rock guards far away from the Guardian boss. Meanwhile, Solitary 9 and Dark Madness assisted Turtledove and Yi Wumian in kiting the rock guards. However, a Grand Lord was still a Grand Lord at the end of the day. Even if Thunder Domain weakened the Rock King and Rock Guards, their movement speeds and attack speeds were still superior to the Great Lord-ranked rock giants. When the three bosses attacked the MTs with their palms, it looked as if they were swatting flies. Each of their palms was easily 8 yards across. Despite Kola and the others' promotions to Tier 2, they struggled to dodge the boss's attacks and were hit from time to time. Turtledove and Yi Wumian were somewhat lucky. Due to their life-saving skills still being active, they only received around -8,000 damage when they blocked the Rock Guard's normal attacks. Kola, however, was not as fortunate. When the Rock King slapped him, Kola angled his shield, forcing the Rock King's palm to slide off as he deflected the attack, but he still received over -12,000 damage. Fortunately, Kola's HP had risen to 73,000 after switching to the Titan Guard, which allowed him to nullify an attack every 20 seconds. Thank goodness I switched to the Titan Guard. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tank this thing. The more Kola employed the Titan Guard, the more he fell in love with it. In his opinion, the extra HP and damage nullification were secondary. The paralysis reduction effect was the shield's true power. The 30% paralysis reduction allowed him to dodge and block the Rock King's attacks more easily. Without that effect, he wouldn't be able to react in time to block the second attack even if he blocked the first and reduced its damage. He'd have to receive the full brunt of the Rock King's attacks, and if that happened he wouldn't be surprised to suffer -30,000 damage with a successful block. The Rock King was no pushover either. The Archaic species bloodline gave the Rock King higher attack speed and reaction speed than the other rock giants. As a result, it could strike Kola twice, worsening the paralysis effect the Guardian Knight suffered. When the Rock King's third attack descended, Kola couldn't move into position to deflect the attack in time, having no choice but to block the attack with the full breadth of Titan Guard. Suddenly, a blue flash struck the Rock King's descending palm. Boom! The impact deviated the Rock King's attack trajectory, its palm strike landing half a yard away from Kola. Guild leader Aqua rose and the others were shocked. Shi Feng had dealt the blow that deviated the Rock King's attack, yet despite taking a hit he had only lost a little over 10,000 HP. He had received less damage than Kola when the MT deflected an attack. The most impressive aspect of the counterattack was that Shi Feng didn't show any signs of suffering paralysis. The sacred sword he wielded only trembled slightly. Players had to rely on their own attributes on Thunder Island, prohibited from using any berserk skills, yet Shi Feng had still accomplished such an astounding feat. Chapter 15-16 Slaying the King. What tremendous strength! Shi Feng glanced at the vibrating, humming sacred sword in his hand. His teammates were amazed that Shi Feng had only received a little over -10,000 damage from deflecting the Rock King's attack. However, only Shi Feng understood how high the damage truly was. Currently he was a level 60 Tier 2 Blade Saint. In addition, he had multiple epic weapons and pieces of equipment on top of 3 fragmented legendary items. Although rings and capes provided a much lower boost than weapons, they were still precious fragmented legendary items. Epic items simply couldn't compare. He also had the Aura of Earth, which increased his defense and decreased incoming damage activated, yet despite these factors he still took over -10,000 damage from just redirecting the Rock King's attack. Had he received the Guardian boss's attack head-on, the consequences would have been dire. After Shi Feng deflected the Rock King's attack, the latter swung its other arm, attacking Kola again. However, since Shi Feng had bought Kola a moment's peace, he had recovered from the paralysis effect. He immediately turned and leaped backward, his shield angled to defect the Guardian boss's attack while using the resulting impact to propel himself towards the Rock King. When Kola returned to the ground, he stood next to the Rock King's feet. He then brandished his sword, a streak of golden light smashing into the boss's massive foot. Tier 2 skill Divine Strike. Suddenly, a high amount of damage appeared above the Rock King's head. -52,497. But Kola wasn't satisfied. The Tier 2 Divine Strike was his strongest skill, and Thunder God's power added lightning damage to his attack, yet he only dealt a little over -50,000 damage. If he were fighting any other boss he would deal over -80,000 damage. However, due to this attack Kola had stabilized his aggro on the boss. Everyone focus your fire on the Rock King, Shi Feng commanded. Immediately the ranged classes launched one attack after another. Unfortunately, most of the damages weren't particularly high. On average, Tier 1 skills only dealt around -14,000 damage to the Guardian boss, whereas Tier 1 players' normal damage hovered between 5 and 6,000. Moreover, this was including the bonus damage from Thunder God's power. Just how high is this Rock King's defense? Everyone winced when they saw their meager damages. Their damage and levels currently ranked at the very peak of God's domain, yet against this boss their damage was pitiful. The Rock King's current maximum HP was 160 million. It could regenerate 1,600,000 HP every 5 seconds, 320,000 HP every second. Meanwhile, their team only included 35 DPS players. If everyone only dealt an average of minus 10,000 damage per second, they'd barely do any actual damage to the Guardian boss. Fortunately, they had the damage increase from Thunder God's power. Otherwise, they'd have no hope of defeating this Guardian boss. Only now did Zero Wing and Azura's experts understand why the various superpowers had saved the rock giant encampment for last. It wasn't just because of how challenging the ordinary rock giants were to clear out, but because of the difficulty of raiding the Rock King. However, when Aqua Rose and the other Tier 2 ranged players made their move, damages over minus 20,000 began to appear above the monster's head. Some attacks even dealt over minus 40,000 damage. After the first wave of ranged attacks, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Rampant Blade, and Gentle Snow and the other Tier 1 melee players finally assaulted the boss. Tier 2 skill, Successive Shadow Steps. Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. Tier 1 taboo skill, Frozen River. When the Tier 2 players' numerous skills struck the Rock King, the rest of the team was astonished. Minus 56,487. Minus 124,678. Minus 58,037. Minus 42,054. Minus 31,675. Massive amounts of damage appeared above the Rock King's head, one after another, swiftly reducing the Guardian boss's HP. Fire Dance's attacks in particular were absurdly strong. Her normal attacks alone dealt over minus 13,000 damage each, nearly minus 30,000 damage with a critical hit. When she used her skills, she could easily deal over minus 50,000 damage over minus 100,000 damage if she achieved a critical hit. Fire Dance alone dealt more damage than 5 Tier 1 melee players combined. Big Sis Fire really is too fierce. Even though I'm going all out, I can't deal half as much damage as she can. Blackie's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw the team's damage ranks. Despite both of them being Tier 2 players, there was such a massive gap between them. So she is one of Zero Wing's upper echelons? Lifeless Thorn was at a loss for words as he looked at Fire Dance's consistent damage. Cleansing Whistle and the other Azura members were similarly stunned. Back in Cold Wind City, Lifeless Thorn's DPS had ranked at the very top. Now, however, they encountered so many players that far surpassed his DPS. They had even met a player like Fire Dance whose DPS was simply monstrous. However, the most impressive player among them was still Shurfeng. Despite helping Cola fend off the Rock King from time to time, he ranked first on the team in total damage dealt. Moreover, there was a massive gap between him and the second-ranked Fire Dance. With a casual swing of his sword, Shurfeng dealt over minus 20,000 damage to the Rock King, over minus 50,000 with a critical hit. When he used the Tier 2 skill Shadow Blade, each of the 9 shadows dealt over minus 60,000 damage. When he used Flame Burst, each of the 15 attacks dealt over minus 200,000 damage. In addition, Shurfeng had the doppelganger he summoned with Phantom Kill. Although the doppelganger only wielded 90% of Shurfeng's attributes, it still dealt about the same amount of damage as Fire Dance. The team continued to chip away at the Rock King's HP. Even after Cola's protection blessing ran out and the Guardian Knight began to take around minus 26,000 damage when deflecting the Rock King's attacks, he was able to keep his HP above a safe threshold with Shurfeng's timely help in deflecting attacks. Time passed quickly. When the Rock King's HP fell to 50%, its body abruptly curled. A magic array with a 500-yard radius appeared beneath its feet, and the surge of mana moving towards the array gave everyone a moment of discomfort. A second later, crimson meteors began to rain from the sky. This move was none other than the Rock King's team wipe move, Meteor Bombardment. "Everyone gather to me," Shurfeng shouted when he saw the descending meteors. Although none of them knew what Shurfeng intended to do, they did as they were told. Just before the meteors struck the team, Shurfeng activated the aura of Earth's only activatable skill, Absolute Domain. When activated, the skill gave Shurfeng immunity to all damage for 10 seconds and his allies within 50 yards immunity for 5 seconds. Suddenly, a golden glow enveloped the team. Even when the two rock guards bombarded Turtledove and Yi Wumian with attacks, the MTs took no damage. As the first wave of flaming meteors crashed into the ground, towering mushroom clouds rose up around the Rock King. The ground shook as if Armageddon had come. Not even the rock guards were spared as a meteor struck each of them, shattering their bodies into countless fragments. Unfortunately, the rock guards were elemental creatures. Even after they had shattered, they quickly gathered the broken pieces and reconstructed themselves. Only as soon as they reformed, another wave of meteors crashed into them, shattering them once again. Each meteor wave dealt millions of damage to the two Grand Lords. In the end, the rock guards' bodies had been destroyed 9 times throughout meteor bombardment's 4-second duration. When the smoke and dust settled, it revealed the utter disaster the rock giant encampment had become. Massive craters littered the encampment. Meanwhile, the Rock King had lost over 10 million HP in its own attack. Seeing this, the players nearly lost their footing. Fortunately, they had been protected by Shi Feng's absolute domain. Otherwise, they would have all died. Good. The meteors have forced the boss into a weakened state. Attack with everything you've got. Shi Feng commanded when he saw the Rock King, who remained immobile after its spell had ended. Hearing Shi Feng's command, everyone quickly resumed with their assault, bombarding the Rock King with every skill and spell they had. The weakened Rock King's defense was at an all-time low, doubling everyone's damage. Since the Rock King was immobile, they didn't need to worry about it blocking their attacks either. A series of damages appeared above the Rock King's head, draining its HP like flowing water. In less than a minute, the Rock King's HP fell to 20%, at which point the Guardian boss stood and bellowed in rage. Cracks formed across its body before numerous fragments began to fall off. These fragments then formed Lord-ranked rock giants, the exact same number as the team's players, 50. This sudden change also decreased the Rock King's HP to 10%, but it had entered a defensive state, significantly increasing its defense. Now the team members' attacks dealt less than 20% of what they did originally. This was the Rock King's other team wipe move, Life Division. If players couldn't defeat the Lord-ranked rock giants in time, these rock giants would be reabsorbed and restore the Rock King's HP, each rock giant healing the Guardian boss for 1% of its HP. Meanwhile, if the Rock King's HP recovered to 50%, it would use meteor bombardment again. The team nearly succumbed to despair at this turn of events. The only thing preventing them from thoroughly falling into despair was the fact that the 50 Lord-ranked rock giants only had 9 million HP each. After including the 30% suppression from Thunder Domain, each rock giant only had 7,200,000 HP. Shi Feng, however, had long since prepared for this moment. Relaxed, he commanded, "Cola, aggro the mobs. Blackie, give Cola a Guardian of Light. Everyone with large-scale destruction spells, use them." Hearing the command, Cola dashed into the monster crowd and used the Tier 2 AoE taunt, Punishing Light. Immediately, all 50 rock giants set their sights on Cola. At the same time, Blackie cast Guardian of Light, rendering the Guardian Knight immune to all magic damage and reducing incoming physical damage by 80%. At the same time, the skill healed Cola for 5% of his HP every second for 20 seconds. With Cola's defense and Guardian of Light's damage reduction, he only took around -300 damage from the level 60 Lord's attacks. Even when he received a direct hit, he only took -1000 damage. With Guardian of Light's healing, he easily endured the rock giant's attacks. After Cola used Tier 1 Devotion, another AoE taunt, Shi Feng, Blackie, Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and Zhao Yueru simultaneously cast their large-scale destruction spells. Despite the numerous spells raining down on him, Cola received no damage, but the same could not be said for the rock giants. By the time every large-scale destruction spell ended, the 50 rock giants were no more. Once the team annihilated the rock giants, the Rock King was forced out of its defensive state and sustained another 20-second weakened period. "Attack with everything you've got. Don't let it split a second time," Shi Feng shouted. Shadow Blade. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. Dragon Breath. As Shi Feng executed these skills, he sacrificed 20 units of life force and activated the strongest Divine Providence. When the Rock King's HP fell below 1 million, he followed up with Flame Burst. In the end, he only needed 3 hits to destroy the Rock King's final strand of HP. Chapter 1517, King's Reward. Chapter 1517, King's Reward. We won. The boss is finally dead. Zero Wing cried out in excitement as they watched the Rock King crumbling into a pile of rubble. The Rock King's death, it meant that they now owned the Rock Giant encampment. Now that they had secured 2 of Thunder Island's monster encampment, they would secure nearly 1/8 of the authority over Thunder Island, becoming one of the island's main rulers. When the Rock King's corpse began to fade out of existence, a pillar of light rose from it and shot into the sky. Even players outside Thunder Island could see the pillar of golden light. What's going on over there? What's up with that light pillar? The light pillar seems to be coming from the Rock Giant encampment's direction. Quick, have our scouts investigate the area. Players both outside of and on Thunder Island turned towards the golden light pillar almost simultaneously. When the various superpowers observers adjusted their magic mirrors to scout the situation over at the Rock Giant encampment, what they saw dumbfounded them. Only 2 rock guards were left alive in the encampment the various superpowers abandoned. The archaic species Rock King was nowhere to be seen. Why is the Rock King gone? Could they have? Impossible. How can they possibly defeat it with just 50 people? Although no one could bring themselves to believe that Zero Wing had managed to defeat the Rock King with only 50 players, they couldn't find any signs of the Guardian boss's massive figure regardless of how hard they searched the encampment. The only noteworthy thing in the encampment was the golden pillar extending from a pile of rubble. With this, they had no choice but to accept the fact that Zero Wing's 50-man team had secured the Rock Giant encampment. The various observers reported what they saw to their superiors on the island. What? How is that possible? Zero Wing managed to secure a second encampment before we did? Just what did they do? Although Zero Wing's clearing speed surprised them, they were still confident that they could claim their second encampment before Zero Wing was anywhere close to defeating the Rock King. Then they would be able to secure their third encampment with little effort. After all, the Guardian boss there couldn't be defeated easily, especially not with a 50-player team. Not only did Zero Wing manage to clear the monsters in the inner and outer areas, but it defeated the Rock King quickly. This outcome exceeded their expectations. When Phoenix Rain received this shocking news, she too was astonished. They actually succeeded. Phoenix Rain looked at the Rock King's remains with an indescribable sense of shock. At this point in the contest, the various superpowers had almost finished claiming their second encampment, and they had far more players than she and Zero Wing. However, these superpowers had many more players than she and Zero Wing did. If not for their lack of manpower and 9 Dragons Emperor's interference early on, they could have secured more than just 2 encampments. In contrast to the reactions of Phoenix Rain's team, 9 Dragons Emperor's players wore grim expressions when they heard the news. How did they defeat the boss so quickly? Was the Rock King actually an easy raid? Right. That must be it. How else would Zero Wing's 50-man team have cleared out an encampment faster than us? When 9 Dragons Emperor's team members looked at the distant light pillar, they were envious. Despite fighting desperately, they had yet to clear out the monsters in the encampment's inner area. On the other hand, despite starting the raid on the encampment's inner area much later than they did, Zero Wing's team already defeated the Rock King, a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. Damn it! How did things end up like this? Lonely Castle's eyes were bloodshot from rage and envy. Had he known something like this would happen, he would never have agreed to cooperate with 9 Dragons Emperor. Although he wouldn't receive any financial support from Phoenix Rain, he would have obtained a temporary teleportation array on Thunder Island at the very least. With the teleportation array, Firmament would be able to further the development of its naval forces and gain the opportunity to surpass the other first-rate naval guilds. Now that opportunity was gone. Pavilion Master, this will be troublesome. Now that Phoenix Rain has secured 2 monster encampments, the Great Pavilion Master will side with her, Martial Dragon said as he gave the light pillar a grim look. Had Phoenix Rain only secured 1 monster encampment, they could still more or less compete with her, but they'd lose their advantage if she secured 2 encampments. Not only could she convince more large guilds to ally with her, but she would also gain the guild elders' support during the next contest. Phoenix Rain also had a powerful ally like Zero Wing. Not only would Phoenix Rain be able to get more players to take part in the next Thunder Island contest, but she would also have many more powerful experts supporting her. Zero Wing. Killing intent welled up within Nine Dragons Emperor. Immediately he commanded, after the battle, notify Beast Emperor that I'll support him fully. But I have one condition. I want Zero Wing eliminated from God's domain. The guild elders will likely voice their opinions about this matter. After all, Zero Wing is in the same boat as Phoenix Rain. If we use the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength to deal with Zero Wing publicly, Martial Dragon said worriedly when he heard Nine Dragons Emperor's chilling tone. Let them. As long as Phoenix Rain loses Zero Wing's support, we'll have a chance to struggle onward. Nine Dragons Emperor stated, determined. His voice radiated killing intent. He had always treated Zero Wing as one of Phoenix Rain's chess pieces and had never placed any importance on the guild. Now he fully understood that Zero Wing was no mere chess piece. Instead, it was Phoenix Rain's lifesaver. He would be eliminated from the competition for the Great Pavilion Master's position sooner or later if he didn't disregard his reputation and destroy Zero Wing while it was still developing. Even if he had to earn the Great Pavilion Master's displeasure, he was determined to destroy Zero Wing thoroughly. Understood. Martial Dragon looked at Nine Dragons Emperor's determination in shock. Nine Dragons Emperor would normally only place such great importance on super guilds and super first-rate guilds, yet he was doing the same for Zero Wing now. In fact, this was the first time he had ever seen Nine Dragons Emperor willing to go to such lengths to defeat a foe. Zero Wing's members received a system notification while the various superpowers were shocked by their successful capture of the rock giant encampment. System, congratulations. You have defeated the Rock King with less than 100 people. Rewarding 15 Thunder Island reputation and 800 Thunder Island contribution points. System, congratulations. You have defeated the Rock King during the first struggle for Thunder Island. Rewarding 20 free mastery points, 5 legacy skill points, and 1000 Thunder Island contribution points. 2 system notifications appeared consecutively, stunning the team. While they might not know the value of Thunder Island's contribution points, they knew the importance of mastery points and legacy skill points. When one had enough mastery points, their base damage would increase. As for legacy skill points, players typically received some when they leveled up. With the 5 points they just received, they could easily learn an additional Tier 1 legacy skill. They could even learn a Tier 2 legacy skill if they obtained some more points, greatly enhancing their combat power. It was true that Shifeng's leadership had allowed them to defeat the Rock King so easily this time, but another reason that quite a few players in the team possessed Tier 2 skills, which allowed their team's overall damage to exceed the Rock King's battle recovery. After the system notifications ended, the light pillar rising from the center of the encampment began dissipating gradually. Dazzling items of various shapes and color then rained down from the sky, forming a small mountain where the Rock King's corpse had previously lain. The brilliant glow and powerful aura the mountain of items radiated moved the team members' hearts. The reward for the first kill of Thunder Island's 3 great bosses is tremendous. Shifeng was also quite surprised. Although he had expected the Rock King's loot to be extraordinary, he hadn't expected this much. The amount of loot here could already rival the loot from killing 3 or 4 Grand Lord ranked archaic species of the same level. Chapter 1518, Magic Workshop. Chapter 1518 Magic Workshop. The Rock King's loot did not shock only Shifeng and his team. Even the players watching the encampment from outside of the island drooled when they saw the small mountain of items. Isn't the Rock King only an archaic species? Why did it drop so many items? By the looks of it, there should be more than 150 items. If I had that loot, I could make a fortune overnight by selling them. Everyone felt a deep jealousy of Zero Wing as they looked at the rock giant's loot. The Rock King was a level 60 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. The most common item would be at least level 50 plus fine gold equipment. If one were lucky, it might even drop level 50 plus dark gold equipment. Even super guilds and super first-rate guilds experts would drool over level 50 plus fine gold equipment, not to mention dark gold equipment. Epic items were simply too rare. Not even superpowers peak experts necessarily had one. At a glance, they could spot over 30 weapons and pieces of equipment among the loot. One could just imagine how valuable that miniature mountain was. The various superpowers experts were very close to level 50 and urgently trying to collect level 50 top-tier equipment for the level 50 large-scale team dungeons. Now that Zero Wing had all of these weapons and pieces of equipment, it would gain a definite advantage over other guilds when raiding large-scale team dungeons. Meanwhile, in the rock giant encampment, Shifeng began to organize the loot once he recovered from his shock. He left the remaining 2 rock guards to Turtle Dove Yi Wumian and the arriving Tier 2 NPCs. Although the rock guards were specialized Grand Lords, they were no longer a threat to the 2 MTs under the suppression of the encampment's magic array. It was only a matter of time before they fell. By the time 2 rock guards died, Shifeng finished going through the loot. The abundance of the Rock King's loot had greatly exceeded Shifeng's expectations. In total, the Rock King had dropped 183 items. Among them, 55 were super rare materials, 71 were gemstones of various kinds, 24 were magic scrolls, and 32 were weapons and pieces of equipment. The most inferior of the weapons and equipment was level 50 fine gold rank, while the best items were 3 level 55 dark gold weapons. Each of these weapons could easily fetch over 1,000 gold on the market. However, what surprised Shifeng most were the 3 pieces of the Breaker set, a level 55 dark gold set equipment. The Breaker set was an 8-piece set equipment for the Berserker class. Normally, it only dropped in super large-scale team dungeons. Shifeng had never expected the Rock King to drop level 55 dark gold set equipment. Moreover, the Breaker set was a unique dark gold set equipment. If players collected 2 or more pieces of the set's level requirement would decrease by 5 levels. This meant that level 50 players could equip the items. In terms of basic attributes, the individual pieces of the Breaker set were only slightly weaker than level 50 epic equipment. The Guardian boss had also dropped a piece of epic growth type equipment called the Soul Robe. The Soul Robe wasn't restricted to a specific class, although its skills and attributes were suited for healers. When equipped, the robe increased the potency of the wearer's healing spells by 5%. The robe also offered the passive skill Soul Fluctuation. This passive skill would recover the wearer's mana even when in combat. This skill was akin to an everlasting mana recovery potion during battle. With this skill, a healer could support their allies without worrying about mana. When Shifeng shared the Soul Robe's attribute panel with the team, it earned a round of gasps. During the game's early stages, players didn't place much importance on their mana, but as they reached higher levels, their skills and spells increased in both quantity and quality. As a result, their mana consumption increased as well. The higher tiered a skill or spell was, the more mana it consumed. Hence, if players wanted to raid bosses, the Soul Robe was a must-have item. Following which, Shifeng handed the Soul Robe to Violet Cloud. Whether players were up against other players or monsters, a powerful healer on a team was of the utmost importance. Giving the robe to Violet Cloud was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Not only would it improve her healing, but she'd also have an easier time managing her mana. She'd have more leeway when choosing spells and could maximize the team's survivability. However, the last item the Rock King had dropped was the only one that truly attacked Shifeng's attention. The Magic Workshop design. For a moment, Shifeng even wondered if he were hallucinating as he gazed at the thick, dusty tome in his hands. The Magic Workshop was one of the 3 major buildings players could construct in a guild residence, but only a small number of guilds had ever constructed one for themselves in the past. The first reason was the Magic Workshop design's low drop rate. Normally, only level 60+ mythic field bosses had a sliver of a chance of dropping the design. Unfortunately, mythic monsters were exceedingly rare in the fields. The second reason was the construction materials. The main materials to construct the Magic Workshop were incredibly rare and precious. The list even included 7 luminaries crystals, the design requiring 200 units. That was the equivalent of 400 to 607 luminaries crystals. This was why, even after obtaining the design, most guilds had been unwilling to construct the building. With that many 7 luminaries crystals, one could set up a relatively large mine space. However, the guilds that had built the Magic Workshops had proven that the sooner they did so, the more beneficial it would be to the guild's development. The Magic Workshop had a wide range of use. Chief among them was magic scroll production. The magic scrolls on the market were generally attack, defense, or summoning scrolls. Meanwhile, the magic workshop could produce support scrolls. These scrolls were tierless and similar to players' buff spells and skills. Only the buffs didn't increase players' basic attributes, magic resistance or defense. Instead, the buffs improved aspects of a more intrinsic in nature. For example, players could see farther, hear clearer, and react faster. These buffs allowed players to exhibit more of their own strength, covertly helping them become stronger. It was similar to the difference between a refinement realm expert and an ordinary expert. Even if both players had the same basic attributes, their combat power was vastly different. The support scrolls fell into two main categories: individual support and team support. They were extremely useful when exploring the maps and raiding dungeons. Unfortunately, players needed to gather the required materials before paying the Magic Workshop's NPCs to produce the scrolls for them. But after obtaining the support scrolls, players' leveling speed and survivability would improve significantly. These scrolls' effectiveness depended on the Magic Workshop's rank. The higher a Magic Workshop's rank, it would produce a wider variety of and stronger support scrolls. However, it was not easy to upgrade a Magic Workshop. This was another reason that guilds were recommended to construct the building as soon as possible. In the past, a rumor had floated around stating that the support scrolls from a 7-star magic workshop would grant an ordinary expert the temporary ability to contend with a refinement realm expert on equal footing. However, Shifeng had never seen or heard of any guild successfully upgrading their magic workshop to 7 stars. The highest rank he had seen was a 5-star magic workshop. Even so, a 5-star magic workshop could improve guild members' strength by leaps and bounds. Many of the first-rate guilds that had hesitated to construct their magic workshops after obtaining the design had regretted their decisions. After Shifeng finished examining the magic workshop design, he stored it in his bag, afraid that he would lose it accidentally. After dealing with the rock giant encampment, Shifeng didn't attempt to raid another encampment. He simply guarded the rock giant encampment while waiting for the contest to end. They simply didn't have enough time to raid another encampment, and Thunder God's power was still on cooldown. Without the Thunder God's charm skill to assist them, it would take a very long time for their 50-man team to raid an ordinary monster encampment, not to mention the remaining encampment that had a Grand Lord-ranked Archaic species as a guardian boss. Meanwhile, the Sacred Temple, which raided its third encampment, encountered an unexpected problem. Halfway through the raid, Miracle attacked the Sacred Temple and stole the encampment, becoming one of the only 2 guilds on Thunder Island to secure 3 monster encampments. Haha. Despite their arrogance, the bastards from the Sacred Temple ended up with only 2 encampments just like us. Blackie could not help but laugh when he heard this news. The rest of the team nodded and expressed their agreement. The Sacred Temple had looked down on Zero Wing and displayed zero sincerity in their negotiations. It would be a lie to say that they hadn't been insulted. Although the Sacred Temple wasn't an enemy, they were still delighted over the Super Guild's setback. While Zero Wing's members chatted, the system eventually notified players that the contest on Thunder Island had come to an end. At the same time, the magic barrier around Thunder Island disappeared. Everyone on the island was then teleported out of the contest area to Thunder Town. Yet even after arriving in Thunder Town, no one showed any signs of relaxing. Instead, they shifted their gazes towards the large stone monument erected in the center of the town plaza. After the Thunder Island contest ended, the system would rank the various participants by their performances. The ranks would then determine each power's status and authority on the island. Hence, all of the involved upper echelons were incredibly nervous. Quick look. The system is releasing the ranks. Slowly, words began to appear on the stone monument. Chapter 1519. Thunder Island Rankings. I wonder who will get first place. I've heard that first place gets to control the only large shipyard on Thunder Island. Whoever gets that shipyard will definitely have an easier time developing in the Sea of Death. That's right. I've heard that the large shipyard on Thunder Island can produce unique speedboats and cargo ships. Anyone that gets the shipyard will easily be able to expand their naval forces. All of the rewards for the top 5 ranks are pretty good. The top 5 guilds will share authority over a large repair yard, giving them easy access to ship repairs. As words began to appear on the stone monument, players in the plaza and waiting outside of Thunder Island watched with building excitement. Even players who didn't belong to the various superpowers were paying close attention to the ranking because the powers on the list would be in control of Thunder Island for some time. If one had a rocky relationship with the ruling superpowers, they'd likely have to avoid Thunder Island and the Sea of Death until the next contest. It was incredibly difficult to avoid damage to a ship in naval combat, and as ships' durability decreased, players would need to repair them. If one were an enemy of the powers controlling Thunder Island's shipyards or repair yards, this contest's results could deal a devastating blow to their naval development. Thunder Island was the only location that offered repairs in the Sea of Death, and traveling to and from this zone was troublesome and time-consuming. As for obtaining a temporary teleportation array, that was impossible. There weren't even enough teleportation arrays for all of the participating superpowers. All minor characters like themselves could do was stand by and watch from the sidelines. As players quietly chatted, the first-place guild's name appeared on the monument. Miracle. How is it Miracle? Didn't the Battle Wolves secure 3 encampments as well? It should be because of the impromptu merge between Nine Dragons Emperor and Miracle's teams. Don't forget, Nine Dragons Emperor's side also secured an encampment. With this, Miracle technically has 4 encampments under its control. Naturally, it secured first place. Wow, Nine Dragons Emperor really did that. Won't he lose all authority over Thunder Island by merging with another team? It can't be helped. Nine Dragons Emperor dug his own grave by starting a fight with Phoenix Rain. Had he not done so, he could have easily gained a share of authority over Thunder Island. While the watching teams were slightly surprised by Miracle's success, they also sympathized with Nine Dragons Emperor. There was a massive difference between those who had authority over the island and those who did not. With this authority, even controlling a fraction of the island allowed these powers to decide Thunder Island's development model. At the same time, they would have control of a repair yard. Had Nine Dragons Emperor secured a monster encampment under his own name, although he wouldn't have obtained a large repair yard, he could have obtained a smaller repair yard. He wouldn't have to borrow one from another power. With the advent of the first place, the name of the second place guild soon followed. Unsurprisingly, the Battle Wolves secured second place. It was the only other guild that had occupied more than 2 monster encampments. By coming in second place, the Battle Wolves had gained complete control over a medium shipyard, 25% of the shares of a large repair yard, and full control of a small repair yard. The various superpowers were jealous. Like the large shipyard, Thunder Island only had 1 large repair yard. In addition to the large shipyard, first place only received 30% of the large repair yard's shares and a small repair yard. I wonder which guild will come in third. It should be either the Sacred Temple or Nine Heavens Pavilion. After all, both super guilds had occupied quite a number of ancient towers. Even the reward for third place is amazing. Not only will they obtain a small shipyard, but they will also enjoy 20% of the large repair yard's shares and a small repair yard. Only the top 3 ranks won't have to share a small repair yard. While the waiting players discussed the situation, the system finally finished calculating the results and displayed the third-ranked team. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. When the black stone monument displayed these 3 words, the plaza fell silent. Everyone was speechless as they stared at the name. Players only commented after a long pause. What's going on? How is it the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? How is the system calculating these results? Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion secured 2 encampments, it didn't capture nearly as many towers as the Sacred Temple and Nine Heavens Pavilion. How could it rank third? The system must have miscalculated. The various superpowers weren't pleased with the rank. The Sacred Temple and Nine Heavens Pavilion's members in particular were furious about the result. Both of their guilds had surpassed Phoenix Rain's team in terms of member count and captured ancient towers. No matter how they looked at it, Phoenix Rain's team should not have secured third place. In fact, it should have been a miracle if her team even ranked 5th. Big Sis Rain, look. We actually got third place. Blue Phoenix shouted excitedly when she saw their rank on the stone monument. She paid zero attention to the other superpowers' grumbling and voices of dissent. When Phoenix Rain saw her team's rank, she too was astonished. She turned her gaze on Shifeng, curiosity filling her eyes. As far as she was concerned, she should thank the heavens if her team ranked 5th in this contest. After all, the few other superpowers participating had also occupied 2 encampments. Moreover, they had claimed more than just 3 ancient towers. Yet her team had ranked 3rd in the contest. This was simply inconceivable. The only possibility was that Zero Wing had done something to increase their team's overall rank. However, Shifeng merely shrugged his shoulders, expressing that he wasn't sure either in response to her curious look. Seeing his response, she decided that the matter wasn't worth pursuing. Even so, Phoenix Rain flashed her ally a grateful look. Now that she had secured 3rd place in the Thunder Island contest, she had qualified to compete in future contests. Even if she had lost Firmament's naval support, with the small shipyard and a small repair yard on Thunder Island, she could develop a considerably powerful fleet of her own in 1 month. Guild leader, you really don't know anything about this? Aqua Rose quietly asked. Of course I know. But I don't want to reveal this secret just yet, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then explained, it is true that the system calculates the contest's ranks based on the number of occupied encampments, but not all encampments are equal. Some are more difficult than others. Naturally, the more difficult a monster encampment is, the more points a team can gain by capturing it. The rock giant encampment we captured is one of the 3 most difficult encampments on Thunder Island. Naturally, we earned more points than our competition. Current players hadn't yet discovered the matter of different encampments rewarding a different number of points. Players had only reached this conclusion in the past after multiple contests. When a team had limited strength, those who knew this information could earn a better result. Although their team had only captured 2 monster encampments on paper, the rock giant encampment awarded the most points of any encampment on Thunder Island. The encampment awarded the equivalent of 1.5 times an ordinary encampment. Hence, Shifeng wasn't surprised that their team had ranked 3rd in the contest. In fact, this was precisely why he had chosen the rock giant encampment over an easier target. Phoenix Rain. Jealousy tore at Nine Dragons' Emperor as he shot Phoenix Rain a nasty look. Despite all of his effort and resources, he had only obtained a temporary teleportation slot. In contrast, Phoenix Rain had secured a portion of authority over the island and ranked 3rd in the contest. The Great Pavilion Master and previously neutral elders would definitely give her their full support now. Meanwhile, Lonely Heaven's stomach twisted with regret. If he had access to a small shipyard and repair yard on Thunder Island, furthering Firmament's naval forces and surpassing the other first-rate guilds would be easy. A heavy silence loomed over the sacred temple's upper echelons. Eternal Dead in particular wore a solemn expression. Guild leader. The Battle Wolves has stated that they want to reopen negotiations with Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing. What should we do? Quiet Melody hesitantly asked the silent man beside her. The contest's outcome was unexpected. Their original plan was to share control of half of Thunder Island's sole large repair yard with Battle Wolves. However, that was no longer possible. Chapter 1520. Change in Positions. Chapter 1520. Change in Positions. The Battle Wolves planned to renegotiate with Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing? A frown appeared on Eternal Dead's solemn face when he heard Quiet Melody's words. I understand. Tell the Battle Wolves that we'll leave negotiations to them. If the Battle Wolves decide to accept Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's conditions, we won't argue. He had hoped to teach Zero Wing the difference between their guilds, but he never expected this kind of outcome. Together, Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had actually outperformed the Sacred Temple. Now he had no choice but to lower himself and reopen negotiations with Shifeng. Understood. Quiet Melody nodded. Eternal Dead's reply didn't particularly surprise her. After all, he had climbed to the guild leader's position with the unanimous support of the previous guild leader and various elders because he always kept the guild's best interest in mind. Rather, Quiet Melody was curious about Zero Wing. Very few existences in the virtual gaming world were capable of forcing Eternal Dead to admit defeat. It would seem that Zero Wing had become one of them. While everyone was shocked about Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing's rank, the stone monument in the plaza continued to reveal the following ranks. In the end, the Sacred Temple ranked fourth in the contest, obtaining 15% of the large repair yard's shares and 50% of a small shipyard's shares. The Nine Heavens Pavilion came in fifth. At fifth place, the Super Guild acquired the final 10% of the large repair yard's shares and 50% of a small shipyard. The crowd paid little attention to the remaining ranks since sixth place and below hadn't earned any shares of Thunder Island's large repair yard. In fact, they weren't even granted any control of a small shipyard. They only gained the right to vote for Thunder Island's development path and temporary teleportation arrays. Meanwhile, after the ranks were announced, news quickly reached the ears of the various naval forces outside of Thunder Island. What? The Phoenix Pavilion was the dark horse in the competition and even surpassed the Sacred Temple and Nine Heavens Pavilion? I recall that Phoenix Rain had secured 2 monster encampments. She should have 4 temporary teleportation arrays now. Since Firmament betrayed her and Zero Wing only needs 1, she should have 2 teleportation arrays to spare. If we ally ourselves with Phoenix Rain, we might have a chance of obtaining one of them. Thank goodness we didn't agree to work with Nine Dragons Emperor. We would have lost any hope of befriending Phoenix Rain. The various first and second-rate naval guilds quickly took note of Phoenix Rain's remaining teleportation arrays. Unlike Phoenix Rain, the other superpowers had already reserved their extra temporary teleportation arrays for their allies. Some superpowers had even failed to meet their original goals and acquire enough teleportation arrays. On the other hand, one of Phoenix Rain's partners had betrayed her, so it was entirely possible to ally with her team and obtain one of the arrays. Big Sis Rain, several large guilds with relatively powerful navies have contacted us, stating that they're willing to work under you. However, they have requested a temporary teleportation array in return, Blue Phoenix excitedly announced. In addition, several superpowers have congratulated us, stating that they would find time to negotiate cooperation in the future. The Battle Wolves have also sent a representative to reopen negotiations regarding cooperation on Thunder Island. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, Phoenix Rain could only mobilize a small portion of the guild's power. Hence, before today, very few naval forces had been willing to ally with her. The various superpowers were of a similar opinion. Now, however, first- and second-rate naval guilds and superpowers began to pay attention to Phoenix Rain. Even the Battle Wolves wanted to reopen negotiations. Blue Phoenix had never imagined this outcome. Yi Feng, the Battle Wolves have sent an invitation. What is your opinion on the matter? Phoenix Rain asked Shi Feng softly, who stood beside her. She was fully aware that Zero Wing was the only reason she enjoyed such treatment. Furthermore, their relationship had long since grown past that of an employer and employee to a partnership. Since the Battle Wolves had taken the initiative to reopen negotiations, she had to seek his opinion on the matter. Let them wait for a bit. We're not in a hurry, Shi Feng said, smiling. He was not particularly surprised by the situation. Instead, we should focus on recruiting strong naval forces. Only by doing so can we increase our overall strength quickly. Cooperating with the various superpowers would only benefit them on Thunder Island. On the other hand, by recruiting the naval forces that needed a temporary teleportation array, they could bolster the ships sailing under their banner. With this, grinding for Thunder passes would become much easier. Let the Battle Wolves wait? Phoenix Rain was taken aback when she saw Shi Feng's serene expression. The Battle Wolves was a bona fide super guild. It had also occupied 3 monster encampments during this contest. Many large guilds would die for the opportunity to cooperate with the Battle Wolves, yet Shi Feng wanted to reject the super guild's offer. Once we begin operating our small shipyard, we'll have a greater advantage in the negotiations, Shi Feng said, nodding. Alright then. I'll let them know, Phoenix Rain agreed, finding no flaws in Shi Feng's reasoning. To forge iron, one needed a sturdy hammer. Even if they proposed the conditions they deserved, the Battle Wolves wouldn't necessarily agree. Once they were sufficiently powerful, the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple would offer the appropriate conditions. What? He rejected the offer? She's even told the Battle Wolves to wait for her answer? What is she trying to do? When he read the report containing Phoenix Rain's reply, Eternal Dead was confused. Has she lost her mind? In his opinion, the fact that he and the Battle Wolves had even agreed to reopen negotiations was incredibly generous, yet Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had rejected the offer. "Guild leader, what should we do?" Quiet Melody asked. "We wait. If they don't come looking for us, we won't seek them out either. I refuse to believe that Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing will sit by and do nothing," Eternal Dead replied seriously. While the various powers chatted about the contest, Phoenix Rain and Shifeng's group ventured to Thunder Island's town hall and selected their small shipyard and small repair yard. They also registered their guilds for the respective temporary teleportation arrays. Guilds that had registered their teleportation arrays could teleport members between Thunder Island and their guild residences for a small fee. They wouldn't have to waste the time traveling by ship. In addition, although the small shipyard and small repair yard were not as effective as their large counterparts, they were more than enough for current players. Once they finished dealing with those issues, Shifeng used a return scroll, leaving Thunder Island. The most important thing he needed to deal with was the magic workshop's construction. Although constructing the magic workshop would put a dent in the guild's coffers, the building would quickly pay for itself. Moreover, the magic workshop's value to the guild would grow as the game progressed. Now that he had the design for the building, he had to erect it as soon as possible. While Phoenix Rain and Shifeng had completed the necessary procedures, Nine Dragons Emperor had watched from a short distance away, glaring daggers at the two players. After Shifeng's group left from the town hall, Nine Dragons Emperor opened his mouth and asked, "Marshal, have you made contact with Beast Emperor yet?" "Rest assured, Pavilion Master. Beast Emperor has guaranteed that Zero Wing will soon be removed from God's domain," Marshal Dragon said. "Good. Once his people are ready, we'll take action. I can no longer stand to watch Zero Wing survive." Nine Dragons Emperor hissed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, as Shifeng made his way to the candlelight trading firm after returning to White River City, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. "System, congratulations. The construction of your city in Witch's Hill is complete. Please check and ratify the construction within 3 days. If you fail to do so, the constructed city will be discarded." Chapter 1521. Materials of Astronomical Value. Chapter 1521. Materials of Astronomical Value. It's finally finished. Shifeng could not help his elation when he saw the system notification. In God's domain, the income from a guild town was limited to its shops and establishments. While the money from these sources might sustain a small guild, it was nowhere near enough to cover a large guild's operation costs. Furthermore, guilds were required to pay exorbitant system management fees every month. The monthly management fee for a basic town was 5,000 gold. For an intermediate town it was 15,000 gold, and for an advanced town it was 50,000 gold. If a guild couldn't afford the fee, the system would temporarily freeze the guild's authority over the town. If the guild couldn't pay the fees within 3 months, they'd lose the town. The system would then hold an auction and sell the toe to the highest bidder. Aside from the monthly management fees, the guild was responsible for hiring the various NPCs that operated the town. Hence, when the various large guilds considered constructing a town, they had to consider whether or not they could afford to run it. A guild city's expenditures were even higher. The monthly management fee alone could bankrupt an ordinary large guild several times over. A basic city already cost 200,000 gold per month. No ordinary large guild could gather that much in 2 or 3 months, not to mention one, unless it abandoned the guild's development and pooled all of its money for the city's development. Naturally, a guild city also had more income sources. Aside from the shops and establishments, a guild was allowed to collect tolls from players entering the city. Guild towns didn't offer this function. As long as a guild city attracted a sufficient number of players, the income from the tolls could easily surpass the shops and establishments by several folds. Hence, site selection was extremely important when building a city. If the guild chose poorly, the city would lose the guild more money than it could earn. Following which, Shifeng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her collect the materials to construct the magic workshop while he intended to visit Witch's Hill. Guild leader, the various large guilds are currently fighting over the materials you've asked for. They're selling for very high prices. Some of the materials only drop from special 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. It will likely take some time to collect all of these items, Melancholic Smile said. She was astonished when she read the list of materials Shifeng had sent. I'm afraid mana ore is going to be particularly difficult to acquire. Shifeng had only asked for 500 crimson fire rocks, 500 frost stones, 500 logs of purple lightning wood, 5,000 ingots of mana ore and 100 advanced magic cores, all of which were extremely rare and valuable. Mana ore was particularly rare since it dropped randomly when mining with an incredibly low drop rate. It was also useful in many aspects such as construction, furnishing, forging, alchemy and engineering. Although Zero Wing frequently purchased mana ore, it only had a stock of a little over 1,300 ingots. As for the advanced magic core, it only dropped from the final bosses in 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Although the guild had consistently raided Hell Mode team dungeons, it had only collected a little over a dozen cores. With the amount of money it would cost to purchase the materials Shifeng had requested, they could buy golden lands in multiple NPC cities. Are a lot of guilds collecting mana ore right now? Shifeng asked curiously. If it's too difficult to acquire in Starmoon Kingdom, try Black Dragon Empire or other kingdoms. Although mana ore was very rare, guilds weren't the only ones capable of acquiring the ingots. Many independent players spent their time mining ores in the fields, and a few were bound to get lucky obtaining a few ingots. With how many independent players there were in the kingdom, it should not be very difficult to collect 1,000 pieces. Among the materials he listed, the mana ore should be the easiest to obtain. The list he had given Melancholic Smile hadn't even included the 7 luminaries crystals. Had he added that to the list, Melancholic Smile would have fainted from shock. Rather than a building, it seemed like he intended to construct a display of pure gold. Guild leader, the ore is very difficult to acquire. Searching other kingdoms and empires won't change that. The various large guilds have already purchased every ingot on the market, and any new mana ore will be highly contested over. Melancholic Smile said, smiling bitterly. Why? Shifeng asked curiously. As far as Shifeng could remember, while mana ore had been rare and in high demand, guilds hadn't necessarily fought over it. Even in the past, mana ore hadn't been cheap, each ingot selling for 30 to 40 silver. It's due to the Orc Empire's sudden rise. The Orcs have affected several kingdoms and 2 empires already, and these countries have dispatched their armies to hold the Orcs back. As a result, an exchange system activated on the front lines. So far, many items are available for purchase, including the common mounts, which most guilds have been searching desperately for. There are even bronze mounts available. To purchase these mounts, players have to complete all sorts of large-scale quests and earn contribution points. However, these large-scale quests are extremely difficult. They either required players to reinforce or capture towns. Meanwhile, not only are there a lot of orcs, but their combat standards are also quite high. In addition, when the orcs show up, a strange mist covers the area, driving players' mana into chaos and decreasing their combat power. Players are only able to stabilize their mana with mana charms, a consumable tool that's crafted with mana oregon. Aside from that, a lot of ancient ruins have appeared because of the fog. The monsters in these ancient ruins have very high drop rates. There have been rumors that claim that these ruins contain siege tools from ancient times. Hence, the kingdoms and empires' major powers are frantically collecting mana ore in hopes of raiding these ruins and acquiring guild mounts as quickly as possible. This, in turn, has resulted in the mana ore shortage on the market. The ore's price has also increased by several times. Melancholic Smile's explanation surprised Shifeng. Although he had known that the Orc Empire's rise would change the game, he hadn't expected the situation to develop like this. I understand. In any case, try to collect as many of these materials as possible. I'll figure out a way to deal with the mana ore problem, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. The magic workshop was of the utmost importance to Zero Wing. The sooner he constructed it, the sooner he could improve the guild's overall strength by a large margin. Moreover, it would help guild members' survivability. Currently, Zero Wing's combat power relied on its peak experts in siege weapons. Without these factors, Zero Wing wasn't even on par with a first-rate guild, much less super first-rate guilds or super guilds. If he could construct the magic workshop, however, he could shorten this gap and attract more powerful players to join Zero Wing. He had to collect these materials. Following which, Shifeng disconnected the call and made his way to Witch's Hill. He intended to deal with the guild city before worrying about the mana ore issue. After all, once Zero Wing had its own city, the guild would transform yet again. Chapter 1522, Initial Appearance of City. After reaching White River City's teleportation hall, Shifeng teleported to Bewildering Forest Town. In seconds, Shifeng arrived in another crowded teleportation hall. Not only was the hall crowded, but he also noticed that all of these players were above level 40. Many wore guild emblems on their chests and grim expressions on their faces. The rest of the players had already formed teams of over 20 players. Shifeng only spotted a few solo players throughout the hall. Why are so many people here? Shifeng watched the players around him curiously. Bewildering Forest Town was one of the more remote towns in Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, most of the leveling maps around it were below level 30. Although it was the closest NPC town to the Witch's Hill, even with a mount, it would take players over 7 hours to reach the map. Furthermore, Witch's Hill wasn't the most resource-rich map in this level range, and Star Moon Kingdom's largest forest separated Bewildering Forest Town and Witch's Hill. The Maze Forest. The monsters in the Maze Forest were between level 40 and level 50. Although the entire forest was not particularly dangerous, its inner sanctum was a maze. Players who weren't familiar with the terrain could easily lose their way. The only thing that even made grinding in the Maze Forest worthwhile was the Dawn Flower. The Dawn Flower was a rare material for brewing wine and the disorienting potion. Currently, however, neither of these items were useful to players. Logically, there should not be that many high-leveled players in Bewildering Forest Town. Starting a 1,000-man expedition to an orc fortress. Players who are interested in the raid can register with me. Selling cheap mana charms. Interested players can come find me. As soon as Shifeng left the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of quite a few expedition teams recruiting members. In addition, merchant players stood by the busy street hawking their wares. Of the numerous times Shifeng had visited the town during his previous life, he had never once seen the town this lively. The orcs have already reached this area. Shifeng was surprised as he watched the various players recruiting for 1,000-man team expeditions. The Orc Empire was southwest of Star Moon Kingdom, but although Bewildering Forest Town was the closest town in the kingdom to the Orc Empire, it didn't border the empire. Moreover, these players weren't mobilizing 100-man teams, but 1,000-man teams. It was rare in God's domain, much less Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, players would only form such large teams when venturing into dangerous regional dungeons. As Shifeng turned away from the crowd, intending to head to a bar to collect some intel, he heard the sound of a regional announcement. Bewildering Forest Town Region System Announcement. An army of orcs has broken through the defensive line of Star Moon Kingdom's Third Army and is currently making its way to Bewildering Forest Town. Bewildering Forest Town will enter a defensive state and garrison quests will activate in Bewildering Forest Town. The orc army's estimated time of arrival is 10 hours. Please prepare. Crap. Aren't the orcs moving too quickly? They're already heading our way? Haha. This is wonderful. I'll be able to earn even more CPs. Upon hearing the system announcement, a commotion broke out among the players in town. Some were excited for the event while others were surprised. However, the one thing these players had in common was their anticipation of the orc army's arrival. They were clearly interested in participating in the town's defense. It wasn't long before the teams that had been recruiting for an expedition changed their goal to the town's defense. Members of the various large guilds and adventurer teams immediately contacted their superiors, notifying them of the sudden development. Boss, orcs are going to attack Bewildering Forest Town. Guild leader, the Orc Empire you asked me to keep an eye on has broken through the defensive lines and will attack Bewildering Forest Town in 10 hours. For a time, players from the various large guilds and well-known adventurer teams in Star Moon Kingdom hurried towards Bewildering Forest Town. It was clear that these guilds and adventurer teams had long since prepared for this as their members flooded the town. Meanwhile, Shifeng found a seat on the second floor of an open-air bar, And just as he was about to browse Starmoon Kingdom's forums for information, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, the Orc army has started its invasion of Starmoon Kingdom's bewildering forest town. I just received the news, but it seems that many guilds have already dispatched their armies to the town. Should we do so as well? I've heard that if the town is successfully defended, participating players will receive an abundance of CPs, and participating guilds can increase their influence in Starmoon Kingdom. Increase a guild's influence in Starmoon Kingdom? When Shifeng heard Aqua Rose's report, he realized why the various large guilds seemed so prepared and passionate about defending this town. In God's domain, kingdoms and empires wouldn't remain the same forever. As time passed, some would disappear while others would rise to prominence. Guilds even had the opportunity to take control of some countries. This was how the various superpowers had established their own massive kingdoms and empires during Shifeng's previous life. Players couldn't simply establish kingdoms and empires by constructing numerous towns and cities. They had to take control of an NPC kingdom or empire. The Oceanic Kingdom, Sea's End, was a perfect example in which players could take control of its NPC cities. Although players wouldn't have as much control of the cities as they would of a guild town, it was enough. On God's Domain's continent, guilds that wanted to take control of NPC cities, kingdoms, or empires needed guild influence. Of course, influence wasn't the only thing guilds needed to take control of NPC cities and countries. There were other requirements as well. At this stage of the game, it wasn't possible. Players were simply too weak, unable to take on God's Domain's NPCs. However, it was important for a guild to accumulate guild influence as early as possible. Aqua, see to the necessary arrangements immediately. Since the Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds are participating in the event, Zero Wing can't be absent, Shifeng instructed after giving the matter some thought. Although he had several methods to increase Zero Wing's guild influence in Starmoon Kingdom, it was not a bad idea to take advantage of this opportunity. Could save him a lot of time in the future. Guild leader, should we call in Gentle Snow's team as well? Aqua Rose asked. No need. Let them finish their promotions first. Shifeng had high hopes for Gentle Snow's and Zhao Yueru's Tier 2 promotions. After all, both wielded fragmented legendary items and hidden classes. Once the two completed their Tier 2 promotion, their combat power would be extraordinary. Following which, Shifeng disconnected the call and departed from bewildering forest town. After finding a secluded location, he summoned the demonic flame tiger and made his way to Witch's Hill. With he still had 10 hours before the Orc army arrived, it was more than enough time to deal with the guild city and return to command the guild's army in battle. With the demonic flame tiger, Shifeng completed his journey to Witch's Hill, which normally required over 7 hours of travel time on a common mount, in less than 4 hours. As Shifeng reached the massive waterfall near Witch's Hill, the sight of a towering city rose before him. Unlike Stone Forest Town, soaring, magically strengthened stone walls surrounded the city. Although it wasn't visible to the naked eye, a magic barrier also enveloped the city. Although players could enter a town from any side, players could only enter the city through its main entrance. The construction looks quite nice. Even from afar, Shifeng was satisfied with how his city turned out. His new city was much larger than the basic cities, which were upgraded from advanced towns, that he had seen in the past. After the brief pause, Shifeng made his way towards the city. Chapter 1523. Power Source Improves. Chapter 1523. Power Source Improves. When Shifeng stopped before the city's main entrance, an imposing pair of tightly shut gates greeted him. Pitch-black runes had been carved into the gates, forming multiple magic barriers that protected them. The magic barriers here were much stronger than the barrier his movement-type defensive magic array created, as it could even withstand Tier 4 attacks. As for the magic barrier around the entire city, although it was not as powerful as the one on the gates, it wouldn't have any issue blocking Tier 3 attacks. This city was a perfect guild fortress. It was definitely worth spending all those coins to build this thing. Shifeng could not help his rueful sigh as he observed his surroundings. The city occupied a mountain peak, so the mountain's scenery remained unobstructed. In addition, an impressive waterfall fell by the hillside. Occasionally, Shifeng saw birds of various kinds fly past the mountain and below the city. He felt as if he had just arrived in paradise. Setting aside Witch's Hill's unique circumstances, this grand scenery would attract many lifestyle and entertainment players. During his previous life, Shadow hadn't even had a guild town at this stage of the game, yet his Zero Wing already had its own basic city. Not even super guilds had achieved this feat currently, only Sea's End's major powers controlled cities. Unlike Sea's End's major powers, however, he had complete control of his city. The city's development path wouldn't limit his options. Meanwhile, when Shifeng arrived, a dozen or so NPC guards came down from their posts along the city walls to open the gates. Esteemed City Lord, we have completed your city's construction. If there are no issues, we may begin the transfer procedures. A middle-aged man with a cross-shaped scar on his face respectfully reported as he came forward to greet Shifeng. The man wore a luxurious suit of armor with a white cape draped over his back. He also carried a long sword embedded with several pieces of 7 luminaries crystal at his waist. Although the man didn't radiate an aura, he was a level 180 Tier 3 Knight Captain. In a minor NPC city, he could even serve as the magistrate. At this stage of the game, he could kill any ordinary player in a single move. I'm fine with that. However, before we begin, I'd like to visit the city's core magic array, Shifeng said, nodding. He had previously obtained an evil god crystal after killing a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon under the Beast Emperor's command. To a guild city, the item's value was astronomical. The evil god crystal could be used as a power source for a city. Although it couldn't compare to a Titan core, the power source was very difficult to come by. It was definitely much stronger than the freebie power source that was included in a city's construction. Esteemed City Lord, please follow me, the Knight Captain Yared said as he led the way for Shifeng, the dozen or so knights previously guarding the gate following close behind. As Shifeng walked through the city, he could easily tell it was many times larger than Stone Forest Town. Not even an advanced town could compare to its grandeur. Despite the city's basic rank, it should easily accommodate over 300,000 permanent residential players. Moreover, this was assuming that he built the city's basic infrastructure. If he used advanced buildings, he could double the city's capacity, at which point the city wouldn't even feel cramped with over 1 million players. In contrast, players would likely walk shoulder to shoulder in an advanced town with a 1 million player population. However, it was due to the city's large size that it required a lot more resources to develop. Take the street Shifeng was currently on, for example. Although the NPCs had already built quite a few essential buildings, Shifeng passed large plots of empty land. He'd have to spend a lot more to fill these gaps. Based on Shifeng's initial estimates, the initial resources to construct the necessary infrastructure would be enough to drive any first-rate guild mad, not to mention constructing buildings like the battle arena. The buildings in cities were allowed to have far more floors than those in towns. The battle arena in Stone Forest Town, for example, could only have 8 floors. In a basic city, however, a battle arena could have up to 16 floors, though players had to have enough money to build them. Under Yored's lead, Shifeng quickly reached the 3rd underground floor of the City Lord's mansion. Esteemed City Lord, this is the city's main control room. Here you may control the magic arrays all over the city, Yored explained as he gestured to the mammoth ball of water floating in the center of the hall. Numerous golden runes decorated the wide hall's walls, while the water ball in the center felt like an inhaling whale as it absorbed the mana from outside of the city, transferring the mana to the city's various areas. Meanwhile, a black crystal floated within the core of the magic water ball. This black crystal was the power source the system granted when players constructed their own cities. This crystal was the city's lifeblood, created by dozens of high-tiered wizards. It was a better power source than those that formed naturally or those the gods had created. Without hesitation, Shifeng went up to the magic water ball and replaced the black crystal with the evil god crystal. The moment he placed the evil god crystal in the magic water ball, the mana in the hall rampaged. The hovering water ball began to grow. As it did, the mana density in the hall increased. The Knight Captain and his entourage were afraid. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the hall's mana calmed. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the evolved water ball. The previously mammoth water ball had tripled in size, and the hall's mana density had at least doubled. As I expected, a basic city can only use 60% of the evil god crystal's power. Feng was somewhat disappointed when he saw the evil god crystal's utilization rate the system had displayed. In God's domain, a strong power source didn't necessarily mean that players could improve a city indefinitely. Every city had its limits. It seemed that a basic city could only use 60% of the total energy an evil god crystal provided. If he wanted to increase the efficiency, he'd have to upgrade the city to intermediate or advanced rank. He might even need to upgrade it to the standard of a kingdom's capital city to use the evil god crystal's full power. However, 60% was enough to improve the city's defenses by a tier and increase its mana density by 40%. Although the city's current mana density couldn't compare to stone forest towns, it would rise beyond the towns once he constructed the magic and mana towers. Esteemed city lord, you really know how to surprise a man. You actually got your hands on such a high-ranked power source. Your city is guaranteed to become famous in Starmoon Kingdom, Yared said in admiration. In Starmoon Kingdom, one could count the number of cities with such a high-ranked power source on one hand. Only the kingdom's capital was more powerful. After Yared finished speaking, the sound of a system notification reached Feng's ears. System, you have earned a reward. Please name your city within 1 hour, or the reward will be discarded. System, you have 59 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. Thank you for your praise, Knight Captain. I am very satisfied with this city. Let's complete the transfer procedures right away, Feng said. Chapter 1524, Zero Wing City. Once Feng agreed to start the transfer procedures, the Knight Captain revealed a dazzling silver token and passed it to Feng. The token itself wasn't ornate, but the moment the Knight Captain revealed the item, the hall's mana began to gather around it, forming a magic barrier around the token. The magic barrier would prevent undesignated players from touching it. Esteemed City Lord, here is your City Lord's token. Once you carve the city's name on the token and we finish the registration, the city can officially open to the public, Knight Captain Yared explained as he admired the item in Feng's hand. The token's owner would have absolute control over the city. Not even city magistrates has so much authority. City magistrates were merely representatives the kingdom tasked to manage its cities. Throughout Starmoon Kingdom, only a handful of people controlled their cities and were acknowledged as lords in the kingdom. These NPCs' statuses were so high that even the king had to treat them respectfully. This wasn't the first time Feng had obtained a city lord's token. As it rested in his palm, he taped on the magic array around the token. Immediately, a system window appeared before him, asking him for the city's name. Since this is Zero Wing's first city, let's call it Zero Wing City. Feng thought as he filled in the name box. By using the guild's name for the city, not only would the public know who the city belonged to, but it would also advertise the guild. This was another benefit of constructing a city from scratch. If a guild obtained their city by upgrading a town, the new city would retain its old name. Hence, first-rate guilds and stronger had usually tried to construct their cities from scratch as proof of their prowess. After Feng finished naming Zero Wing City, Yared began the registration process. Congratulations, esteemed City Lord. You have now become the first heavens blessed to own your own city in Starmoon Kingdom. The city will now enter a 21-day protection period. During this time, you may hire city guards to protect the city from harassment. You will also be responsible for a 200,000 gold tax each month, Yared explained. Do you wish to hire guards now? Do you have a list for me to choose from? Feng asked. A city's defense wasn't like that of a town. The system would only allow players to hire up to Tier 2 NPCs in a town. After all, Tier 3 NPCs could serve as small cities' magistrates. Although he could hire Tier 3 NPC guards in a basic city, he could only hire 5. Moreover, Tier 3 NPCs had different strengths and specialties. To ease the burden of the city's defense, it was necessary to choose the Tier 3 NPC guards carefully. Alright. Here is a list of the Tier 3 guards we can currently provide. Unfortunately, since there are so many Tier 1 and Tier 2 guards to choose from, I am unable to provide a precise list. If you would like a more detailed list of your options, you may hire these guards from the Adventurers Association, Yared explained as he handed Feng a list. The list showed the general prices for the Tier 1 and Tier 2 NPC guards as well as a brief introduction of the various Tier 3 NPC guards available for hire. Hiring 10 level 150 elite guards for 21 days would cost 100 gold, 300 gold for 10 level 150 Tier 1 guards, and 700 gold for 10 level 150 Tier 2 guards. Each of the Tier 3 guards had different prices. There were a total of 37 Tier 3 guards available, and they cost anywhere between 800 and 1,400 gold for 21 days. The cost of hiring one of these NPCs could already rival that of 2 squads of Tier 2 guards. Even for Zero Wing, the expenditure wasn't easy to shrug off, yet Shifeng had no choice. He hadn't constructed Zero Wing City near any NPC towns or cities, so it could easily come under monster attack. This was especially true at night. For Zero Wing City, which didn't have its defensive constructs yet, powerful guards were a must. Furthermore, Shifeng hadn't expected the rise of the Orc Empire, which had already turned its sights to bewildering Forest Town. The Maze Forest was the only thing standing between the town and Witch's Hill. On the off chance that the Orc army decided to attack Zero Wing City, Tier 1 and Tier 2 NPC guards wouldn't be able to fend off the attack. Only Tier 3 NPCs had enough of an advantage over the Orcs. Following which, Shifeng chose to hire 5 Tier 3 guards. 1 healer, 2 MTs and 2 magical classes. Among them, the magical classes were the most expensive, each costing 1,300 gold. Each of these magical class NPCs had 2 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells and a Tier 3 curse in their arsenal. I've decided to hire these 5. In addition, I wish to hire 800 elite guards, 150 Tier 1 guards and 50 Tier 2 guards, Shifeng said, returning the list to Yared after making his decision. If Aqua Rose or Gentle Snow were present, they would have a heart attack over hiring so many guards. The cost of hiring NPC guards was much higher than NPC soldiers, yet Shifeng still chose to hire 1,000 NPC guards at once. But Shifeng knew the necessity of the decision. Cities were much larger than towns, and without enough NPCs, a city would be impossible to defend and public security wouldn't be maintained. Moreover, as the city's environment was more beneficial than a town's, it didn't cost as much to hire NPC guards. If he hired this many guards in a town, it would drop Zero Wing's finances into the red. This was an advantage that the system provided when players constructed their own city from scratch. Alright. The total cost for the guards you've chosen is 21,000 gold. Once you've made the payment, the Adventurers Association will send them to the city, Yared said. Without hesitation, Shifeng handed 21,000 gold to the Knight Captain. Fortunately, he had recently posted plenty of rare materials he had obtained from Cold Wind City in Zero Wing's auction house. While he had been on Thunder Island, most of the materials had sold, and after deducting his base cost, he had made a profit of 33,527 gold. This was why he dared to hire so many Tier 1 and Tier 2 guards despite Zero Wing's current financial situation. Moreover, that was only the profit from the first shipment. After time passed, Cold Wind City's players would stockpile a ton of materials again. If he purchased and resold those materials, he would earn another 30,000 gold. This money-making speed even surpassed that of Stone Forest Town and the Candlelight Trading Firm. When Cold Wind City opened a path to the other NPC cities in the Ice Crystal world in the future, he'd make even more profit. It wasn't unlike owning his own gold mine. After Yared confirmed the payment, he bowed respectfully to Shifeng before leaving with the other knights. Following which, a series of system notifications and system announcements reached Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations. You are the first player in Star Moon Kingdom to own a city. Rewarding 300 Star Moon Kingdom reputation and Lord of Star Moon Kingdom title. System, congratulations. Zero Wing City has become the first player city in Star Moon Kingdom. Rewarding 10,000 city popularity and 1 advanced restaurant design. System, congratulations. Zero Wing City has become the first city to upgrade its power source. Rewarding 10,000 city popularity and 1 city conscription order. Star Moon Kingdom Region System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming Star Moon Kingdom's first guild to construct a city. Rewarding 10,000 guild popularity and 50 guild influence. Chapter 1525. Uproar. Chapter 1525, Uproar. The regional announcement repeated for several times, the mechanical voice of the system echoing in the minds of Starmoon Kingdom's players continuously. For a moment, whether they were players currently resting in towns and cities or players out grinding in the fields, they all fell into a daze when they heard this announcement. What's going on? Constructed a city. How is this possible? The various large guilds are still working on getting their towns upgraded to the intermediate rank. Even super guilds have just begun trying to upgrade their towns to the advanced rank. How could there be a guild city already? Did Zero Wing manage to upgrade Stone Forest Town into a city? All hail Zero Wing. That might really be possible. After all, the player population in Stone Forest Town right now is really insane. The population there is not one bit lower than an NPC cities. This is impossible. I'm standing inside Stone Forest Town right now, and nothing about the town has changed whatsoever. Practically everyone on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums was discussing Zero Wing and the city it built right now. Although the players of God's Domain currently did not have any concrete information about guild cities, they could generally guess how amazing a guild city would be just by looking at the various guild towns currently in the game. Setting aside the various other functions a guild city would possess, just the amount of land it occupied would definitely exceed that of a town by a large margin, which would in turn allow it to accommodate more players. However, compared to the fact that Zero Wing was now in possession of a guild city, everyone was much more interested in finding out about the city itself, particularly its location. Currently, mainstream players were starting to outgrow Stone Forest Town. If Zero Wing had built its city at a high-level resource map and replicated the facilities it had in Stone Forest Town in its new city, players would both be able to complete high-level quests without traveling long distances and easily improve their combat standards inside the city, killing two birds with one stone. Zero Wing has a guild city now? This is a good opportunity for our adventurer team. A new city? I wonder where it's located. If its location is good, it might not be a bad idea to buy a shop there and settle down. In the eyes of most independent players, Zero Wing's new city was merely a potential rest area. To the various adventurer teams and merchant players, however, the city was a huge opportunity for them. Currently, both the private houses and shops of Stone Forest Town were becoming increasingly valuable. Many wealthy adventurer teams and merchant players were already regretting their decision not to purchase one for themselves before. At the same time, the various large guilds of Starmoon Kingdom also became busy, holding internal meetings to restructure their future development plans in the kingdom. Zero Wing's acquisition of a guild city might be good news for ordinary players, but there was nothing good about it for large guilds like theirs. In God's Domain, maintaining and protecting a guild town entailed a lot of manpower. Hence, whenever a guild was thinking of conquering a new guild town, said guild would have to expand and recruit new members. Naturally, a guild city would need even more players to maintain and protect a city. Meanwhile, once Zero Wing began increasing its member count, it would also require more resource maps for these new members to develop in. Yet as players reached higher levels, the resource maps available in Starmoon Kingdom also grew increasingly scarcer. As a result, competition between guilds also intensified. In the future, there would definitely come a time when their guilds would have to compete against Zero Wing. Hence, they naturally had to plan for such situations in advance. For a time, due to this system announcement, Zero Wing once again became the focus of the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Players within the kingdom were practically talking about Zero Wing non-stop. Meanwhile, just as Shifeng was about to make arrangements for Zero Wing City's further development, he suddenly started receiving mails and calls one after another. Guild leader, what did you do? How did we get a new city? Gentle Snow was filled with both curiosity and excitement when she found out about the new guild city, and she could not help but send multiple messages asking Shifeng about the matter. Before this, she was just about to start challenging her Tier 2 promotion. However, she put it off temporarily when she received a report on this sudden development. She knew very clearly that Zero Wing currently had only 2 towns under its control. One of them was Stone Forest Town in Starmoon Kingdom, while the other was Hidden Mist Town in the Black Dragon Empire. Aside from these 2, Zero Wing did not own any other towns. Yet now the guild had suddenly gained a brand new guild city. Old pal, your guild really knows how to hide its strength. When are you free to sit down for a chat? Yuan Tiexin had also sent Shi Feng a message. Judging by his tone, he seemed to be very interested in Zero Wing's guild city. In fact, the secret pavilion wasn't the only guild that sent Shi Feng a message. Even Phoenix Rain had sent a congratulatory message as well as expressed her surprise at finding out about this news. Guild leader, you've finally picked up. Right now, our residence at Stone Forest Town is being swarmed by adventurer teams and merchant players. They all wish to partner with Zero Wing. In addition, several companies also want to meet with you to discuss investment opportunities, Aqua Rose said with a bitter smile on her face. Although Aqua Rose had known about the new city, Melancholic Smile was the one tasked with managing all matters relating to the city. Hence, Aqua Rose had not tried prying too deeply into those matters. After all, the amount of money required to construct a city would no doubt be astronomical. In her opinion, it would definitely take some time before they would accumulate enough funds to complete the city's construction. Thus, she had never imagined that the city would be completed so soon. This sudden development had caught her completely off guard. Right now, even people from her family were frantically contacting her and asking about the guild city. Her family hoped to be able to purchase a virtual store once the city was officially opened to the public. This situation put her at a loss on what to do, as it was not in her place to make decisions on such important matters. Set those matters aside for now. First, have Candlelight's architects stop what they're doing and have them prepare the materials on the list I'll be sending to you in a moment. Once they have everything ready, bring them to Zero Wing City. While you're at it, bring some elite members with you as well to deal with the management work of the city. Shi Feng could guess the situation on Aqua Rose's side right now. After all, he was mostly facing the same. However, he had just completed the handover procedures for Zero Wing City. Right now, their priority was to have the necessary infrastructure set up in Zero Wing City. Otherwise, they would simply be inviting ridicule should they open up an empty city to the public. Very well, I'll get to it right away. Aqua Rose nodded. She could not help looking forward to seeing the newly constructed Zero Wing City. After Shi Feng finished assigning tasks to Aqua Rose, he quickly made his way to the guild residence in Zero Wing City. Compared to the guild residence in Stone Forest Town, the residence here was much more luxurious. Located in the central district of the city, it took up 1/5 of the available land there, something possible only in a guild city. In NPC cities, a guild residence could occupy only a small area. Normally, one would be fortunate to be able to fit 10 or 20,000 players inside the residence. As for the residence in Zero Wing City, even if 50,000 players were present inside the residence at the same time, there would still be plenty of space to spare. Following which, Shi Feng took out the guild residence teleportation magic array he had prepared beforehand and set it up inside the guild hall. If the guild residence did not possess a teleportation array, guild members would not be able to teleport directly to the city. This was also the reason why Aqua Rose did not simply teleport to the city to meet up with Shi Feng. Currently, although everyone in the guild had already found out about Zero Wing's new city, they could not visit it. They could only wait until Shi Feng was done setting up the teleportation array. Once Shi Feng set up the teleportation array, he made a slight adjustment to its permissions, allowing only guild members with a certain level of authority to teleport to the city, to avoid unnecessary trouble that would disrupt the city's construction speed. After he settled the matters that required immediate attention, he sat down in his office to catch his breath. While resting, he opened up his bag and took a look at the advanced restaurant design and city conscription order he received from the system. He had heard about these two items in his previous life. However, he had never personally seen either of them before. He had never thought that he would actually receive these two items just by constructing Zero Wing City. These were truly an unexpected harvest. Chapter 1526. Strengthening Players. Chapter 1526. Strengthening Players. It's no wonder these things can help a guild improve quickly. They actually possess such effects. Shi Feng was astonished as he inspected the advanced restaurant design and city conscription order in his bag. The city popularity the system awarded was already quite beneficial to the city's development, as it would lure many more NPCs to the city. However, when compared to the two items in his bag, the amount of city popularity he had gotten paled into insignificance. Similar to the advanced auction house, The advanced restaurant was an extremely rare advanced construction in God's domain. The guilds that managed to obtain it in his previous life numbered extremely few. There had been one instance where a top adventurer team had put up an advanced restaurant design for auction. In the end, the design had sold at a price that could cause even first-rate guilds to despair: 2 fragmented legendary items. Even after 10 years had passed in God's domain, fragmented legendary items were still extremely hard to come by in God's domain. Back then, most first-rate guilds would have only 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items in the entire guild, and none of them were willing to exchange any. After all, everyone back then was already fully aware of just how valuable a fragmented legendary item was. Yet, in the end, a superpower had still bought the design for 2 fragmented legendary items. Back then, many people had felt that the transaction was not worthwhile, and Xianxia was no exception. After all, a restaurant would at most function as an attraction to lure players to a city. Meanwhile, the clientele would be spending only coins or magic crystals at the restaurant. To the wealthy superpowers, fragmented legendary items held far greater importance compared to coins and magic crystals. Nevertheless, the various superpowers back then had still gladly competed over the advanced restaurant design. Now that Xianxia saw what functions the advanced restaurant possessed, however, he immediately realized why the various superpowers had been eager to buy the design back then. Not only was the advanced restaurant much more spectacular than a basic restaurant in terms of size and appearance, but it also had various modes of transactions available. In addition, players could even hire Master and Grandmaster Chef NPCs for the restaurant. In God's domain, no matter which subclass a lifestyle player possessed, they would have great difficulty reaching even the Master rank, not to mention the Grandmaster rank. Meanwhile, any lifestyle player that managed to reach the Master or Grandmaster rank in their subclass would be capable of taking on a role that exceeded one's imaginations. This was especially true for those that managed to become Grandmaster lifestyle players. They would become existences that could single-handedly affect an entire guild's strength. Take a Grandmaster Chef, for example. Aside from being able to cook up unimaginably delicious food and beverages, a Grandmaster Chef was also capable of producing special cuisines that could permanently improve a player's attributes or even physique. There was a limit to how many times a player could improve through consuming such cuisines, but even so, the capability was already plenty amazing. After all, aside from upgrading to better weapons and equipment, players had almost no other method to improve their attributes and physique significantly. However, a Grandmaster Chef was capable of continuously strengthening players by producing various special cuisines. Although there was a limit to how much one could improve through consuming special cuisines, according to the rumors, when a player reached that limit, the additional attributes and physique they obtained could rival even that of a fragmented legendary item. Of course, the requirements to construct the advanced restaurant were also very high. At the very minimum, the advanced restaurant had to be built in a basic city. Aside from that, the architects building the advanced restaurant needed to be of sufficiently high standards, as they had to inscribe various kinds of runes. Finally, the advanced restaurant called for many different types of rare materials in its construction, including 1,000 pieces of mana oregon. By Xianxia's estimates, the total construction cost would be around 10,000 gold. As for the city conscription order, it was also a very valuable item. When used, it allowed a city to recruit a powerful NPC soldier with high growth potential. Meanwhile, the better developed a city was, the greater the city conscription order's effects would become. In the past, there was one guild that actually managed to recruit a Tier 4 Great Wizard through a city conscription order, when it was normally extremely rare for a city to manage to get even a Tier 2 NPC soldier. As for Tier 3 NPCs and above, it was practically impossible to recruit one without external aid such as the Heroes Chapter and the City Conscription Order. Not to mention, a Tier 4 Great Wizard was much more powerful than other classes when it came to defending a city. It should be appropriate to use this thing once Zero Wing City is set up properly and the total population stays at 1.5 million long term. Xianxia grew a little excited as he looked at the City Conscription Order. If he really managed to recruit a Tier 4 NPC to protect the city, it would truly be perfect. Meanwhile, over at Stone Forest Town, Aqua Rose was rapidly gathering elite members and architects. When Aqua Rose announced that she would be bringing some players to garrison the guild's new city, the entire guild had gone into an uproar. Vice guild leader, I want to apply. Crap. It's actually true. Our guild really does possess a city. Fortunately, I joined Zero Wing early on. Had I waited to do so only after the guild obtained a city, the requirements to join the guild would definitely have been much higher. I know, right? Previously, a friend of mine was debating on whether he should join Zero Wing or King's Return. In the end, he chose to develop himself in King's Return. If he finds out that Zero Wing already has a city, something not even super guilds like King's Return possess, he will definitely die from regret. When Zero Wing's members heard Aqua Rose's announcement, they immediately started applying to join the new city's daily maintenance workforce in a frenzy. In reality, though, they were trying to use this opportunity to take a look at the new city as well as find out where it was located. In less than 10 minutes, Aqua Rose managed to gather 3,000 elite members and 200 architects. I've already provided you all with the permission to transfer to the new city. After you arrive there, start the daily maintenance work and manage the NPCs that are coming into the city. If you can't manage some of the incoming NPCs, notify the nearest NPC guard. If none of you have any problems, you may transfer over right away, Aqua Rose said after talking about the tasks everyone would be doing once they arrived at the new city. Whether one constructed a new town or city, the first thing they needed to do was deal with the influx of NPCs. After all, players were not allowed to stop NPCs from entering guild towns and cities. Only in the event where players had managed to catch an NPC in the commission of a crime or could identify them to be wanted criminals could they expel said NPC from their town or city. Meanwhile, there would also be plenty of NPCs belonging to the dark forces mixed among the ordinary NPCs entering the city. If the guild could properly manage the security of the city's popularity would rise at a faster rate. Conversely, if it failed to maintain the security of the city's popularity would decrease. Hence, maintaining the security of the city during the city's early stages required a large number of players. Only after stabilizing the city's security could the guild open the city to players. After Aqua Rose was done speaking, the players she gathered inside the guild hall began purchasing the guild transfer scroll for Zero Wing City before promptly disappearing from the hall. This scene inspired strong envy in the other guild members present inside the guild hall. Although it was said to be city maintenance work, it was similarly a quest. If players could capture a dark NPC inside the city, they would receive plenty of EXP and GCPs. Doing this quest was much more profitable than grinding monsters out in the fields. Elsewhere, when the upper echelons of the various major powers of Star Moon Kingdom learned of the movements of Zero Wing's members, their expressions turned indescribably grim. Immediately have people look for Zero Wing's city. Find out where it's located no matter what. To the various major powers of Star Moon Kingdom, the whereabouts of Zero Wing's new city was critical. If its location was somewhere close to them, they would have no choice but to shift their focus of development. At the same time, there were also some guilds that began having designs on Zero Wing's new city. For a time, the various major powers all began dispatching a large number of people to locate Zero Wing's new city. Meanwhile, inside the guild residence in Zero Wing City, numerous flashes appeared inside the guild hall as a large group of players teleported into the city. Zero Wing City. This place is our guild city. When everyone exited the guild hall, they were momentarily dumbfounded by what they saw. Although they knew that the new city would definitely be much better than Stone Forest Town, they never thought the city would be such a spectacular sight. The difference between Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 1527, Guild's New Benefits. Chapter 1527, Guild's New Benefits. This place is our guild's new city. The mana density here is amazing. Although it's still no match for Stone Forest Towns, with this place being so large, at least the city won't be as crowded as Stone Forest Town. Wait, something's not right. Look around. There doesn't seem to be any magic towers here. The mana present here should be something the city naturally gathered by itself. What? A city is actually so much stronger than a town. If magic towers are constructed inside the city, won't the mana density here become much higher than even Stone Forest Towns? After Zero Wing's members exited the guild hall and observed their surroundings, they quickly noticed a marked difference between a guild town and a guild city. This was especially true in the case of mana density. Everyone was already sure that Zero Wing City would become overcrowded with players. Just how much resources did the guild leader invest in building this city? Aqua Rose was indescribably shocked when she looked at the city around her. Although she knew that a guild city would be much better than a guild town, she had never thought the disparity would be to such a degree. With the high mana density in the city would attract not only a large number of expert players to visit but also lifestyle players. In the future, there would be no need to worry about Zero Wing being unable to recruit capable experts and lifestyle players. After a moment of shock and awe, Aqua Rose had the elite members she brought begin accepting the city's patrol quests. As for herself, she took the 200 architects to meet up with Shifeng at an empty plot of land in the city. Guild leader, I've brought all the available architects in the candlelight trading firm over already, Aqua Rose reported quietly as she looked at Shifeng, who was currently surveying the terrain of the city. They're all here. Shifeng muttered to himself as he sent a glance at the architects standing some distance behind Aqua Rose. Nodding in approval, he continued, "Advanced architects, come forward." Immediately, 40-odd players stepped forward nervously. Among them, nearly 30 were male and over a dozen were female. Although the levels of these players ranged between 24 to 35 only, if placed in a first-rate guild, any one of these players would definitely receive VIP treatment. In the candlelight trading firm, however, they were merely normal members. After all, the candlelight trading firm already had master lifestyle players at the helm. Compared to them, advanced lifestyle players were insignificant existences. Meanwhile, when these advanced architects looked at Shifeng, who had disguised himself using the demon mask, their eyes were filled with reverence and excitement. After all, the man before them was none other than Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing. At the same time, he was also the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. They might have the qualifications to act proudly in front of the guild leaders of any other guild. After all, those guild leaders were definitely no match for themselves in terms of subclass development. However, it was a different story for their own guild leader. Even in terms of subclass development, their guild leader was an existence they had no choice but to look up to. The reason for this was their knowing that their guild leader had already become a master forger some time ago. Now one could say that he was the bona fide #1 forger in Star Moon Kingdom. Excellent. From now on, you all will be tasked with constructing Zero Wing City's advanced constructions. If any among you isn't an inner member, you can come to me to sign the contract to become one. If any of you does not wish to become an inner member, you may return to the group behind. Shifeng was considerably surprised at the number of advanced architects present. He had not expected that after not seeing Melancholic smile for some time, the woman had actually recruited many more advanced architects. Moreover, among the advanced architects present, he managed to spot 3 familiar figures. One of them was a middle-aged man named Happy Mo, who looked to be in his 40s. He wore a monocle and radiated an indescribably calm feeling. The second person was a muscular youth named Boiled Fish, who carried a scimitar on his back. As for the last one, she was a short-haired beauty named Wind Chimes. In the past, all 3 of these players were very famous architects in Star Moon Kingdom. To be precise, they were part of the top 10 architects in Star Moon Kingdom. Only these 3 players all belonged to first-rate guilds. Shifeng had never imagined that these 3 people had actually joined Zero Wing this time. Among the 3, Happy Mo was the strongest. In the past, he had constantly pushed his limits in order to become a Grandmaster. Unfortunately, the rank of Grandmaster was not easily attained. At the very least, the amount of help a first-rate guild could provide towards reaching this rank was minimal. Happy Mo had never managed to become a Grandmaster architect. After everyone heard Shifeng's words, most of the advanced architects that had joined the candlelight trading firm recently chose to sign the contract right away. Only Happy Mo, Boiled Fish, and Wind Chimes remained hesitant, exchanging glances with each other. After a moment, as if having come to an agreement, they nervously turned to look at Shifeng. Guild leader, if we become inner members, can we use our GCPs to exchange for a private house inside the guild city? Happy Mo, who was the eldest among the 3, stepped forward and asked carefully. Although Shifeng looked younger than himself, the feeling the man gave off was akin to that of a prehistoric beast. While standing in such close proximity, Happy Mo found himself growing breathless. In the past, when he heard others mentioning such a reaction, he had simply taken their words as jokes. Only after personally experiencing this feeling did he realize that those words were no joke. At this moment he felt as if he would be doomed forever if he made even the slightest mistake. Upon hearing Happy Mo's question, everyone nearby could not help but perk up their ears. They never thought that Happy Mo would be so courageous as to propose such a demand to the guild leader. "Are you all interested in the private houses of Zero Wing City?" Shifeng asked as he looked at Happy Mo's group of 3. The environment here is quite good. I feel that if it is here my research would be more successful," Happy Mo stated. Boiled Fish and Wind Chimes nodded their heads in agreement. Initially, the 3 of them had considered living in Stone Forest Town. However, after taking a look at Zero Wing City, they felt that this place was much better. Even if the mana density in the city was not comparable to Stone Forest Town's right now, they had a feeling that Zero Wing City would very quickly surpass Stone Forest Town as time passed. "That's not a bad suggestion. Since you've already raised it, I'll use this opportunity to talk about the new benefits Zero Wing and Candlelight will be offering. From now on, members may use their GCPs to exchange for private houses in the guild's towns and cities. However, there is a restriction, which is that only elite members of Zero Wing and official members of Candlelight are qualified for this exchange. As for the pricing, you can ask Melancholic about it in a while," Shifeng said. In reality, the matter Happy Mo had raised was a problem commonly seen in the past. After all, whether it was a guild town or city, the amount of land available was limited. Generally, guilds would try to attract as many visitors to their towns or cities as possible. At the same time, in order to maximize the town's or city's income, they would construct only a small number of private houses, opting to build hotels and other facilities instead. Hence, private houses could not simply be bought just because one had the funds to do so. This was especially true for popular towns and cities. However, in order to attract and recruit independent experts and capable lifestyle players, guilds would still build some private houses to use as bait, making them available for exchange using GCPs only. When Shifeng mentioned about this new benefit, cheers immediately erupted from the crowd before him. "What? The guild leader is so generous. All hail the guild leader. Haha. With this, I will also have an opportunity to own a private house in Zero Wing City. When I get one, my friends will definitely die of envy." Currently, the various large guilds were all trying to earn as much money as possible from their guild towns to further develop themselves. Hence, they would only construct a few private houses for show. It was simply impossible for guilds to offer these private houses as a guild benefit. As for the private houses in popular guild towns, even guild upper echelons might not be able to get their hands on one. Yet now, lifestyle players like themselves actually had the opportunity to exchange for private houses in Starmoon Kingdom's #1 town and #1 city. They felt as if they were dreaming right now. Although they also knew that the price would not be low, at the very least they had a chance. A much greater chance of obtaining one than if they were an outsider. If news of this matter were to spread, it would no doubt cause a commotion in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Even the neighboring kingdoms and empires might be affected. Shifeng faked a cough to silence the excited crowd before him. He then said, "All right, now that that's dealt with, once you sign the contracts, you all will start researching this item together," and took out a thick book from his bag. This book was none other than the 4 Towers of Elements design, which he had obtained from the fallen Arkansas. Chapter 1528. Hidden Promotion Condition. Chapter 1528. Hidden Promotion Condition. When Shifeng revealed the thick tome, the architect's eyes glowed. This is an advanced construction design. Ordinary players might not understand what kind of design Shifeng had shown them, but these weren't ordinary players. They stood at the apex of Starmoon Kingdom's architects. An ordinary construction design only consisted of several sheets of paper. Meanwhile, designs with enough pages to become books were advanced construction designs. The thicker the book was, the more difficult the design would be to construct. Unlike the buildings in the real world, God's Domain's advanced constructions required secret runes and magic arrays. If these were imperfect in the slightest way and couldn't connect, they wouldn't function and would have to be redrawn. Fortunately, the entire pattern wouldn't need to be redrawn if mistakes occurred with some runes or arrays. Players simply needed to rework the failed symbols and sacrifice a few extra materials. However, since the necessary materials were precious, the guild would feel a slight sting in its pockets if an architect failed too many times. Meanwhile, what truly excited these architects was the fact that every advanced construction design had a unique set of secret runes for players to learn. Learning these secret runes would help them when they designed their own in the future. They would then have an easier time climbing to the master rank. Guild leader, while we can complete the foundation of the 4 towers of elements, I'm afraid the magic arrays for the core part are too complex. They are at least advanced magic arrays. We aren't capable of drawing them right now. After taking a look through the elemental tower's design, Happy Mo discovered the design's most challenging aspect. Although they frequently researched magic arrays, they were only capable of completing basic magic arrays at the moment. They were still some time from being able to draw intermediate magic arrays. Meanwhile, the 4 towers of elements core required advanced magic arrays, which were used to harvest energy within the 7 luminaries crystals. Architects of their rank weren't yet capable of achieving this feat. Your task is to build the tower's foundations. I'll draw the magic arrays for the cores. You just need to deal with the secret runes and magic circuits, Shifeng explained. You'll draw them, guild leader? The lifestyle players were stunned when they heard Shifeng's plan. They stared at the man as if he were a monster. Not only was Shifeng a master forger, but he could also draw advanced magic arrays. How were they supposed to compare to someone like this? What these players didn't realize was that players had to learn to draw magic arrays to develop their subclasses. In the past, players had only discovered this fact after reaching level 100. Regardless of the subclass, players would encounter magic arrays as they increased their lifestyle ranks. Only the difficulty varied depending on the subclass. For example, forgers, alchemists, and engineers needed to be able to draw intermediate magic arrays at the very minimum if they wanted to reach the master rank. The requirement was even higher to become a grandmaster. When crafting a higher quality item, the production process would require more mana. Without a magic array to help guide the mana to the item, the production process would fail. Because of this, the various large guilds fought over the rare magic array designs, particularly the high-ranked ones. This was also why powerful lifestyle players preferred to join powerful guilds. As an individual, not only was it difficult to obtain high-quality materials in large quantities, but it was also extremely difficult to collect a large variety of magic array designs. Such a task required sufficient strength and a large number of players. This was the reason that the various kingdoms and empires restricted the circulation of magic array designs. Aside from the 4 towers of elements design, Shifeng had also revealed the advanced restaurant design and instructed the advanced architects to research it together. With this, they could improve their secret rune standards far more quickly and complete the 4 towers of elements with more precision. Seeing this, the other architects present could not help their envy. Now they were even more eager to reach advanced rank. After all, there was a massive difference between the amount of GCPs they could obtain from constructing an advanced construction and a basic construction. Moreover, Shifeng had stated that as long as they qualified and had enough GCPs, they could purchase a private house in Zero Wing City. Following which, every architect went into action. While the advanced architects focused on the 4 towers of elements, the other architects focused on the hotels, bars, private houses, shops, the battle arena, and other basic constructions. Elsewhere, Shifeng published the news of Zero Wing City on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. After all, the city wouldn't remain a secret for long, and with how massive Zero Wing had become, the guild certainly had quite a few spies among its ranks. Rather than letting only the other guilds in on the secret, it was more beneficial to announce it to the kingdom, increasing the city and guild's fame. When the information went public, a sensation swept through the kingdom. The spectacular view from the city alone was mesmerizing, not to mention its functions. However, players were more excited about the city's mana density. The city's mana density is so high even without any magic towers. With this, Zero Wing will definitely rise in God's domain. Once Zero Wing finishes constructing magic towers, the city's mana density will be even higher than in Stone Forest Town. But why is Zero Wing City constructed in Witch's Hill? Although the average levels of the area's maps are quite high, their resources are average at best. They chose a far better location for Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing might have other reasons. Just look at Witch's Hill. It has the high-level resource map Shadow Forest and the Hell Mode regional dungeon Mournful Ruins. When players reach level 60, Witch's Hill will be a prime leveling spot. I wonder when Zero Wing will open its city to the public. That's right. When is Zero Wing going to open the city? It would be great if our adventurer team can garrison in Zero Wing City. Hopefully the private houses won't be too expensive. Although Shifeng had only released a small amount of information, it was enough to stir players' interest. When the various large guilds saw Shifeng's post, some celebrated while others wept. Those who celebrated were the guilds whom the city couldn't threaten right now. After all, God's Domain's mainstream players were still some distance from level 40. It would still be some time before mainstream players would head to level 50 to 70 areas like Witch's Hill to develop. Once players reached level 50, Zero Wing City would become a disaster. Gather more manpower immediately. We need to earn as many contribution points as possible during Bewildering Forest Town's defense. For a time, the various large guilds assembled and dispatched their forces to Bewildering Forest Town. If their guilds wished to develop quickly, they had to deal with their lack of mounts as quickly as possible. Bewildering Forest Town's defense was the best opportunity to do so. As a result, more players flooded to the already crowded town. Among the new arrivals, the lowest level was level 40, while the majority were level 42 and 43. As one large guild after another arrived with its forces in Bewildering Forest Town, many of the independent players, who were there to earn some contribution points, were amazed. Expert players, which were normally difficult to encounter, swarmed the town. Their equipment was simply blinding. Normally, players in full level 40 dark gold equipment attracted a lot of attention, but now these players were a dime a dozen. In fact, they barely attracted any attention. Many of the players who had come to Bewildering Forest Town wore full sets of level 45 dark gold equipment, but some even wielded weapons and equipment that radiated the epic rank glow effect. Among the various large guilds that had arrived, one guild stood out. Upon this guild's arrival, the other guilds in the teleportation hall opened a path for its members. Not only were these guild members' levels quite high, but the other guilds' upper echelons also drooled over their equipment. In addition, every one of these players sat comfortably atop their mounts, with the majority riding pitch-black war horses. These players also wore a black cape draped over their shoulders. As they moved, they looked like a well-trained army. The several dozen players leading this group even rode bronze rank and above mounts. Compared to these players, the other guild's members looked like hoodlums. What guild is that? It's so amazing. Have you never been to a neutral map outside of Starmoon Kingdom? You don't know about Heaven's Burial? Heaven's Burial. How is this possible? I remember that Heaven's Burial suffered a devastating defeat when it tried to compete with Zero Wing for the position of number 1 guild. How does it have so many high-level members? They even have mounts. You must have never been to a neutral map before then. After Zero Wing defeated the guild, Heaven's Burial shifted its focus. Now it thrives in neutral maps. Have you heard of Bonewind Town? I've heard of it. I think it's one of the 3 orc towns players captured after the Orc Empire's rise. Let me tell you then. Heaven's Burial is the guild that captured Bonewind Town. Because of that, a large corporation decided to invest in the guild. Heaven's Burial used those investments to recruit a large number of experts and well-known workshops from other kingdoms and empires. Now the guild's strength has reached a new level. If Heaven's Burial clashed with Zero Wing in the fields now, it might have a chance of victory. As the crowd discussed Heaven's Burial, another series of flashes illuminated Bewildering Forest Town's teleportation hall. Unlike Heaven's Burial's members, however, none of these players rode mounts. But despite standing there quietly, the crowd couldn't help but turn towards them. Look, Zero Wing's members are here. Chapter 1529, War Between Countries. Chapter 1529, War Between Countries. As Zero Wing's members teleported into Bewildering Forest Town, their arrival caused a commotion that swept through the town. Zero Wing's members have arrived. What a powerful aura. as expected from Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. What? Black Flame is here too. As bewildering Forest Towns players watched Zero Wing's team approach the town's ramparts, they unconsciously moved aside, opening a path for these experts. Guild leader, Zero Wing's members are so high-leveled. They're all level 45 and above. The Star Alliance's Flourishing Willow couldn't help but gape at Zero Wing's team. Wait, look. There are level 50 players among them. Aqua Rose and the other dozen or so core members are actually over level 50. Flourishing Willow was a top-tier expert in the Star Alliance, and she had been leveling quickly in a neutral map, reaching level 47. Based on her calculations, she could rank among Star Moon Kingdom's top 20 players, and that included the players who hid their levels. However, she had never imagined that the Zero Wing would have several dozen players that had higher levels than hers. Among them, over a dozen players were above level 50. Level 50? Galaxy Past, who stood beside Flourishing Willow, turned to look at Shi Feng and his team. This news was truly surprising. What about Black Flame's level? He did not doubt Flourishing Willow's words in the slightest. Although Zero Wing's members wore black cloaks and hid their levels, Flourishing Willow had learned a super rare identification skill that could see through a black cloak's concealment. Level 50 was a significant threshold for players. Not only would weapons and equipment's quality spike, but players could also challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests. There was no doubt that Zero Wing's members had already begun to challenge these quests. Given enough time, they could even start raiding level 50 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons and super large-scale team dungeons. It was what all the various large guilds focused on right now. It was relevant to their guild's development due to the various special construction designs and construction upgrade orders that dropped from these dungeons. I can't see it, Flourishing Willow said, shaking her head. I don't know why, but when I try to inspect him with my skill, all I get is an unknown. Black Flame must have a high-rank concealment tool on him. At most, my skill can see through ordinary concealment tools. As expected of the individual, even the secret pavilion takes care around, but at least we know a portion of Zero Wing's strength. Galaxy Past could not help his rueful sigh. He truly found it hard to imagine that in just a few short months, Black Flame and Zero Wing would transform from unknown existences into Star Moon Kingdom's current giant. He shot Heaven's Burial's members a glance as they took their positions on another section of the town's ramparts. Galaxy Past had to admit that Star Moon Kingdom was an ominous area. Not only had it given birth to an existence like Zero Wing, but it had also been the birthplace of Heaven's Burial. For a while now, Heaven's Burial had enjoyed great success in the Orc Empire's neutral maps. Now that it had the financial support of a large corporation, its overall strength even exceeded first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance. With Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial fighting over Star Moon Kingdom, Galaxy Past had been forced to give up on his endeavors in the kingdom, shifting his focus to different kingdoms. If the Star Alliance had continued to compete with these two guilds, it might not even retain its status as a first-rate guild by the end of the year. Meanwhile, on Heaven's Burial's side of the rampart, Guild Leader Singular, is that the Zero Wing you mentioned earlier? A muscular man with a blood-red cape and a white-bone scimitar on his back asked as he watched Shi Feng and the others. Amichum. Singular Burial nodded. It's no wonder why Zero Wing can thrive in Star Moon Kingdom. It has so many level 45+ players. Their team can practically rival a super first-rate guild's main force, the muscular man said, smiling. Guild Leader Singular, why don't we use this opportunity to annihilate their group? If Star Moon Kingdom's players heard this muscular man's question, he'd be labeled a fool. However, when Heaven's Burial's members heard the man's words, their response was matter-of-fact. Young Master Lei, please don't act so rashly. The city's defense is our current goal. We'll have plenty of opportunities to take care of Zero Wing in the future, Singular Burial hurriedly stated. Zero Wing won't be able to continue prancing around for much longer. The muscular man before him was none other than Lei Jingyang, the heir of the corporation backing Heaven's Burial. He was also the virtual gaming world's famous young Master Lei. Lei Jingyang had established the Thunder Workshop, one of the top workshops in the virtual gaming world. Super first-rate and super guilds even commissioned the Thunder Workshop's help on occasion. Although the Thunder Workshop only had several hundred members, Every member was an expert Lei Jingyang had personally poached from various organizations. The Thunder Workshop had also performed miracles in multiple virtual reality games and stood against super guilds. At one point, numerous super first-rate and super guilds had even entertained the idea of taking out the workshop. However, Lei Jingyang's identity was extraordinary. Considering that and how powerful the Thunder Workshop was, these superpowers eventually dismissed this notion. Once Lei Jingyang had joined God's domain, he had become unstoppable. With the support of his corporation, he quickly increased his workshop's member count to several thousand and achieved plenty of feats in the Fire Dragon Empire, one of the 4 great empires in God's domain. Naturally, Lei Jingyang earned his arrogance, even when facing Zero Wing. Singular Burial was absolutely certain that if he didn't stop Lei Jingyang now, Bewildering Forest Town would become a bloodbath later. Alright. But if Zero Wing gets too close, don't blame me for killing a few of them, Lei Jingyang said, fighting spirit flashing in his eyes as he scanned Shifeng's group. Singular Burial was speechless when he saw Lei Lingyang's excitement. He knew that this man wasn't specifically targeting Zero Wing. He simply wanted to fight its experts. His attitude was well known in the virtual gaming world. In fact, Lei Jingyang had even challenged a super guild's guild leader in the past. Meanwhile, as Shifeng led Zero Wing's members to one of the massive ramparts around Bewildering Forest Town, he noticed Heaven's Burial, a little surprised by what he saw. Guild leader, is there something peculiar over there? Fire Dance asked when she noticed Shifeng staring at Lei Jingyang's group. It's nothing. I just realized how deep Heaven's Burial's roots are, Shifeng said, chuckling. After one last look at Lei Jingyang, he stopped caring about Heaven's Burial's group entirely. He knew something about Lei Jingyang. In the past, the man had been known as the Tempest War God in God's domain. Backed by the corporation behind him, Thor's Hammer, the guild he established in God's domain had gained public recognition as a super first-rate guild just 3 years after its creation. Shifeng had never expected to find this man among Heaven's Burial's people. Just as everyone quietly observed the various major powers in Bewildering Forest Town, the sky above and around the town abruptly darkened. Suddenly, thousands of orcs began to march out of the forest a short distance away from the town. For a moment, the combined bloodlust the orcs radiated caused the players standing on the town's ramparts to shudder involuntarily. Moreover, these orcs were all above level 40, with the highest at level 65. There was no lack of Grand Lord-ranked orcs amidst the army either. What is this? The scene stupefied every player watching. In this moment, the players on the ramparts finally understood what war truly meant. Even Zero Wing's members, who had taken part in multiple siege wars, could not help their shock. The siege wars they had experienced were a joke compared to the force they were about to face. In the face of this orc army, even 500,000 evil beasts would be child's play. Unlike the evil beast army, these orcs moved in well-organized rows. Even from afar, one could see the clear division between the orcs' frontliners, healers, and ranged attackers. More importantly, the orcs dragged siege weapons such as catapults and battering rams with them. At a glance, there were easily over 100 catapults lining up at the edge of the forest. Such a force even surprised Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other main force members, who had experienced hundreds of fierce battles. This was nothing like the monster siege they had imagined. Before the defending players could wrap their minds around the situation, sounds of war horns rang out from the forest. Immediately, the orcs began to surge from the forest's edge fervently. Every one of them had gained a status buff. Chapter 1530, Despairing Gap. Chapter 1530, Despairing Gap. Why are there so many monsters? Is this really a monster siege? Why does it feel more like a war between NPCs? Quick look. The NPC soldiers' levels have dropped. Everyone felt their scalps tingle as they watched the tsunami of orcs surge out of the forest. Before they realized it, the level 100+ NPC soldiers defending Bewildering Forest Town had fallen to level 70. Even the guard captains fell to level 75. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill grip their hearts. Level 70+ NPCs would only have a small advantage over the level 60+ orcs. Trying to defend the town with just a little over 2,000 NPCs would be a dream. As a result, the various large guilds' original plan to rely on the NPCs shattered. Guild leader, there are too many orcs. It's impossible to stop them with bewildering forest town's current defenses. Should we retreat? Flourishing Willow's expression darkened after she inspected the orc army with her identification skill. The weakest of these orcs was a level 40 special elite. There were also a large number of Great Lord-ranked orc warriors and Grand Lord-ranked orc captains. Most importantly, this army was marching towards the town from 3 different directions, and level 65 mythic-ranked orc generals led the siege on each side. This level of combat power simply could not be stopped by a weakened town's defenses. The only defensive structures the town had were arrow towers, which were far weaker than catapults. In such a situation, trying to stop several million orcs with 300,000 plus elite players was a joke. Let's wait and see. If victory is impossible, we'll retreat. Even Galaxy Past felt the building pressure. He had assumed that this battle would devolve into a struggle for boss kills, but just defending the town against the low-ranking orcs would be a miracle, much less trying to compete for the mythic bosses. Whoever tried to fight the bosses while surrounded by so many orcs would be begging for death. The other guilds also adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Suddenly, over 100 massive fireballs began to rain down on bewildering forest town. Crap. Dodge the attacks. The various guilds' upper echelons shouted, their expressions darkening when they saw the fireballs. The fireballs had come from the distant catapults. If players were struck by the catapults' attacks, there would only be one outcome: death. Although players tried to move out of the attack's trajectory, over 300,000 players had gathered in bewildering forest town. The town was so cramped that even normal movement was difficult. As a result, these players could only watch as the massive fireballs descended. Boom. A series of explosions echoed throughout bewildering forest town. Before the fireballs struck the town's defensive magic array stopped and scattered the attack. However, as a result of the explosions, the barrier shook violently and began to crack. Fortunately, due to its supply of mana, it recovered quickly. Everyone in the town breathed a sigh of relief. Had the 100-plus fireballs landed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, as the magic barrier dealt with the fireballs, the orcs and their battering rams reached the edge of the barrier outside of the town's ramparts. They attacked. As a considerably fortified town, magic runes strengthened the town's ramparts, and these walls could take more punishment than the magic barrier. However, the orcs' battering rams specialized in breaking down walls and gates. Sure enough, the battering rams' magical pikes pierced the magic barrier and struck the wall around the town, leaving multiple marks. Everyone focus on the orcs' battering rams. Do not let them break through the town's magic arrays and walls. The various upper echelons shouted. Reacting immediately, players launched their attacks from atop the town's walls, raining down countless arrows and spells on the orcs below. However, as if some barrier protected the battering rams and reduced incoming damage, the attacks only dealt several hundred damage. Very few players dealt over -1,000 damage. This amount of damage barely affected the special elite-ranked orcs, who had several 100,000 HP, much less the chieftain, lord and great lord-ranked orcs, whose HPs were in the millions. Even when the players launched large-scale destruction spells and AoEs, the effects weren't ideal. At most, these attacks removed some of the special elites. The chieftains and above were still alive and kicking even after the bombardment. As a result, the magic barrier's energy reserves steadily decreased. Although the orcs' attacks were within the range of the defensive magic array's endurance, the large number of orc attacks quickly depleted the magic barrier's energy reserves. Furthermore, the battering rams' relentless attacks had already begun to crack the town's walls. In contrast, the defending players had only eliminated a small fraction of the army despite their constant assault. The orc army still covered the plains around the town as far as the eye could see. The catapult's constant bombardment also illuminated the night sky above bewildering forest town. Young Master Lei, at this rate, it is only a matter of time before the orcs break through the town's defensive magic array and ramparts. Once the orcs enter the town's teleportation arrays will shut down. I suggest that we retreat, Singular Burial said, frowning as he watched the orcs below the ramparts. It is impossible for current players to complete this defensive quest. Just the orc warriors and captains before them were discouraging, let alone the mythic-ranked orc generals who were slowing approaching. Aside from their numbers, the orcs had a buff that reduced all incoming damage. Even if several thousand players attacked a single Great Lord together, they would need a considerable amount of time to defeat it. Alright, let's retreat. When Lei Jingyang noticed that the various large guilds had begun to flee, he shook his head helplessly. He might be a battle maniac, but he was no fool. He could tell that the main god system had never had any intention of letting players succeed in this defensive battle. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have weakened the level 100 plus NPC soldiers. Continuing this fight would be futile. Guild leader Heaven's Burial has begun to retreat, Flourishing Willow reported. It seems that this war is lost. Let's leave as well, Galaxy Past said. As Galaxy Past gave the command to retreat, however, something caught his attention. Surprisingly, even after the various large guilds had begun to flee, Zero Wings members continued their zealous assault against the attacking orcs and battering rams. The team's clearing speed was far superior to the other large guilds, as every member dealt over -1,000 damage. Some of Zero Wings players even dealt several thousand damage with each attack. They're staying. Galaxy Past watched Zero Wings members in confusion. Currently, less than 100,000 players remained in Bewildering Forest Town. Moreover, more players fled with each passing second, yet Zero Wings members had chosen not to retreat and continued to attack even though the town's defensive magic array and walls could shatter at any minute. Zero Wings still acts so tough even now? Lei Jingyang, who currently stood below the town's walls, revealed a contemptuous sneer as he watched Shi Feng, who remained on the ramparts. Just for the sake of keeping up appearances as the #1 guild, he's ordered his guild members to throw away their lives. It seems that Zero Wing isn't as impressive as they say. In his opinion, Zero Wing was merely trying to maintain its reputation as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, being the last guild to leave the battle. Do they really think they can perform some miracle with just 1,000 players? Young Master Lei, let's leave. Singular Burial laughed as he moved towards the town's teleportation hall. Following which, one guild after another left the town. In minutes, only Zero Wing remained. Guild leader, the other guilds have left, Aqua Rose reported as she inspected Bewildering Forest Town's situation. Only Zero Wings members occupied the town. Good. Let's begin. Shi Feng then turned to Kola beside him and said, Kola, Turtledove, Yi Wumian, you three will be the lead MTs. We're targeting the Orc Warlord. Although he did not have any experience dealing with orc sieges, he had watched several videos of such in the past. The fact that the orcs had dispatched this massive of a force to deal with Bewildering Forest Town didn't surprise him in the least. In fact, he had expected it. After all, this was a war between countries. It wouldn't be unexpected if the battle dragged on for several days. However, there was a method to end this war swiftly. Slay the enemy commander. This method might be difficult for other guilds, as even approaching the enemy commander was nearly impossible, but it wouldn't be difficult for him. Following which, Shi Feng activated Spatial Gate, aiming for the orc army's temporary base of operations at the army's rear. Chapter 1531, Kingdom Upheaval. Chapter 1531, Kingdom Upheaval. After the various large guilds and adventurer teams had retreated from Bewildering Forest Town, players heatedly discussed the orc siege on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. The uploaded recordings of the siege war shocked everyone in the kingdom. Although the various large guilds frequently clashed, with some even waging large-scale wars against each other, there was simply no comparing those battles with the orc army's assault. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The recordings were enough to showcase the orc army's intense bloodlust. With so many orcs in that army, it seems Bewildering Forest Town is doomed. I wonder if the orcs will continue on and attack another location? I doubt that. This should be some kind of system event. If the orc army goes on to capture other towns in Star Moon Kingdom and weakens those NPCs, Star Moon Kingdom is doomed. You can't say that for sure. As soon as the Empire's Rise expansion pack took effect, the Orc Empire invaded and took over a portion of the several neighboring kingdoms and empires' land as well. I guess so. If that is the case, the neighboring towns are in trouble. What guild could possibly hold off so many orcs? I've heard that every guild in Bewildering Forest Town has retreated. Not even a 300,000 plus elite army can stop the orcs now. No, that's not entirely true. I've heard that Zero Wing is still fighting in bewildering Forest Town right now. Zero Wing? Don't get your hopes up. Zero Wings only sent a 1,000 players to the town. They're simply trying to put on an act. There aren't even enough of them to serve as a snack for the orcs. Who knows? They might have retreated by now. No. Based on what I've just heard from Zero Wing's members, the team is still there. Moreover, the players Zero Wing dispatched are members of its main force. Maybe they're trying to grind EXP? After all, there are plenty of orcs there. A single large-scale destruction spell could easily damage over 100 orcs. Also, among those orcs, even the weakest is a level 40 special elite. From what I've heard, they seem to give a lot of EXP. The only problem is the buff they have that reduces the majority of the damage they receive. Some players were excited about the orc siege while others were anxious. On the one hand, the orc invasion meant more opportunities to earn contribution points. However, to the players operating around the towns close to bewildering Forest Town, the town's fall meant that their towns could be the next target. If their towns fell to the orcs, then all of the effort they've put into building the town's foundations would go to waste. This was especially true for guilds that occupied these towns. Zero Wing's members are still there? Singular Burial, who had returned to Star Moon City, revealed a confused expression when he heard the report from his subordinate. In his opinion, Zero Wing had been putting on an act. After all, the orc siege simply wasn't something current players could defend against. Guild Leader Singular, just ignore Zero Wing. Although we didn't gain many guild honor points or guild influence, it doesn't significantly affect our plans. Our main priority now is the recently discovered Ancient Rock City. Once we take down the Orc Empire's Ancient Rock City, Heaven's Burial will dominate the several neighboring kingdoms, let alone Star Moon Kingdom, Lei Jingyang said, laughing. Didn't you mention that Flame Blood's team is ready? When will we take action? Flame Blood's side is ready, but we don't have enough guild honor points. With the amount we have, we can only hire 5,000 mercenaries. Had we successfully defended bewildering Forest Town, we might have been able to hire 8,000 mercenaries. It would have been enough to guarantee our success in capturing Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial said, sighing. Due to the Orc Empire's rise, the Empire had taken over neutral maps in its neighboring kingdom. Moreover, several ancient towns and cities which had belonged to the Orc Empire in the past had re-emerged, including Ancient Rock City. All of the Orc Empire's towns and cities could be captured. Although players couldn't gain complete control of these towns and cities after capturing them, they could modify and develop them. Moreover, due to the Orc Empire, the various large guilds and independent players were all grinding for guild honor points and contribution points so that they could purchase mounts and other rare items. Meanwhile, Ancient Rock City's location in the Orc Empire's inner region was a good place to grind for these points. The city was also near several ancient ruins. If they could capture the city, players from the neighboring kingdoms would flock to the city and use it as a temporary base. With the potential wealth and resources Ancient Rock City could generate, Heaven's Burial could become the #1 guild in the neighboring kingdoms. In comparison, Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing City would be a joke. That should be enough. We can't give Beast Emperor 20% of the profits for nothing. That old fellow should put some effort into the siege as well, Lei Jingyang said. In reality, Lei Jingyang disliked Beast Emperor. The old man only knew how to move around like a sneaky rat. However, Lei Jingyang had to admit that Beast Emperor commanded incredibly formidable combat power. He had also secretly taken control of several large guilds. He even had the support of several major corporations. Recently, he had gained the support of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 9 Dragon Emperor as well. Although their goals in God's domain didn't necessarily align, they wouldn't clash either. Alright then. I'll notify Flame Blood. But I've heard that Beast Emperor's situation has reached a critical point. He might not necessarily come to help. Singular Burial nodded. Although he had allied himself with Beast Emperor, they focused on their own matters. Had Beast Emperor given him full support, he wouldn't have had so much trouble gathering contribution points in the first place. Back in bewildering Forest Town, Zero Wing's members surged through the spatial tear Feng had created by activating Spatial Gate. In seconds, they appeared before the entrance of a temporary camp in the middle of a forest. Guild leader this. When Aqua Rose emerged from the spatial gate, she noticed that the orcs inside the massive camp were level 60+. In addition, they were all chieftain rank or above. At a glance, she counted well over 1,000 orcs. 4 Grand Lord-ranked orc captains guarded the camp's entrance. Meanwhile, a massive orc in pitch-black armor with a saber at his waist sat in the large tent in the center of the camp. When Zero Wings members saw the orc statistics, their minds blanked. Orc Warlord, humanoid creature, mythic. Level 66. HP 400, 000, 000/400, 000, 000. Aside from the Orc Warlord's 400 million HP, it had a total of 5 HP bars. This meant that the Orc Warlord's combat standards could rival that of a 5th-floor trial tower expert. Rather than a preemptive strike, they were throwing themselves into death's embrace. The orcs in the base camp quickly noticed the arrival of Zero Wings members. They roared and sounded their war horns, notifying the distant orc army that they had been ambushed and needed reinforcements. The 4 orc captains guarding the base camp unsheathed their weapons and attacked alongside the other orcs. Meanwhile, the orc warlord slowly made its way towards Shifeng and his companions, gazing at the players as if they were pests. "Kula, you 3 get ready to tank the monsters. Everyone defensive formations." The welcoming party didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. This was the orc army's main headquarters. It was only natural that it was well fortified. If it were so easy to ambush and destroy, the country-level wars wouldn't have lasted several days. Fortunately, the Orc Empire's invasion wasn't the same as a war between NPC countries. The Orc Empire did not have players' help, so they could launch ambush tactics without worrying about enemy players. Hearing Shifeng's command, the MT trio gritted their teeth and pulled the approaching monsters aggro. Very quickly, Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian each took on an orc captain, while Solitary 9 and Dark Madness took on the last orc captain. However, since the MTs also had to dodge attacks from the lower-ranked orcs, they struggled to dodge the orc captain's attacks. Unlike the savage orcs on Thunder Island, these orcs were skilled and organized as they split into groups of frontliners, ranged attackers and healers. The orcs also had an overwhelming advantage in terms of total damage output. Although Zero Wings members could deal over -10,000 damage with each attack, every orc here had millions of HP. The orc healers in the rear could also heal their allies for tens of thousands of HP with each healing spell. Guild leader. The orc warlord is coming. Kola anxiously announced as he watched the mythic boss approach. For a moment he wondered if they had bit off more than they could chew this time. Hearing Kola's announcement, everyone on the team promptly turned to look at the orc warlord. Immediately they felt a stifling sensation as a heavy pressure weighed down on them. Chapter 1532, Might of a Tier 4 Existence. Chapter 1532, Might of a Tier 4 Existence. As the orc warlord moved closer to the team, everyone felt the pressure increase. It felt as if an invisible domain had enveloped the area. Suddenly, Zero Wings players felt as if something had wrapped around them, binding them and making their movements sluggish. This orc warlord is capable of using a domain. The sudden development surprised Shifeng. Domain skills were Tier 4 Existence's signature moves. They were extremely effective in group battles. Normally, Tier 4 monsters rarely possessed a domain skill, but monsters that did were players' nightmares. The gap in attributes between players and monsters was already vast. If players' attributes were suppressed even further, they would be massacred. Although the Orc Warlord's domain skill was not particularly strong, and it only decreased their movement and attack speeds by around 30%, in a battle that permitted no mistakes, the slightest reduction to their combat power could result in a fatality. Sure enough, Kola and the other MTs began to lose HP far more quickly after the Orc Warlord activated its domain. The attacks that they had no issue blocking and dodging became impossible to deal with. In the end, they were only able to maintain their HP around the 50% threshold. The other melee players faced a similar situation, their HPs decreasing so quickly that the healers couldn't keep up. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before players began to die. Violet, use Holy Prayer. Everyone gather the orcs. Ranged players focus on the orcs that split away from the group. Don't let them fight on separate fronts. Shifeng commanded. The orcs' HPs were already significantly higher than theirs. With the monster's superior healing, the team would be overwhelmed if they tried to fight the orcs separately. Violet Cloud immediately released the Tier 2 spell Holy Prayer, which she had prepared ahead of time. A brilliant radiance tore through the dusky sky and shone down on Zero Wing's members. The spell instantly healed all allies within a 50-yard radius of Violet Cloud for over 3,000 HP per second. At the same time, all allies within range received the Holy Protection buff, removing all debuffs and decreasing incoming damage by 20%. Meanwhile, Holy Prayer had a 1-minute duration and 20-minute cooldown. When this spell descended on the team, these players were immediately freed from the Orc Warlord's domain skill. Not only did it become easier to deal with the orcs' attacks, but their HPs also recovered at a visible rate. What a powerful healing spell! Aqua Rose exclaimed in surprise when she saw the team steadily gain the upper hand over the orcs. While a 20% damage reduction might not seem like much, the buff was strikingly effective for the melee players tanking on the front line. Moreover, as the pressure on the healers lifted, they could focus on healing the MTs. The other melee players lost their fear of insufficient healing as they herded the orcs into a single group. Guild leader, we've gathered most of them. Fire Dance shouted after pushing the last few Great Lords into the group. Good. When Shifeng saw that his allies had cornered the majority of the orcs at the base camp's entrance, he used the aura of Time's forbidden domain. Suddenly, black mist covered 500 yards around Shifeng, enveloping every orc in the base camp. In turn, the orcs could no longer use skills or spells. Everyone attack with everything you've got. Shifeng shouted. Although the Forbidden Domain was not as useful against monsters as it was against players, Zero Wing's team could use large-scale destruction spells to their maximum potential as long as it stopped the orcs from healing. However, as everyone prepared to cast their large-scale destruction spells and AoEs, the Orc Warlord in the camp released a furious bellow. It then unsheathed the saber from its waist and swung the weapon in a downward arc. Before anyone could react, an arc of energy shot forward, extending up to 200 yards and gouging the ground. Any player in the beam's path died instantly. It's too strong. Zero Wing's players gasped. There was no way to fight the Orc Warlord. Not only was the Orc Warlord frighteningly powerful, but it was also far faster than these players could react. So fast. When Kola saw two of his fellow MTs and a large number of melee players die to the Orc Warlord's attack, he was shocked. If that attack had hit him, he had no doubt that he would have suffered a similar fate. He would have likely only survived if he had activated his life-saving skill and blocked the attack with his shield in time. However, the Orc Warlord's attack speed was too high. It took everything he had just to keep up with the mythic boss's saber with his eyes. After the Orc Warlord's ranged attack, it dashed towards the base camp's entrance, leaving behind an afterimage. Guild leader, the Orc Warlord is coming. Aqua Rose reported anxiously. She was still in the middle of casting a large-scale destruction spell and couldn't react to the mythic boss's charge. If the Orc Warlord ran amok in the middle of their team, it would do as much damage as releasing a tiger into a flock of sheep. Although Kola and the other MTs wanted to stop the Orc Warlord, they had plenty of trouble dealing with the orcs before them. If they allowed these orcs to get past their blockade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sure enough, Forbidden Domain is barely effective against a mythic monster. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he watched the frenzied Orc Warlord. Following which, Shifeng took a magic scroll from his bag. The moment he did so, the surrounding mana changed. As if the magic scroll were a black hole, it sucked in the area's mana. Sensing the change, the Orc Warlord, who had been charging into the group at the entrance, revealed a frightened expression as it turned and fled. You want to escape? Shifeng smiled when the Orc Warlord turned on its heel. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time now. Unlike the skills and spells players could learn or the skills that came with weapons and equipment, those stored in magic scrolls could be activated by unfurling the paper and reciting a few basic incantations. There was no need for lengthy activation times. Shortly after Shifeng unfurled the Tier 4 magic scroll, the ground started to tremble. Gray jets of air tore through the ground and rose up in the heart of the orc base camp. Any orc that came into contact with these jets instantly turned to stone. They could not dodge the rising attacks even if they tried. Although the Orc warlord had a godlike reaction speed, one of the jets still grazed the mythic boss. Instantly, it was paralyzed as it gradually transformed into a stone statue. At the same time, its HP began to fall rapidly. Against Earthen Breath, the chieftain-ranked orcs were nothing more than ants. 2 seconds after their petrification, their bodies shattered into dust. The Lord-ranked orcs only managed to last 5 seconds before following their weaker companions into oblivion. By the time Earthen Breath's 10-second duration ended, all chieftain, lord and high lord-ranked orcs in the base camp were dead. Although the great lords had survived, they had less than half of their HPs remaining. The Grand Lord-ranked orc captains had only lost 20% of their HPs, but they were heavily injured. Not only had their combat power drastically decreased, but their defense had also fallen. As for the orc warlord, like the orc captains, it had only lost around 5% of its HP, but it was in a miserable state, and its combat power had significantly weakened. Zero Wings members were dumbfounded. Shifeng's aim with Earthen Breath had been impressively accurate. The spell's OE stopped just short of 5 yards from Kola and the other MTs, who blocked the base camp's entrance. With just a single Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell, he had turned the tide of battle. Only now did they understand why Shifeng dared to assault the orc army's base camp. After Earthen Breath ended, less than 30 orcs remained. Among them, over 20 were injured great lords with less than half of their HP remaining. With their 1,000-man team and without the other orcs' harassment, they could easily deal with the surviving grand lords and great lords. Use this opportunity to clear out the orc warriors. Kola, distract the orc warlord. Solitary, help take care of Kola's orc captain. Shifeng commanded as he spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate the Ring of Gospel's world projection. When world projection activated, it dispelled the orc warlord's domain skill, and suppressed all enemies within a 3,000-yard radius, reducing their physiques by 30% and basic attributes by 20%. This was not Thunder Island. Due to the island's restrictions, he hadn't been able to use the variety of tools in his possession. Moreover, he was afraid of the orc warlord. If he had encountered it normally, he would have put as much distance between himself and the monster as possible, but after the contest on Thunder Island, he had gained a few cards that could give him a chance against the mythic orc. Chapter 1533, Supreme Attribute. When world projection took effect, the injured orcs were weakened once more. The Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked orcs promptly lost 20% of their basic attributes, while the Orc Warlord lost 10%. Although it was only a 10% decrease, the Orc Warlord had a maximum HP of 400 million. A loss of 40 million HP alleviated a significant portion of the pressure the team faced. Moreover, the orcs did not merely lose HP. Their strength and agility had decreased as well. With the orcs' injuries, Solitary 9 and Dark Madness, who were still Tier 1 players, could easily take on an orc captain by themselves. Although the team's other MTs had lower attributes and weaker techniques than Solitary 9 and Dark Madness, they could still deal with the surviving orc warriors. When they blocked attacks, they only lost around 4,000 HP. To the MTs who had over 45,000 HP on average, this amount of damage wasn't a threat. As everyone thought that victory was within their reach, a blinding light illuminated the area. Kola, who had been charging towards the orc warlord, flew backward over 20 yards, crashing into the ground. His HP fell rapidly, only stopping when it was close to the 50% threshold. At the same time, a damage of over -30,000 appeared above his head, stupefying his companions. "Isn't this mythic orc a little too strong?" Blackie exclaimed. Despite its injuries and world projection suppression, the Orc Warlord could still destroy half of Kola's HP in a single attack. If the Orc Warlord were at its peak, wouldn't it kill the expert MT in one hit? Before anyone could react, the Orc Warlord appeared before Kola and swung down its massive saber, giving the Guardian Knight no time to catch his breath. "Don't think I'm that easy to get rid of." Kola, who had just stood back up, shifted his shield before him and activated Protection Blessing. Boom. Kola was struck once again. This time, however, he was only forced back several steps and managed to stabilize his stance. His HP only fell by a little over 17,000. Seeing the MT still standing, the orc warlord swung its saber a second time. Just before the weapon struck Kola, however, a pale golden glow enveloped the guardian knight. This was none other than Violet Cloud's Tier 2 healing spell, Advanced Heal. Instantly, Kola received over 24,000 HP, providing enough to endure another blow. Guild leader, we can't continue the raid like this. The orc warlord's damage and speed are too high. Even if Kola activates his life-saving skill, he won't be able to hold on for very long. Aqua Rose expressed her concern as she watched Kola, whose life hung on by a thread. The orc warlord could already deal over -17,000 damage with a normal attack. When it used a skill, it would devour nearly 40,000 of Kola's HP. If not for protection blessing, Kola would have died. Even Lifeless Thorn and the other Azura members, who had raided a mythic boss before, paled when they saw the orc warlord's frightening damage. They had been excited to take on another mythic boss, but after meeting this one, they were reminded of how powerful such monsters were. Their victory over the Titan warrior had been a miracle. Moreover, the orc warlord was different from the Titan warrior. The Titan warrior had been a mechanical life form, so its reactions had been slower. In return, though, its defense and magic resistance had been extraordinary. On the other hand, the orc warlord was a creature of flesh and blood. Although it did not have a specific strength like the Titan warrior, it didn't have any apparent weaknesses. A mythic boss with no weaknesses was not a foe for current players. It might be possible to defeat one with an army of tens of thousands, but it was beyond a 1,000-man team. The Titan Guard's effects are really impressive. In contrast, Shurfeng nodded in satisfaction as he watched Kola's HP rise and fall. Immediately he took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. He wouldn't have dared to provoke a mythic boss on Thunder Island, but he had plenty of tools he could use here. He was fully aware of how terrifying the orc warlord was. He had simply sent Kola to intercept the boss alone to see how far the Guardian Knight could go with the Titan Guard. The results had exceeded his expectations. If any other Tier 2 metric tons stood in Kola's place, one of the orc warlord's normal attacks would likely kill them instantly. Even if they survived, they wouldn't have much HP left. In the next moment, a level 75 Tier 3 red demon emerged from the gates before Shurfeng. Due to Demon Ruler's buff, the red demon's maximum HP rose to 27 million. Kola, coordinate with the red demon to distract the orc warlord. Everyone else, clear out the other orcs. Shurfeng commanded. With the red demon splitting the orc warlord's damage, the pressure Kola faced decreased significantly. The healers also had an easier time keeping Kola's MT above a safe threshold. The rest of the team, in response to Shurfeng's command, kept their guard up as they bombarded the rest of the orcs. Although the orc warriors were great lords, their injuries and the suppression dropped their overall combat power to below a grand lord's of the same level. Even a team of Zero Wings elite members could deal with them now. In less than 10 minutes, all surviving orc warriors died, and the 4 orc captains were little more than flickering candlelight in the wind. It was only a matter of time before they fell as well. However, when the orc captains were nearly dead, the sound of a war horn echoed throughout the forest. What? There are reinforcements. Blackie's expression darkened when he noticed a small orc army emerge from the nearby forest. Although there weren't as many incoming orcs as there were in the army sieging bewildering forest town, there were several thousand. A level 65 orc general lead the small force. Orc general, humanoid creature, mythic. Level 65. HP 330, 000, 000/330, 000,000. Is this a joke? We're doomed. How is there another mythic boss? Everyone was speechless when they saw the approaching orc general. The orc warlord was enough of a problem, yet now they had to deal with a mythic-ranked orc general. They had lost any hope of victory now. Guild leader, let's retreat. If the orc reinforcements reach us, I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape, Aqua Rose urgently suggested. No. Their timing is perfect. Magic array team on my mark. Shurfeng stated as he shook his head. He had expected these reinforcements. Rather, it'd be strange if the orcs didn't send reinforcements after realizing that the base camp was under attack. Only he hadn't expected the reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Everyone gather around the orc warlord. Although Zero Wing's members didn't know what Shifeng planned, they followed his command. As the orc reinforcements approached, the team grew nervous. They couldn't understand what Shifeng intended. Their guild leader couldn't possibly have another Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll, right? When the orc general was less than 50 yards away and raised its greatsword for an attack. "Activate the magic array!" Shifeng shouted. Immediately, 9 magical class players at the edge of the base camp unfurled the magic array scrolls in their hands. These magic array scrolls, which he had produced before returning to Bewildering Forest Town, would activate the 9-star polar domain. However, unlike the 9-star polar domain magic arrays he normally created, he had crafted this one with one of the 4 elemental sources he had obtained from the 2 elemental treasure boxes from Sunset Forest. Of the 4 elemental sources, he had used the only one that included one of the 3 supreme attributes. The source of illusion. In God's domain, the 3 supreme attributes were superior to every other attribute available. Elemental weapons that had been crafted with an elemental source containing one of these attributes would offer incredibly powerful skills. On the market, such elemental weapons generally sold for twice the amount of a normal elemental weapon. Hence, this 9-star polar domain was stronger than the last one, which he had crafted with the source of true frost. It would have been rather wasteful to use this 9-star polar domain on a single orc warlord. Now that the orc general had joined the fray, he could use this enhanced array to take out the orc general as well. As the 9 magical class players activated the 9-star polar domain, space within the base camp twisted and turned. Multiple stacked magic arrays appeared above them. As these magic arrays appeared, a tremendous amount of mana began to gather in the base camp. The mana was so dense that it began to condense into liquid droplets. As if space and time had frozen, no one in the camp could move. Even the peerless mythic orcs were petrified. When the magic arrays completed, an illusory barrier spread out from the camp's center and encased the area. Amazing. Truly amazing. So, this is what happens when you strengthen a magic array with one of the 3 supreme elements. Chapter 1534, Fall of Mythics. As the 9-star polar domain enveloped the orc base camp, it split the approaching reinforcements into 2 groups. In the end, only the orc general and a few orc warriors had entered the camp, whereas the majority of the reinforcing army was stuck outside of the illusory barrier. No matter how much the orc army outside attacked the barrier, their attacks dissipated into nothingness upon encountering it. Despite thousands of orcs attacking the barrier simultaneously, it didn't even tremble. This was the source of illusion's true power. Tier 3 attacks and below were utterly useless against the enhanced 9-star polar domain. They wouldn't even deplete the magic array's energy reserves in the slightest. Only Tier 4 attacks could deal any damage, and even then their damage would be limited and well within the array's tolerance range. As for the orcs inside the base camp, their movements had slowed quite a bit, as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp. When the orc warlord tried to attack Kola in particular, everyone could now see its movements clearly. Kola, who looked miserable, raised his shield to defend himself. Ping! After receiving the attack, Kola only needed to retreat by 6 steps before stabilizing his body. Despite not having any of his life-saving skills active, he only lost a little over 16,000 HP. Impossible! What kind of magic array is this? What a strong magic array! Kola's teammates were stupefied when they saw him block one of the orc warlord's attacks without a life-saving skill. The orc warlord had long since recovered from its injured state, and Kola had only survived without a life-saving skill thanks to the red demon sharing a portion of the mythic boss's damage. Once the 9-star polar domain had suppressed the orcs, however, Kola took less damage than when he had activated Protection Blessing, even when he took the full brunt of the boss's attacks. This was the first time they had even heard of a magic array suppressing a mythic monster to such a degree. Turtledove and Yi Wumian keep the orc general busy. The other MTs help them deal with the orc captains. Shifeng commanded as he watched the rapidly approaching orc general. Everyone else, prioritize the orc captains before dealing with the orc general and warlord. With the source of illusions strengthening, the 9-star polar domain was even more powerful than a master magic array. Currently, the 9-star polar domain suppressed both mythic orcs' basic attributes by 50%. That was 10% more than the 9-star polar domain fortified with the source of true frost. Not even ordinary master magic arrays were capable of such a feat with world projection working alongside the array. The two mythic orcs only had 40% of their original attributes. At this standard they were just slightly stronger than a Grand Lord of the same level. Tier 2 MTs like Turtledove and Yi Wumian shouldn't have any issues tanking one of the two bosses. As for the Grand Lord ranked orc captains, their combat power fell below that of a Great Lord of the same level when subjected to the twofold suppression. They were just slightly stronger than High Lords of the same level. Tier 1 MTs were more than capable of tanking them. Guild Leader, where did you get this magic array? It's marvelously effective. Aqua Rose could not help but exclaim when she saw Turtledove and Yi Wumian block the Orc General's attacks without much trouble. Normally, the various large guilds took the long way around when they found a mythic monster. Unless they used siege weapons and sacrificed a large number of players, they had no hope of defeating a mythic monster at this stage of the game. Yet their 1,000-man team was holding its ground against two mythic orcs simultaneously. Do you remember the 2 elemental treasure boxes we got from Sunset Forest? Those treasure boxes contained elemental sources. Not only can these elemental sources be used to refine weapons and equipment, but they can also serve as a power source for magic arrays, enhancing the final product. I used one of those elemental sources to strengthen the 9-star polar domain magic array, Shifeng explained truthfully. But keep this matter to yourself, we don't want this secret getting out. The elemental sources' uses were still a secret to God's Domain's players. They were also extremely rare. By telling Aqua Rose he could have her take note of them and avoid mistakenly discarding any she came across, assuming they were useless. So that's the case. After this battle I'll collect as many elemental sources as possible. This way we can challenge several of the unshakable mythic bosses we've found thus far. Aqua Rose's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mythic bosses had appeared in several of Starmoon Kingdom's high-resource maps, and none of the guilds had dared to challenge them thus far. As fate would have it, these mythic bosses happened to be guarding ancient ruins entrances. Now that they had elemental sources they had a way to enter the ruins. Hearing Aqua Rose's response, nervous sweat beaded on Shifeng's forehead. Elemental sources were no less rare than epic items. Not even mythic monsters dropped them. He had only obtained 2 elemental treasure boxes due to securing the first clear of a Grade 1 historical site. Even if they obtained the first clear for a lower-ranked historical site, they were unlikely to obtain another. Moreover, they needed more than just an elemental source to face mythic bosses. The Ring of Gospel's world projection was also necessary. However, each cost 5,000 magic crystals. This method of raiding mythic field bosses was far too extravagant. Time passed quickly. With the support of the 9-star polar domain, Zero Wings members only needed a moment to clear out everything except for the Orc General and Warlord. After dealing with the low-ranked orcs, the players' experience bars rose significantly. In contrast, however, their loot was pitiful. Only the Grand Lords and above had dropped a few items, but no one paid much attention to them. After all, they were far more interested to see what the 2 mythic orcs would drop. But at the end of the day the 2 orc bosses were still mythic-ranked monsters. Even with so much suppression they were still a burden on the team. When the Orc General's HP fell to 70%, it abruptly raised its great sword. Countless motes of fire began to gather around the weapon. Crap. Everyone, don't stand in front of the Orc General. Shifeng shouted. Unfortunately his warning came too late. Before his teammates had the chance to move out of the way, the Orc General swung its greatsword forward. Scorching fire then rained down from above. Tier 4 skill Infernal Prison. Any player the flames struck instantly turned into a smoldering pile of ash. Not even the Tier 1 MTs who had activated their life-saving skills had survived the attack. In a single move the Orc General had killed over 100 players. Immediately after the Orc General's attack the Orc Warlord, who only had 50% of its HP remaining, followed up by thrusting its saber into the ground. In response, blades of light randomly shot up from the dirt 50 yards around the boss. Due to the random attack pattern, many players failed to defend themselves in time. Anyone the blades of light hit died instantly. In the blink of an eye, another 200+ players had fallen. Everyone be careful of the boss's attacks. Do not try to take them head-on. Shifeng warned his companions. Despite the attribute suppression, a mythic monster's skills were incredibly lethal to players. Fortunately, the two mythic orcs were physical melee types, not magical classes. Otherwise, they could easily annihilate the Zero-Wing team with 1 or 2 Tier 4 spells regardless of the suppression. Due to Shifeng's warning, everyone kept a closer eye on the mythic orcs' movements. If the boss's movements changed in the slightest, they'd immediately distance themselves from the monsters. Even so, the mythic orcs' massive AoEs continued to claim lives. 45%, 40%, 30%. 686 players. 632 players. 574 players. When both bosses' HP fell to 20%, they entered a berserk state. Seeing this, Shifeng and the others activated their berserk skills. As the mythic orcs' HPs fell, their attacks became more frenzied. Despite activating their berserk skills, the team still suffered casualties. Even the red demon rapidly lost HP. Come on. Only have 5% more. Shifeng's heart grew cold when he saw how many players remained standing. The orc warlord still had 5% of its HP, while the orc general had 8%. However, they only had 300 members of the team remaining. Their DPS was growing weaker. As for his personal guards, Shifeng wanted to avoid summoning them unless absolutely necessary. As the two mythic bosses continued to throw out all kinds of AoE skills, not even his personal guard's survival was guaranteed. If they died, Shifeng would have to go to great lengths to resurrect them. When the orc warlord's HP fell to 3% and the orc general's fell to 5%, the 200 remaining players desperately activated one Tier 1 and Tier 2 magic scroll after another. However, at the rate they dealt damage, there was no doubt that these orc bosses would have the last laugh. It seems that I have no other choice. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Shifeng gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled a magic scroll from his bag. This was the last of the 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls the Rock King had dropped. While Earthen Breath was a large-scale destruction spell, the Shadows of Purgatory he currently held was a Tier 4 domain skill. Although it only had a short 30-second duration, it would be miraculously effective in a large-scale battle. But Shifeng couldn't care less as he unfurled the scroll and activated it. At the same time, he sacrificed 200 units of life force and activated Divine Providence. When Shadows of Purgatory activated, darkness fell over the orc base camp. Over a dozen shadowy tendrils rose from the ground, striking at the two mythic orcs. The mythic orcs had long since entered a full berserk state, their skin having turned crimson. Their defenses had also reached a frightening level. Even a casual attack from one of these orcs could send Kola, who had activated his berserk skill, flying over a dozen yards away. Yet when these mythic bosses attacked the shadowy tendrils, it seemed as if their weapons struck an indestructible wall. Not only could the shadowy tendrils repel the orcs' attacks, but they could also pierce the boss's armor, thrusting into their bodies as the tendrils dealt hundreds of thousands of damage. Although the mythic orcs had focused on defending themselves after Shifeng activated Shadows of Purgatory, of the dozen or so shadowy tendrils Shifeng controlled, he always landed 1 or 2 direct hits during each attack cycle. As the two orcs defended themselves, the residual energy in their attacks surged towards the surrounding players. It took everything Zero Wings members had to defend against these residual attacks. They had nothing left to launch attacks of their own. If they dropped their guard in the slightest, they'd die instantly. 3%, 2%, 1%. Die. Shifeng abandoned all defense as he activated Void Shield and launched an all-out assault against the mythic orcs. He also changed the shadowy tendrils' attack patterns constantly. Every time Shifeng attacked one of the two mythic orcs, over half of the shadowy tendrils darted past the orcs' defenses and landed a hit. When the team's member count fell below 100, Shifeng finally claimed the last strand of the mythic orcs' HPs. Chapter 1535. Kingdom Alarmed. Success. We won. The surviving team members cheered joyously as the orc warlord and orc general froze and collapsed. It had an intense battle. Although the mythic orcs hadn't had much HP remaining, they would have likely fallen to the boss's attacks if Shifeng hadn't used another Tier 4 magic scroll near the end of the battle. The melee players hadn't even been able to approach the orcs to attack near the end of the battle, and the orcs' rapid attacks blocked most if not all of the ranged players' attacks. They're finally dead. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had activated Void Shield to cover his lack of defense in the end, the mythic orcs' attacks were too powerful. They had only needed a few short seconds to deplete the Void Shield's energy by more than half. Had he not activated Void Shield, the two mythic orcs would have diced him into mincemeat before he had a chance to strike. Meanwhile, the surviving players' experience bars rose rapidly after the orc warlord and Ord general fell. Even Shifeng, who was a level 60 player, watched his experience bar increase. 36%, 50%, 80%. In the blink of an eye, he rose from level 60 to level 61. Eventually, his experience bar settled at 7% of level 61. The rest of the survivors watched their experience bars increase by a larger margin. On average, every survivor leveled up at least twice. The players below level 50 rows leveled up 3 times. The insane amount of EXP the two mythic bosses' deaths had awarded stupefied Zero Wings players. The two orcs had also dropped a large pile of loot. At a glance, they had easily dropped over 100 items. Although it was not a jackpot, it was a bountiful harvest for killing 2 level 50+ mythic monsters. As everyone shifted their attention towards the loot, the sound of a system notification reached their ears. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for killing the Orc Warlord and stopping the Orc Army's invasion on Bewildering Forest Town. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity, 100 guild influence in Starmoon Kingdom, and 50,000 guild honor points. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing in every player's ears in Starmoon Kingdom. What? Didn't they say that the Orc army in Bewildering Forest Town was unstoppable? How did Zero Wing defeat it? This is impossible. I just came back from Bewildering Forest Town. There were millions of orcs assaulting the town. The army even had siege weapons and mythic bosses. Zero Wing must have cheated somehow. A commotion erupted over the system announcement. No one could believe it was true. They had all witnessed the hellish scene in Bewildering Forest Town. Even if they gathered every elite player in Starmoon Kingdom, they might fail to defend the town, let alone Zero Wing's small team. The Orc army wasn't a force current players had hope of stopping, yet Zero Wing had succeeded. The system announcement had to be a joke. What's going on? What has Zero Wing been doing? Galaxy Past, who rested in Starmoon City, was dazed when he saw the announcement. Nobody had a clearer understanding of the situation in Bewildering Forest Town than him. By the time he had left, Bewildering Forest Town had held on by a thread. The walls and magic array protecting the town had been about to collapse. Yet shortly after the Star Alliance had withdrawn, Zero Wing had defeated the Orc army. That was an army of several million orcs they were talking about. Even slaughtering several million defenseless pigs would take more time than it took for Zero Wing to defeat the army. Furthermore, the Orc army had been led by 3 mythic-ranked orc generals. Even if these 3 mythic orcs stood still and did nothing, Zero Wing's 1,000-man team would need a very long time to kill them. I've already sent some people to investigate the matter, guild leader, but based on our reports, it doesn't seem that anyone saw what happened in Bewildering Forest Town. We only know that Zero Wing's team remained in the town. Meanwhile, we still can't reach any of our spies. By the looks of it, they must have died. We'll need to wait for them to resurrect before we can learn more about the situation, Flourishing Willow reported, a confused look on her face. She could not figure out what Zero Wing's 1,000 players had done. Not only had they held off an assault of several million orcs, but they had also slain the Orc warlord commanding the army. They felt as if the system were playing a trick on them. Meanwhile, inside Heaven's Burial's residence, Singular Burial, who had been preparing to set out for the Orc Empire, fell silent when he heard the system announcement. Could the town have hidden a secret weapon? A complex expression surfaced on Singular Burial's face as he read the system announcement. We should have waited longer if that were the case. Regret and envy overwhelmed Singular Burial. Just the 50,000 guild honor points could make him drool, not to mention the guild influence. Despite mingling in the Orc Empire for so long, Heaven's Burial had only accumulated a little over 30,000 guild popularity, 10,000 of which had been obtained after capturing an orc town. As for guild honor points, which were required to hire NPC mercenaries, the guild had only earned a little over 20,000. Guild honor points weren't like the contribution points players could earn by killing orcs and completing quests related to the Orc Empire. Generally, a guild could only earn these points when members completed quests the kingdom commissioned. Moreover, each quest usually only rewarded 1 to 3 points. To make matters worse, there was a limited number of such quests each day, and they needed to factor in the competition from other large guilds. If not for Heaven's Burial's success with capturing an orc town, it wouldn't have accumulated over 20,000 guild honor points. Yet by defending Bewildering Forest Town, Zero Wing had earned 50,000 GHPs. With so many GHPs, he could take down Ancient Rock City even without Beast Emperor's help. Now, however, Zero Wing had stolen the opportunity. Zero Wing sure is lucky. They've even encountered such an opportunity, Lei Jingyang said, sneering. But one cannot become an overlord in God's domain by relying on luck. Guild leader singular, let's hurry and take action. Once we capture Ancient Rock City, Heaven's Burial will dominate the several neighboring kingdoms. Although Lei Jingyang envied Zero Wing's fortune, he was confident that Zero Wing couldn't make up for the difference between their side's strengths with luck. All right. We'll stop waiting for Beast Emperor's reply and capture Ancient Rock City. Singular Burial nodded as he also felt a sense of urgency after the sudden development. If Zero Wing wanted to, it could hire 15,000 NPC mercenaries with its 50,000 HPs to help raid an orc city. Although Zero Wing didn't have evil beasts or demons, it had far more powerful siege weapons than Heaven's Burial. Zero Wing definitely had a chance of capturing an orc city. Before Zero Wing set its sights on the Orc Empire, they needed to secure Ancient Rock City. Even if Zero Wing targeted an orc city, it'd have a difficult time capturing it. Among the numerous cities in the Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City was the easiest to raid. The other cities couldn't be taken down with just 10 or 20,000 NPC mercenaries and a few siege weapons. While Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds discussed the matter, Shifeng stood in the middle of the orc base camp outside of Bewildering Forest Town, shifting through the mythic boss's loot. Meanwhile, the surviving healers resurrected the players that had died during the battle. Due to the orc warlord's death, chaos descended upon the orc army, and the orcs fled in all directions. The orc reinforcements were nowhere to be seen. As a result, Zero Wing's members had a chance to catch their breath and rest. While the dead resurrected, Shifeng, who organized the pile of loot, picked up a tattered pitch-black piece of armor. The instant his hand touched the piece of armor, a stinging pain shot through his fingers. Even with his incredibly high magic resistance, his HP had fallen by 10,000 instantly. What is this thing? Shifeng pulled his hand away from the broken armor and looked at it curiously. An ominous, crimson aura began to devour his hand. Although his HP had stopped falling once he stopped touching the armor, he had gained a debuff that weakened him for 1 minute. This was inconceivable. He had touched the armor for a mere moment, yet he was in such a state. Had he held the armor for too long, he might have lost his life. Chapter 1536. Legendary Set Equipment. The player standing close to Shifeng noticed the sudden drop to their commander's HP. Guild leader, is something wrong? Violet Cloud asked curiously as she watched his HP bar. The battle was already over and there were no enemies around them, yet Shifeng had suddenly lost a large chunk of his HP. It would be difficult not to notice something so strange. It's nothing. I just took some damage from an item, Shifeng said as he waved off her concern with a hand. Ordinary players might be in danger if they suddenly lost 10,000 HP, but it wasn't a problem for him. The issue was the disintegrated debuff. Not only did the debuff place him in a weakened state, reducing his basic attributes by 50%, but it also made him feel somewhat weary. It felt as if the debuff sapped away his concentration. Damage from an item. Violet Cloud and the others' curiosity grew. This was the first time they had heard of a dropped item hurting a player. They turned their attention towards the piece of broken armor on the ground. Even after examining it for some time, they didn't see anything unusual. The piece of broken armor didn't radiate any frightening mana or pressure. Shifeng chuckled at their response. God's domain had many strange, mysterious items. Not every item could be judged by the mana or pressure it radiated. In fact, some items appeared harmless, yet were actually fatal to players. Shifeng had no doubt that this piece of pitch-black armor was one such item. Despite storing a frightening amount of power, it showed none of it on the surface. Leaving the item where it was, Shifeng lightly tapped a finger on the armor to open its attribute panel. Even with the slightest touch, Shifeng lost another 10,000 HP. This time, however, as he had only touched the piece of armor for a fraction of a second, only a small bit of crimson aura wrapped around his finger. Fortunately, the disintegrated debuff only lasted 10 seconds. Impossible. What kind of item is that? Everyone gaped when Shifeng lost another 10,000 HP after poking the black armor. They couldn't bring themselves to believe that God's domain had such a deadly item. Unknown. Shifeng frowned. Normally, players could, more or less, inspect an item's introductory text even if they hadn't picked it up yet. However, all he got from the armor's attribute panel was the word, unknown. This meant that players would have to pick up the item and appraise it to check its attribute panel. Unfortunately, picking up the piece of black armor and storing it in his bag was too dangerous. He had already lost so much HP after his brief contact with the item. If he held onto the piece of armor for too long, he'd likely die before he could store it in his bag. What a troublesome item. Shifeng sighed. Immediately, he activated the aura of Earth's absolute domain, making himself immune to all damage for 10 seconds. Following which, he snatched the piece of armor and stuffed it into his spatial bag, completing the process with lightning speed. Although absolute domain prevented him from taking damage, it did nothing to stop the crimson aura from contaminating his body. By the time Shifeng stored the piece of pitch-black armor, the crimson aura had tainted his entire body. System. You have obtained the disintegration armor. The madness aura is contaminating your body, reducing your basic attributes by 50% and weakening your mind. The disintegration armor can only be stored in your bag space, will drop upon death and cannot be traded. This is the rumored disintegration armor? Shifeng stared at the pitch-black armor inside his bag in shock. For a moment he completely forgot about the weariness the armor had caused him. The disintegration armor was one piece of the disintegration set, a famous legendary set equipment in God's domain. Like the disintegration axe, the set had been created by the Orc Empire's founding emperor. Due to the disintegration axe and disintegration set, the Orc Empire had wielded unparalleled power. They were why the Orcs had reigned chaos over God's domain's continent. However, both the disintegration axe and the set had been destroyed with the founding emperor's death. Moreover, unlike the disintegration axe whose fragment had been left in the Orc Palace's treasury, the disintegration set had gone missing after its destruction. There were no clues about the set equipment's whereabouts. Shifeng had never expected to obtain a piece of the disintegration set here. A legendary set equipment. Even after 10 years in God's domain, Shifeng had never heard of an expert wearing a legendary set equipment. Even one legendary item was incredibly powerful. It would be inconceivable for a player to collect a full legendary set equipment. A Tier 5 player with such a set could likely slay a god. According to legend, the Orc Empire's founding emperor had once killed an ancient god despite not being a Tier 6 god. He had been able to do so thanks to the disintegration axe and set. Because of this, the disintegration set had been known as one of God's domain's 9 great legendary sets. Shifeng had never thought that he'd be fortunate enough to find one of the set pieces today. It was even the most important chest piece. Following which, Shifeng activated the omniscient eyes to inspect the disintegration armor. The instant he clicked to inspect the armor, the system revealed a 30-second loading bar. The disintegration armor's appraisal time was much longer than a normal epic item. This outcome reassured Shifeng that the disintegration armor in his bag was a piece of the rumored disintegration set. Time passed quickly. While Shifeng appraised the disintegration armor, his team members watched him with surprise and curiosity. They all wanted to know what kind of item the Orc warlord had dropped. The instant Shifeng had stored the pitch-black chest piece, his attributes had fallen tremendously. If an ordinary expert had suffered such a massive decrease, they'd be crippled. Once the appraisal completed, the disintegration armor's attribute panel appeared before Shifeng. Destroyed disintegration armor. One piece of the legendary set equipment the Orc Empire's founding emperor had crafted. The wearer of this armor will gain even greater strength than that of Titans. They will also fall into an endless cycle of madness. However, the disintegration armor had been damaged beyond repair during the Great War, and now leaks the disintegration power within. The disintegration power will taint any player that carries this item. What? It's broken beyond repair. Shifeng was speechless. He had thought he had gotten lucky and obtained a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. If that were the case, he could gradually restore the item to legendary rank. He hadn't expected the item to be beyond repair. Not only couldn't he use the disintegration armor, but he couldn't repair it either. It was no more than a broken piece of scrap metal. But before Shifeng closed the attribute panel, a series of system notifications bombarded his ears. System, congratulations. You have obtained the legendary quest Recast the Disintegration Armor. Quest content. Due to the spreading disintegration power, orcs have begun to mutate. To prevent the spreading disintegration power, you need to recast the disintegration armor. Rewards unknown. System. Due to the disintegration armor's disintegration power spreading, you will attract all mutated orcs' attention. System. You have become targeted for mutated orcs. Please take care during exploration. System announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Orcs Rebellion. System update required. The estimated duration is 5 hours. Please prepare to log out. What's going on? Guild leader, did you do this? In response to the notifications, Zero Wings members turned towards Shifeng, assuming he had caused the release of this new expansion pack.